In the early years of the 17th century, long before the landmass was defined by rigid borders or unified governance, the continent existed as a quiet, sprawling expanse of geography subject to the slow, methodical rhythms of nature. The Atlantic Ocean, a vast and indifferent mechanism of separation, dictated the pace of all interaction between the established systems of Europe and the eastern edge of North America. This body of water was not merely a barrier but a logistical corridor, governed by the predictable yet unyielding systems of trade winds, currents, and seasonal tempests. The movement of wooden vessels across this expanse was calculated in weeks and tons, a process of slow accumulation where time was the primary currency. The formation of what would eventually become a structured nation began not with declarations of intent, but with the meticulous organization of supply chains and the drafting of corporate charters. In the dim, candlelit administrative offices of London, Amsterdam, and Paris, clerks maintained the quiet routines of colonization. They did not speak of destiny, but of inventory. Quills scratched against parchment, recording lists of necessary provisions, barrels of salted beef, bushels of wheat seed, iron nails, saws, and bolts of canvas. These lists were the foundational documents of the new order, representing a systematic attempt to transport the infrastructure of a settled society across 3,000 miles of open water. Upon the ocean, the transit of these goods followed a strict, repetitive cycle. Ships, operating as floating warehouses, adhered to the navigational logic of the age. Captains and quartermasters maintained logs that detailed the consumption of water and biscuit, the shifting of the wind, and the sounding of depths. The journey was a study in patience and resource management. Below decks, the cargo was packed according to weight and durability, a dense puzzle of crates and casks designed to survive the ceaseless rolling of the hull. The silence of the open sea was broken only by the creaking of timber and the routine commands of the watch, a system of labor that continued uninterrupted, day and night, for months on end. When these vessels approached the coastline, they did not arrive at bustling ports, but at the edges of a silent, tree-lined wilderness where the water met the earth in a complex interplay of tides and estuaries. The process of arrival was logistical, not ceremonial. The sounding lead was cast repeatedly to measure the depth of the bottom, ensuring the safety of the hull. Anchors were lowered, their heavy iron flukes digging into the sediment, establishing the first physical connection between the arriving system and the submerged land. Small boats were deployed, ferrying men and materials to the shore in a repetitive, back-and-forth rhythm that could last for days. On the shore, the immediate priority was the establishment of order through categorization and storage. The land was not conquered, it was surveyed and inventoried. The first structures erected were often communal storehouses, built to protect the tools and food supplies from the elements. These buildings, constructed from felled timber and thatched reeds, served as the central nodes of the logistical network. Within them, the contents of the ships were recounted and organized. Barrels were stacked, tools were oiled and arranged, and seeds were stored in dry, cool corners. The survival of the settlement depended entirely on the integrity of this inventory system. The landscape itself began to change, not through sudden transformation, but through the slow, methodical application of European agricultural and architectural systems. The chaotic growth of the forest was gradually replaced by the geometry of the survey. Surveyors, wielding heavy iron chains and brass compasses, moved through the underbrush, measuring distances and calculating angles. They marked trees with blazes, driving stakes into the soft earth to denote the corners of future plots. This act of measuring was the imposition of a grid upon the organic irregularity of the terrain. The land was divided into acres and rods, abstract units of measurement that existed first on paper, and were then etched into the soil through the labor of clearing and fencing. Fences were the physical manifestation of this new order. Split rails of chestnut or cedar were stacked in zigzag patterns, creating barriers that dictated movement and defined ownership. These boundaries were not intended to defend against armies, but to manage livestock and protect crops. The introduction of cattle, pigs, and sheep brought a new biological system to the land. These animals required containment and management. Their grazing patterns altered the vegetation, clearing the understory and compacting the soil. The daily routine of the settler revolved around the maintenance of these biological systems, the milking of cows, the feeding of swine, and the repair of the fences that kept them in place. As the seasons turned, the rhythm of life settled into a cycle dictated by the sun and the requirements of the soil. The spring brought the systematic breaking of the ground. Plows, drawn by oxen moving at a slow, steady pace, turned the earth in long, parallel furrows. The soil, rich with centuries of accumulated organic matter, was exposed to the air. Seeds were sown by hand, a repetitive motion of scattering that required a consistent pace to ensure even distribution. The fields became structured spaces where the growth of wheat, rye, and maize was monitored and managed. Weeding was a daily task, a constant maintenance of the desired order against the encroachment of native flora. In the small clusters of dwellings that formed the nucleus of villages, the passage of time was marked by the ringing of bells and the completion of chores. The day began before dawn, with the lighting of hearth fires. The hearth was the center of the domestic system, a source of heat and light that required constant attention. Wood was chopped, stacked, and fed into the fire in a continuous process of consumption. The preparation of food was a labor-intensive routine involving the grinding of grain, the curing of meat, and the brewing of ale. Every object in the household, from the iron pot to the wooden spoon, was a tool maintained for specific functions, part of the domestic machinery that sustained life. Communication between these isolated settlements and the wider world was slow and erratic, governed by the movement of ships and the condition of trails. Letters and official reports were written with quill and ink, sealed with wax, and entrusted to the captains of returning vessels. These documents contain the data of the colony, birth rates, death tolls, crop yields, and requests for supplies. They traveled across the Atlantic, sitting in the holds of ships for weeks, before reaching the desks of administrators in Europe. The response, in the form of new instructions or additional supplies, would take months to return. This immense lag in communication necessitated a system of local autonomy, where decisions were made based on immediate logistical realities rather than distant commands. The administration of these early settlements relied on the keeping of records. In the meeting houses and parish registries, clerks noted the vital statistics of the population. Births, marriages, and deaths were recorded in heavy, leather-bound ledgers. These books were the repositories of the community's history, not as a narrative of events, but as a list of names and dates. The ownership of land was similarly documented. Deeds were drawn up, describing boundaries by reference to rocks, trees, and streams. These documents were filed and stored, creating a legal framework that superseded the physical reality of the land. A plot of earth became a piece of property, defined by its entry in the ledger. Trade networks began to form, initially localized and tentative. A surplus of grain in one settlement might be exchanged for lumber or salted fish from another. These exchanges followed the path of least resistance, utilizing the rivers and coastal waters as the primary arteries of transport. Small sloops and ketches moved along the coast, linking the scattered outposts into a loose economic web. The arrival of a coastal trader was a routine event, bringing news and goods from neighboring settlements. The transactions were often conducted through a system of credit and barter, as hard currency was scarce. Debts were recorded in account books, creating a complex web of financial obligation that bound the community together. The extraction of resources was systematic and labor-intensive. In the forests, trees were felled not at random but according to their utility. White pines were selected for masts, oaks for cooperage and construction. The timber was processed in sawmills powered by the flow of water. The construction of a mill involved the redirection of a stream, the building of a dam, and the installation of a water wheel. This harnessing of hydraulic energy was a significant technological system, allowing for the efficient processing of raw materials. The rhythmic sound of the saw and the splashing of the wheel became part of the auditory landscape, signaling the presence of industry in the wilderness. Further inland, the fur trade established a different kind of logistical network. Traders moved into the interior, establishing remote outposts where manufactured goods, blankets, metal tools, and beads were exchanged for pelts. This trade relied on the existing knowledge of indigenous roots and the seasonal migration of animals. The furs were baled and transported back to the coast by canoe and pack horse, a journey of weeks that required precise timing to avoid the freezing of rivers. The pelts were then cataloged, graded, and packed for shipment to Europe, entering the global market as commodities. As the decades progressed, the density of these systems increased. Paths widened into cart tracks, the ruts deepened by the wheels of wagons. Bridges were constructed over streams, replacing fords and ferries with permanent structures of wood and stone. The landscape became increasingly legible, marked by signposts and milestones. The chaotic wilderness was slowly being transcribed into a structured environment, where distance was measured in hours of travel, and the location of every farm and village was known and recorded. The governance of these growing communities evolved from the strict oversight of the initial charters into a system of local town meetings and colonial assemblies. These bodies did not meet to debate abstract philosophies, but to manage the practical affairs of the settlement. They set the dates for the harvest, allocated funds for the repair of roads, and appointed individuals to specific roles: fence viewers, hog reeves, and surveyors of highways. These positions were not titles of glory, but assignments of responsibility. The fence viewer, for instance, was charged with walking the perimeter of fields to ensure that the barriers remained sound, a role essential to the prevention of disputes and the maintenance of agricultural order. The legal system that emerged was equally pragmatic, rooted in the English common law but adapted to the specific conditions of the colonies. Courts convened at regular intervals to adjudicate disputes over property lines, debts, and breaches of contract. The proceedings were slow and formal, governed by written statutes and the presentation of evidence. The courthouse became a central institution, a place where the chaotic interactions of individuals were resolved through the application of systematic rules. Justice was not a swift sword, but a methodical process of hearing, recording, and judging. In the coastal towns, the maritime industry developed its own complex systems. Shipyards arose on the banks of deep rivers, where the skeletons of new vessels were raised on the stocks. The construction of a ship was a massive logistical undertaking, requiring the coordination of carpenters, caulkers, sailmakers, and blacksmiths. Timber was seasoned, oakum was spun, and iron was forged. The launch of a ship was the culmination of months of organized labor, the entry of a new unit into the Atlantic system. Wharves and warehouses expanded, creating a dedicated zone of commerce where the transition of goods from sea to land was streamlined. Customs houses were established to monitor the flow of trade and collect duties, adding another layer of administrative oversight. The accumulation of knowledge was also systematized. Almanacs were printed and distributed, providing farmers with data on the phases of the moon, the tides, and the expected weather patterns. These small booklets were essential tools, guiding the timing of planting and harvesting. Schools were established to ensure that the next generation could read the Bible and the ledger. The ability to read and write was a functional skill, necessary for the interpretation of laws and the management of accounts. The education system was simple and repetitive, focused on the transmission of basic literacy and numeracy. Throughout the 17th century, the population grew not only through immigration but through natural increase. This biological expansion followed its own statistical curve. Families were large, often exceeding 8 or 10 children. The household was a production unit, where every member, from the youngest to the oldest, had a defined role in the daily labor. The labor of children was essential to the operation of the farm, integrated into the routines of weeding, spinning, and animal care. This demographic growth created a constant pressure on the land, driving the younger generation to move outward, repeating the process of surveying, clearing, and fencing in new territories. The expansion was not a wave of chaotic migration, but a replication of established systems. When a new town was founded, it followed the template of the old. A charter was obtained, a survey was conducted, and the grid was laid out. The meeting house was built, the militia was organized, and the records were opened. The systems of the coast were carried inland, extended mile by mile through the quiet, persistent effort of settlers who sought not adventure, but the stability of a regulated life. The roads that connected these towns became the arteries of a developing internal economy. Drovers moved herds of cattle to market, walking miles each day. Peddlers carried goods to remote farmsteads. The post rider became a regular figure, carrying the mail in a saddlebag, linking the isolated communities into a network of information. The speed of information was limited by the speed of a horse, but the reliability of the system improved with the maintenance of the roads and the establishment of regular schedules. By the close of the century, the eastern edge of the continent had been transformed. It was no longer a blank space on the map, but a complex tapestry of administrative districts, property lines, and trade routes. The silence of the wilderness had been replaced by the hum of a working society. The systems of Europe had been transplanted, adapted, and rooted in the new soil. The foundation of the future nation was being laid, not in the halls of power, but in the ledgers of the clerk, the chain of the surveyor, and the furrow of the plow. The power that was accumulating was not the sudden force of conquest, but the heavy, inertial weight of a functioning, self-replicating system. The winter months brought a different rhythm to the colonies. As the temperature dropped and the snow accumulated, the focus shifted from the fields to the interior of the home and the barn. The systems of preservation were tested. Cellars were filled with root vegetables packed in sand. Meats were smoked and hung in the rafters. The management of firewood became critical. The sled replaced the wagon as the primary mode of transport, sliding silently over the packed snow. This seasonal shift was predictable, a recurring phase in the annual cycle that required its own set of preparations and routines. In the southern regions, a different agricultural system began to take shape, centered on the cultivation of tobacco. This crop, demanding and exhaustive to the soil, required a strict regimen of labor and a complex logistical chain for export. The leaves were harvested, cured in drying barns, and packed into large hogsheads. These heavy barrels were rolled to the river landings, a process that influenced the placement of plantations along the navigable waterways. The tobacco system connected the specific chemistry of the American soil directly to the markets of London, creating a specialized economic loop that dictated the social and physical structure of the region. The interactions with the indigenous populations were also increasingly systematized. Treaties were written and signed, establishing boundaries and terms of trade. While these agreements were often fraught and unequal, they represented an attempt to impose a European legal framework onto the relationship between the two cultures. Trading posts served as the interface points, where furs and wampum were exchanged for cloth and metal. These interactions were governed by the protocols of exchange, a ritualized form of commerce that required translation and negotiation. As the years drifted toward the 18th century, the sheer volume of material and data moving through the colonies increased. The ports of Boston, New York, and Philadelphia began to resemble the commercial hubs of the Old World. The waterfronts were dense with masts. The streets were paved with cobblestones to support the traffic of heavy drays. The administrative apparatus grew in complexity. Lawyers, previously a rarity, became essential for navigating the increasingly intricate web of property rights and commercial contracts. The written word became the binding agent of society, the mechanism through which order was maintained across the growing distances. The creation of the United States was, in this era, a silent accumulation of capacity. It was the stockpile of timber seasoning in the yard, the ledger filled with decades of transactions, the road worn smooth by constant travel, and the generation of children raised within the discipline of the farm and the meeting house. It was a process of solidification, where the fluid potential of the new world was captured and held in the rigid structures of the old, creating a hybrid system that was robust, methodical, and relentlessly expansive. By the second quarter of the 18th century, the colonial landscape had transitioned from a frontier of precarious survival into a stabilized zone of established routines and expanding infrastructure. The raw uncertainty that characterized the initial settlements had crystallized into a predictable framework of commerce and administration. The Atlantic Ocean, once a terrifying void, had become a thoroughly charted highway, a maritime extension of the British administrative state. The flow of vessels was no longer sporadic but seasonal and statistical, governed by the complex mathematics of the insurance ledger and the customs manifest. The ports of the eastern seaboard, places like Newport, Charleston, and Philadelphia, operated as sophisticated transfer mechanisms. The waterfronts were defined by the geometry of the wharf and the warehouse. These structures were built to specific dimensions to accommodate the unloading of cargo. Heavy wooden cranes, operated by treadwheels or capstans, lifted hogsheads of molasses and bales of textile from the holds of merchantmen. The soundscape of the harbor was a drone of organized labor, the rolling of barrels, the scratching of tally sticks, and the calling of weights. Every item that crossed the threshold from water to land was subjected to scrutiny. Customs officials, armed with official stamps and seals, inspected manifests against physical inventory, ensuring that the navigation acts, the invisible regulatory walls of the empire, were strictly observed. The economy had matured into a system of credit and debt that spanned the ocean. Hard currency was perpetually scarce in the colonies, leading to a complex reliance on paper instruments and book credit. Merchants sat in counting houses, surrounded by pigeonholed desks, managing networks of obligation. A shipment of lumber sent to the West Indies might purchase a credit note in London, which in turn authorized the shipment of ceramic plates to Boston. This triangular flow of value was invisible to the eye, but recorded with absolute precision in the heavy, leather-bound daybooks that lined the shelves of every mercantile establishment. The quill pen was the primary tool of this economic engine, recording transactions in a standardized script that allowed for legibility across thousands of miles. Inland, the connection between towns was being solidified through the improvement of the King's Highway and local post roads. These were not the paved thoroughfares of later centuries, but were systematically maintained corridors of dirt and gravel. The maintenance of the road was a statutory obligation. Local men were required by law to dedicate a specific number of days each year to road work, filling ruts and clearing fallen debris. This labor tax ensured that the arteries of communication remained open. Along these routes, the spacing of milestones provided a metric for travel, turning the abstract concept of distance into a measurable quantity. The movement of information along these roads became increasingly regimented with the formalization of the colonial post. The post rider was a functional component of the communication system, operating on a schedule that, while subject to weather, aimed for regularity. Mail bags were sealed and locked, passed from rider to rider, or deposited at designated taverns that served as unofficial post offices. The tavern itself was a logistical node in the transport network. Licensed by the county court, the tavern keeper was legally obligated to provide fodder for horses and beds for travelers. These establishments were not merely social centers, but essential infrastructure, standardized by price controls set by local magistrates who determined the maximum cost of a meal or a night's lodging. The dissemination of public information evolved with the proliferation of the printing press. The colonial newspaper was less a vehicle for journalism and more a commercial bulletin. Its columns were filled with the arrival and departure times of ships, lists of unclaimed letters, and advertisements for imported goods. The production of these papers was a mechanical process involving the setting of lead type, letter by letter, into a wooden form. The ink, a mixture of varnish and lampblack, was applied with leather balls, and the paper was pressed damp. The result was a physical object that circulated through the coffee houses and taverns, carrying the data of the empire to the periphery. As the population density increased, the organization of labor became more specialized. The apprenticeship system functioned as the primary mechanism for technical education and workforce reproduction. A young man would be bound by a legal indenture to a master for a term, typically 7 years, to learn the mystery of a trade, be it coopering, blacksmithing, or cordwaining. This was a contract of ownership and obligation. The master provided food, clothing, and instruction. The apprentice provided total obedience and labor. The system ensured a standardized level of quality in production, as the secrets of the craft were passed down through rigid, legally enforced lineages. In the countryside, the agricultural landscape underwent a process of refinement. The rough clearing of the previous century gave way to improved husbandry. Farmers began to experiment with crop rotation and the application of lime to sweeten the soil, driven by a growing body of agricultural literature that treated farming as a science rather than a folk practice. Stone walls, painstakingly constructed from the glacial debris cleared from the fields, began to replace the rotting wooden fences, creating permanent boundaries that would last for centuries. These walls were built dry, relying on the friction and gravity of carefully fitted stones, a testament to a patient, methodical labor that measured progress in yards per day. The processing of agricultural products moved from the household to the mill. Gristmills and sawmills, powered by the hydraulic energy of the continent's abundant streams, became the industrial anchors of rural communities. The millwright was a specialized engineer who understood the complex physics of water flow and gear ratios. The construction of a mill dam created a mill pond, a reservoir of potential energy that could be released on demand. Inside the mill, the turning of the great stones was a regulated process. The miller adjusted the gap between the stones to control the fineness of the flour, taking a toll, a percentage of the grain, as payment. This system of toll milling was a regulated public service, with rates often set by colonial assembly. To the south, the plantation system solidified into a vast, integrated machine of production. The cultivation of tobacco, and increasingly rice and indigo, was conducted on a scale that required rigorous management. The plantation was a self-contained village with its own blacksmiths, coopers, and carpenters, all dedicated to the support of the export crop. The labor force, composed primarily of enslaved Africans, was managed through a brutal but highly organized system of coercion and surveillance. Overseers maintained daily logs of tasks completed and rations distributed. The commodification of human life was recorded in the same ledgers as the livestock and the tools, a chilling bureaucratic reality where human beings were reduced to units of production within the estate's inventory. The processing of indigo, in particular, involved a complex series of chemical fermentations in stepped vats, a precise industrial process carried out in the heat of the Low Country. The resulting dye cakes were cut into uniform squares, packed into barrels, and shipped to the textile mills of England. This connection between the muddy fields of the colonies and the industrial centers of Europe was maintained by a continuous loop of credit and shipping, a system that dictated the rhythm of life for thousands of people. In the iron-rich regions, such as Pennsylvania and the Jerseys, the iron plantation emerged as a precursor to heavy industry. These operations were massive, consuming acres of forest annually to produce the charcoal required to smelt ore. The bloomery and the blast furnace operated day and night during the blasting season. The creation of charcoal was a slow, delicate process managed by colliers who lived in the woods, tending smoldering mounds of timber for weeks to drive off the moisture and volatile gases without burning the wood to ash. The resulting fuel was fed into the furnace along with iron ore and limestone flux. The molten iron was tapped into sand molds to form pigs, oblong ingots that were the raw currency of the industrial economy. Civic life in the growing urban centers was increasingly regulated by municipal ordinances. The threat of fire, the great destroyer of wooden cities, led to the formation of volunteer fire companies. These were not chaotic gatherings but organized associations with bylaws, officers, and regular drills. They purchased and maintained engines, hand-pumped tubs on wheels and buckets. The alarm system relied on the ringing of church bells and the coordinated shouting of the watch. Street cleaning and lighting also began to appear as municipal concerns. In some cities, residents were required to sweep the street in front of their homes on specific days, and oil lamps were installed on posts to illuminate the darkness, funded by public subscription or tax. The legal system continued to evolve, becoming more textual and procedural. The number of lawyers increased, forming a professional class that specialized in the interpretation of the written word. Court days were central events in the county calendar, where the authority of the state was performed through ritual and documentation. Wills were probated, ensuring the orderly transfer of property across generations. The language of the law, archaic, repetitive, and precise, served as the operating code for the society, resolving the friction between individuals through a standardized interface of pleas and judgments. Scientific curiosity began to organize itself into a system of observation and correspondence. Men of learning in the colonies began to collect specimens of plants, animals, and minerals, sending them to the Royal Society in London. This was not merely a hobby, but part of a global project to catalog the natural world. They kept meteorological diaries, recording temperature and barometric pressure with instruments imported from Europe. This data was shared and compared, an attempt to understand the atmospheric systems that governed the weather. The transit of Venus and other celestial events were observed with telescopes, the timing coordinated with observers across the globe to calculate astronomical distances. The domestic sphere, too, was subject to increasing standardization. The introduction of the tea table brought a ritual of consumption that required specific equipment: ceramic cups, silver spoons, sugar tongs, and slop bowls. This was a system of social display and refined behavior imported from the metropolis. The goods required for this ritual were global in origin: tea from Asia, sugar from the Caribbean, ceramics from Staffordshire, assembled in the colonial parlor. The housekeeping manuals of the time prescribed the proper methods for cleaning these objects, organizing the week's washing, and managing the household accounts. As the mid-century approached, the colonies were linked by a dense web of coastal shipping. Sloops and schooners acted as the delivery trucks of the era, moving up and down the coast with firewood, lime, hay, and salted fish. This coastal trade was less glamorous than the transatlantic routes, but arguably more vital to the internal cohesion of the region. It created a unified market where the prices of goods in Philadelphia influenced the markets in Boston. The captains of these coasters were experts in the local geography, navigating the shoals and tides of the continental shelf with a knowledge built on decades of repetition. The measurement of time became more pervasive. While clocks were still expensive luxury items, their presence in public spaces increased. Church clocks and town bells imposed a temporal grid on the day. Work was increasingly measured by the hour rather than the task. The coordination of these diverse systems, from the timing of the tides to the schedule of the post, from the term of an indenture to the maturity of a bond, created a society that was structurally integrated. The foundations of the future nation were deepening. The roots of the system were no longer shallow. They gripped the bedrock of the continent. The administrative capacity to tax, to draft soldiers, to record property, and to adjudicate laws was fully operational. The colonies were not merely a collection of farms but a functioning extension of the British bureaucratic machine, running on a complex software of charters, statutes, and ledgers. It was a world of paper and ink, of wood and iron, held together by the relentless application of routine and the quiet, unyielding power of organized logistics. This stabilization allowed for a surge in demographic expansion, not just in numbers but in the capability to project settlement. Land speculation companies were formed, operating as corporate entities to acquire vast tracts of Western territory. These companies employed surveyors to map the wilderness in advance of settlement, extending the grid of property rights into the forest before the first tree was felled. The map preceded the farm. The abstract lines drawn in boardrooms in Philadelphia or Williamsburg determined the future geography of towns and counties. This systematic approach to expansion ensured that the chaos of the frontier was brief, quickly replaced by the familiar order of the county court and the tax roll. By the 1750s, the colonies stood as a mature, interconnected system. The friction of distance had been reduced by the road and the sail. The uncertainty of existence had been mitigated by the warehouse and the insurance policy. The structure was rigid yet capable of growth, a massive, silent machine of colonization that had effectively processed the eastern seaboard into a productive, legible, and governed space. The stage was set not for a sudden explosion, but for the continued, inexorable grinding of this logistical engine. By the middle years of the 18th century, roughly spanning the 1750s and early 1760s, the logistical demands of the continent underwent a profound shift in scale. The localized systems of town and county were suddenly overlaid by the immense, heavy infrastructure of imperial conflict. This period was defined not by the clash of armies in the Romantic sense, but by the triumph of engineering and supply chain management over the friction of a rugged, unmapped geography. The movement of men and material into the interior required the construction of a new kind of logistical artery, the military road. These roads were carved directly into the dense hardwood forests, a linear application of brute force and geometry. The process was slow and deafeningly repetitive. Advanced teams of axemen moved in a phalanx, felling centuries-old oaks and hickories. The trees were not harvested for use but cleared as obstacles, their trunks rolled aside or burned. Following the axemen, laborers with mattocks and spades leveled the earth, removing stumps and filling hollows. The resulting track was 12 feet wide, a raw scar of exposed soil designed to accommodate the width of a wagon axle. This was the imposition of a transportation grid upon a landscape that had previously known only the deer trail and the footpath. The primary vehicle of this new logistical age was the Conestoga wagon, a technological adaptation developed in the heavy manufacturing districts of Pennsylvania. These were not simple farm carts, but massive, boat-shaped carriers designed to float over rough terrain. The floor curved upward at both ends to prevent cargo from shifting on steep grades. The wheels were broad and iron-rimmed, built to withstand the crushing weight of 4 tons of freight. Drawn by teams of 6 or 8 draft horses, these wagons operated in convoys that stretched for miles. The harness system was complex, involving heavy leather collars, iron chains, and bells that signaled the team's position in the dense woods. The driver did not sit on the wagon but walked alongside or rode the left wheel horse, controlling the team with a single jerk line and voice commands. Supporting these columns required a supply chain of unprecedented complexity. The provisioning of thousands of men in the wilderness was a mathematical problem involving caloric intake, spoilage rates, and transport capacity. Beef was transported on the hoof, with herds of cattle driven behind the wagons, grazing on the forage of the forest until they were slaughtered as needed. Flour was packed in tight barrels to resist moisture and insects. The daily ration was a standardized unit: 1 pound of beef, 1 pound of flour, a measure of peas or rice, that dictated the rhythm of consumption. The administration of this supply chain fell to a new class of commissaries and contractors. In the counting houses of the coastal cities, merchants signed contracts with the crown to deliver specific quantities of goods to remote depots. These contracts were detailed legal instruments specifying the quality of the pork, the cooperage of the barrels, and the deadlines for delivery. The war was fought with ledgers as much as with muskets. A failure in the paperwork resulted in a failure in the field. The accumulation of receipts, vouchers, and bills of exchange created a paper trail that mirrored the physical movement of goods. As the columns moved deeper into the interior, they established a network of fortifications that served as the anchor points of the system. These were not merely defensive walls, but fortified depots. The design followed the strict geometric principles of European military engineering. Surveyors laid out the lines of the star fort, calculating the angles of the bastions to eliminate blind spots. Earth was excavated to form the ramparts, the soil reinforced with timber revetments. Inside the walls, the layout was regimented. Barracks, powder magazines, bakehouses, and hospitals were arranged according to a standard plan. The hospital was a grim but organized component of the military system. Surgeons operated according to the medical knowledge of the time, which was largely a matter of amputation and basic wound management. The organization of the sick and wounded was hierarchical, with specific wards for fevers and others for trauma. The supply of lint, bandages, and medicines was another line item in the commissary's ledger, tracked and inventoried with the same rigor as the gunpowder. The interaction with the landscape involved a massive hydroengineering effort. Rivers were the natural highways, but they were obstructed by falls and rapids. To bypass these, bateaux, flat-bottomed river boats, were constructed in the thousands. These vessels were built of green timber in hasty shipyards hacking out of the forest. They were designed to be disposable, used for a single campaign season, and then abandoned or broken up for firewood. The movement of a bateau upstream against the current was a feat of synchronized labor, requiring men to pole or drag the boat with ropes from the bank, a process known as tracking. Communication across these expanding distances required the acceleration of the postal system. The military express became a standard feature of the operational landscape. Riders were stationed at intervals along the new roads, ready to carry dispatches to the next post. These packets of information contained the data of the campaign, strength returns, casualty lists, and requisitions. The speed of information was critical. A delay of a day could result in a logistical collapse. The commanders relied on these written reports to visualize the theater of operations, making decisions based on data that was often days or weeks old. The financing of this colossal effort introduced new economic systems to the colonies. The sheer cost of raising regiments, building roads, and purchasing supplies exceeded the available hard currency. Colonial assemblies authorized the printing of paper money, bills of credit, to pay soldiers and contractors. This paper currency circulated within the local economy, facilitating trade and creating a temporary boom. The value of the bills fluctuated, requiring merchants to consult tables of exchange rates. The fiscal machinery of the state was expanding, learning to manipulate the money supply to meet the exigencies of the moment. The contact between the British regulars and the colonial provincials within these camps created a friction of systems. The regulars operated under a rigid, draconian code of discipline, where the lash was a standard tool of management. Their movements were drilled and mechanical, a collective machine of synchronized loading and firing. The provincials, by contrast, operated under a contractual understanding of service. They enlisted for a specific term and expected to be treated according to the terms of their enlistment. This clash of organizational cultures required constant negotiation and management by the officers, a bureaucratic struggle over authority and rights. Indigenous relations were also systematized during this period through the appointment of superintendents of Indian affairs. Diplomacy was removed from the chaotic, ad hoc local level and centralized under imperial agents. These agents conducted formal councils, adhering to the complex protocols of wampum exchange and metaphorical speech. The distribution of presents, cloth, tools, weapons, and ammunition was not bribery but a formalized system of renewal for alliances. The inventory of these gifts was managed with care, as the failure to provide the expected quality or quantity could sever the diplomatic connection. As the military conflict wound down in the early 1760s, the focus shifted to the systematic mapping and inventorying of the newly acquired territories. The victory was less about the flag and more about the survey. Engineers and cartographers fanned out across the interior, their instruments measuring the flow of rivers and the height of mountain passes. The resulting maps were the intellectual conquest of the land, turning the unknown wilderness into data that could be studied in London. The naming of places, forts, rivers, and valleys fixed them within the British administrative mind. The Proclamation Line of 1763 was an attempt to impose a rigid bureaucratic limit on the westward expansion. It was a theoretical wall drawn on a map, prohibiting settlement beyond the watershed of the Appalachians. This was a system of spatial control, designed to manage the friction between settlers and indigenous populations by physically separating them. Enforcement relied on a chain of remote outposts and the authority of the royal governor, but the logistical reality of the vast, porous border made strict enforcement impossible. The line existed more as a legal concept than a physical barrier, yet it established the principle of federal control over the western lands. The end of the war brought a sudden, violent contraction to the economic systems that had inflated during the conflict. The armies were disbanded, and the demand for beef, flour, and wagons evaporated overnight. The flow of British sterling, which had subsidized the colonial economy, ceased. The paper currency, now unsupported by the promise of future tax revenues, depreciated. Merchants found themselves overextended, their warehouses full of British goods purchased on credit that could no longer be sold. The system of debt that bound the Atlantic world together tightened. Writs of attachment and foreclosure became common as the credit cycle turned downward. In the cities, the newly unemployed laborers and sailors who had manned the supply ships and the privateers formed a surplus population. The systems of poor relief, almshouses, and overseers of the poor were strained to their limits. The administrative response was to tighten the rules of residency, warning out strangers who might become a burden on the town rates. This was a bureaucratic mechanism of exclusion, a way for the community to protect its limited resources by defining exactly who belonged within the system. The tax systems of the colonies were also overhauled in the wake of the war. The heavy debts incurred by the assemblies required the imposition of new levies on land, polls, and property. Tax assessors moved through the towns, listing every acre of improved land, every head of livestock, and every slave. These tax lists became the most detailed sociological records of the era, capturing the precise distribution of wealth within the community. The collection of taxes was a physical process. The constable or sheriff visited each household to collect the specie or produce, which was then transferred to the treasurer and eventually to the creditors. Despite the economic downturn, the infrastructure created by the war remained. The military roads, though rough, opened the interior to a trickle of wagons. The forts, some abandoned and some garrisoned, stood as markers of the state's reach. The knowledge of the terrain, recorded in the journals of thousands of soldiers, and the maps of the engineers, could not be unlearned. The experience of the war had trained a generation of men in the logistics of organization, how to move a company, how to supply a regiment, how to draft a contract. The postal service continued to improve, driven by the reforming energy of deputy postmasters who sought to increase efficiency and revenue. Routes were surveyed to shorten distances. Ferries were regulated to ensure safe passage for the mail. Night riders were introduced on the busiest routes between New York and Philadelphia, cutting the transit time significantly. The mail was the nervous system of the colonies, and its acceleration meant that news, prices, and political ideas could circulate with greater velocity. In the ports, the customs service was strengthened to enforce the new imperial regulations. The era of salutary neglect, where smuggling was tacitly ignored as a lubricant of trade, was replaced by a system of strict compliance. New vice admiralty courts were established to try maritime cases without juries, a streamlined legal mechanism designed to bypass local obstruction. Customs cutters patrolled the coast, their captains authorized to board and search vessels. This was the imposition of a rigid, centralized control grid over the fluid, organic networks of colonial trade. The intellectual life of the colonies was also becoming more systematized. The American Philosophical Society was formed, modeled on the Royal Society, to promote useful knowledge. It was a clearinghouse for data on agriculture, mechanics, and geography. Members corresponded about the best methods for brewing beer, the cultivation of silkworms, and the improvement of plows. This was the application of Enlightenment systems to the practical problems of American life, a belief that order and reason could improve the efficiency of existence. By 1763, the colonies were no longer a string of isolated settlements but a consolidated, if stressed, logistical entity. The bone structure of a unified territory, roads, postal routes, credit networks, and administrative maps, was in place. The systems of the empire had done their work, binding the disparate regions together through the standardization of law, commerce, and defense. The silence of the deep woods had been irrevocably broken by the squeal of the wagon wheel and the scratch of the surveyor's pen. The land was now an inventory, a taxable asset, and a mapped domain, waiting for the next phase of its systematic evolution. By the middle of the 1760s, the administrative machinery of the British Empire began to tighten its calibration, seeking to integrate the American colonies more closely into the metropolitan fiscal system. This adjustment was not a sudden decree but a bureaucratic rollout, involving the printing of statutes, the appointment of officers, and the shipment of specific materials. The primary instrument of this new phase was the Stamp Act, a measure that was, in its essence, a system of verification and revenue collection attached to the physical medium of paper. The implementation of this system required a massive logistical undertaking before a single tax could be collected. In London, the Stamp Office organized the production of the stamps themselves, embossed designs impressed upon specific grades of paper and parchment. These sheets were not printed in the colonies but were manufactured in England, packed into heavy, iron-bound bales, and shipped across the Atlantic like any other commodity. The arrival of these bales in the colonial ports was a scheduled event, recorded in the logs of the transport vessels. They were offloaded and stored in secure warehouses, awaiting distribution to the appointed stamp masters. The system dictated that legal validity was now a purchasable attribute. A deed to transfer land, a will to bequeath property, a diploma to certify education, or a clearance for a ship to leave port. None of these documents held any power unless they bore the official embossment. This created a bottleneck in the flow of daily life. The courts, the custom houses, and the law offices were suddenly dependent on the inventory of this specific paper. Without it, the legal system would simply cease to function. The gears of justice and commerce would lock. When the resistance to this measure began, it manifested primarily as a disruption of this logistical chain. The riots were often targeted dismantling of the distribution network. Offices intended for the stamp distributors were pulled down, not in a frenzy, but often with the methodical application of tools, hooks, ropes, and axes. The resignations of the stamp masters were demanded and recorded in public, ensuring that the human link in the administrative chain was broken. As the date for the Act's implementation arrived, a quiet paralysis descended on the legal institutions. Courts closed their doors because they could not process cases without the stamped paper, which was either locked away for safety or burned by the populace. The legal machinery entered a state of dormancy. In response to these fiscal measures, the colonies initiated a countersystem known as non-importation. This was a coordinated attempt to starve the transatlantic trade network. Merchants, usually competitors, gathered to sign subscription rolls, formal agreements pledging to cease the purchase of British goods. These lists were not abstract political statements but binding commercial contracts. Committees were formed to enforce the terms, inspecting the manifests of arriving ships and the shelves of shopkeepers. The inventory of the general store became a site of political surveillance. Goods that violated the agreement, fine linens, manufactured hardware, fashionable hats, were identified, crated up, and often returned to the hold of the ship to be sent back to England. This boycott necessitated a shift in the domestic economy, a turning inward to local resources. The production of homespun cloth moved from a necessity of the poor to a deliberate system of supply. The rhythm of the spinning wheel became a public performance of industry. Spinning bees were organized, where dozens of women gathered, not for leisure, but for synchronized production. They brought their own wheels and flax, setting them up in rows, turning the raw fiber into thread from sunrise to sunset. The output was measured in skeins and yards, a tangible metric of the colony's ability to clothe itself without imperial assistance. Simultaneously, the imperial government sought to solve the logistical problem of housing its military forces in peacetime. The Quartering Act was the legislative solution, a mandate that shifted the burden of logistics from the Crown to the local assemblies. It required the colonies to provide not just barracks but specific provisions: firewood, candles, vinegar, salt, and small beer. These were the fuel and lubricants of the army. The friction arose over the accounting. Colonial treasurers and royal quartermasters argued over the quantities and costs. The provisioning of a regiment was a massive drain on local resources. 1,000 men consumed cords of wood and barrels of beer daily. The debate was conducted in the language of appropriations and supply requisitions, a slow, grinding conflict over who would pay the bills for the standing army. The enforcement of the trade laws was hardened by the establishment of the American Board of Customs Commissioners in Boston. This was a new layer of bureaucracy, a dedicated agency with the sole purpose of tightening the net around colonial commerce. The commissioners arrived with a retinue of clerks and a mandate to professionalize the waterfront. They established a headquarters, set up a system of record-keeping, and deployed a fleet of small cutters to patrol the harbor. The relationship between the merchant and the customs officer changed from one of negotiated tolerance to strict adherence. Every hogshead of molasses and every chest of tea had to be weighed, gauged, and stamped. The seizure of vessels for technical violations became a standard procedure, a legal confiscation of property that clogged the vice-admiralty courts with paperwork. The seizure of the sloop Liberty was a case study in this new rigor. The vessel was not merely boarded. It was towed away by the boats of a warship and moored under the guns of the Royal Navy. This was a physical removal of private property into the secure zone of imperial control. The subsequent legal proceedings were a maze of affidavits and depositions. The ship itself sat rotting at the wharf, while the clerks argued over the definition of the law. In 1768, the logistical escalation reached a new peak with the decision to station regular troops directly in the city of Boston. The arrival of the fleet was a spectacle of organized power. The ships of war anchored in a calculated formation, their broadsides facing the town. The landing was a precise amphibious operation. Barges, packed with red-coated infantry, moved in disciplined rows toward the long wharf. The soldiers disembarked and formed up by companies, their movements dictated by the beat of the drum. They marched into the city not as a mob, but as a machine, a column of muskets and bayonets moving through the narrow, winding streets. The occupation was, above all, a housing crisis. The city did not have empty barracks waiting. The troops pitched tents on the common, creating a canvas city with its own grid of streets and sanitary pits. The daily routine of the soldier, muster, drill, guard duty, and mess, was superimposed onto the daily routine of the civilian. Sentries were posted at public buildings, their challenges and countersigns becoming part of the auditory landscape of the night. The main guard was established opposite the town house, placing the military reserve in the physical center of civic life. The friction between the two populations, civilian and military, was driven by the economics of labor. Soldiers, paid a pittance, sought off-duty work in the rope walks and shipyards, undercutting the wages of local laborers. This competition for employment was a structural irritant, creating a steady, low-level conflict that played out in the taverns and on the wharves. It was a clash of two labor systems: the rigid, indentured servitude of the soldier and the free, negotiated labor of the dockworker. Communication between the colonies began to formalize through the mechanism of the circular letter. These were official documents drafted by one colonial assembly and sent to the speakers of the other assemblies. They were slow-moving packets of political logic, traveling by post-horse from capital to capital. When a letter arrived, it was read into the record, debated, and often answered with a resolution of support. This was the construction of a continental consensus, built one letter at a time. The British ministry viewed these letters as a systemic threat, ordering governors to dissolve any assembly that refused to rescind them. The act of dissolution was itself a procedural event. The governor would summon the legislators, read a proclamation, and declare the body dismissed. The doors of the State House would be locked, but the network of correspondence continued to function through informal committees. The Townshend Acts introduced a new list of taxable inventory: glass, lead, paint, paper, and tea. These were specific manufactured goods that could not be easily produced in the colonies. The tax was collected at the point of entry, embedded in the wholesale price. The administrative challenge for the boycott committees was to identify these specific items. A pane of glass imported before the date of the act looked identical to one imported after. The enforcement relied on the inspection of dating records and the honesty of merchants. The store breakers who violated the boycott were published in the newspapers, their names listed in black borders like obituaries, a social and commercial excommunication. The tea trade became a focal point of logistical complexity. Tea was a perishable, high-value commodity that required careful storage. The boycott led to the accumulation of unsold tea in the warehouses of the East India Company in London and in the damp cellars of consignees in the colonies. The leaves, packed in lead-lined chests, were a wasting asset. The smuggling of Dutch tea became a parallel logistical system, highly organized and efficient. Smugglers used small, fast vessels to offload cargo in remote coves at night, bypassing the customs grid entirely. This illegal tea flowed into the teapots of the colonies through a network of wagoners and peddlers who operated outside the official economy. In the Western Territories, the system of the proclamation line continued to falter under the weight of demographics. The population pressure was a hydraulic force. Settlers moved into the valleys of the Ohio and the Tennessee rivers regardless of the lines drawn on maps in London. They marked their claims with tomahawk rights, blazing trees to define boundaries in a crude imitation of the legal survey. These settlements were beyond the reach of the sheriff's writ and the tax collector's ledger. They existed in a legal vacuum, governed only by the ad hoc agreements of neighbors and the threat of indigenous retaliation. The indigenous response to this encroachment was also organizing. Confederacies were forming, linking tribes that had previously been distinct. Runners carried belts of wampum, the diplomatic records of the tribes, over hundreds of miles, coordinating councils and strategies. This was a communication network as sophisticated as the colonial post, capable of synchronizing actions across a vast frontier. Back in the coastal cities, the printing press became a factory of political standardization. Pamphlets were the primary vehicle for detailed argument. They were printed in the thousands, stitched together by hand, and sold in bookshops and by itinerant hawkers. The production of a pamphlet involved the setting of thousands of metal characters, a labor-intensive process that turned ideas into physical objects. These pamphlets were read aloud in taverns and coffee houses, a system of oral transmission that amplified the reach of the written word. The legal profession continued to refine its arguments, digging deep into the archives of English common law. Lawyers spent days in dusty libraries, copying out precedents from the 17th century. The argument was technical. It concerned the distinction between internal and external taxation, the jurisdiction of vice-admiralty courts, and the nature of the colonial charters. These were not emotional appeals but legal briefs, constructed with the precision of a contract. As the 1760s closed, the atmosphere was one of suspended animation. The systems of the empire, the customs, the courts, the military were physically present but functionally impaired. The systems of the colonies, the assemblies, the town meetings, the courts of common pleas, were operating in a state of resistance. The boycott had created a commercial recession, with ships sitting idle and sailors walking the streets. The warehouses were full of goods that could not be sold, and the books of the merchants were filled with uncollectible debts. The waiting became the dominant activity, waiting for the repeal of the acts, waiting for the departure of the troops, waiting for the next packet ship from London to bring news of a change in policy. The winter of 1769-1770 was particularly harsh. The frozen harbor locked the ships in the ice, halting the flow of information. The city of Boston was a closed system, a pressure cooker where the soldiers and the citizens rubbed shoulders in the narrow, snow-choked streets. The smoke from thousands of chimneys hung low over the rooftops, trapping the soot and the tension. The sentries shivered in their boxes, their breath steaming in the cold air, while the town watch patrolled with lanterns and rattles, marking the hours of the long, dark nights. It was a time of lists and ledgers, lists of enemies to their country posted on the Liberty Tree, ledgers of unpaid taxes and quartering expenses, rosters of the guard and the watch. The formation of the United States was proceeding through the accumulation of these administrative details, the slow hardening of separate identities defined by the paperwork they generated and the systems they chose to obey or ignore. The quiet reality was that two distinct operating systems were attempting to run on the same hardware, and the incompatibility was becoming absolute. The early years of the 1770s were characterized by a deceptive quiet, a period where the visible friction of street confrontations gave way to a more subterranean, administrative hardening of positions. The removal of the regiments from the center of Boston to Castle William, an island fortress in the harbor, returned the city to a semblance of civil order, but the underlying systems of governance remained fractured. The conflict shifted from the cobblestones to the committee rooms, where the weapons were not muskets but resolutions and circular letters. This era saw the formalization of the Colonial Information Network. The committees of correspondence were established not as revolutionary cabals, but as standing bodies with secretaries, chairs, and scheduled meetings. Their function was the systematic exchange of data. A committee in a Massachusetts town would draft a statement regarding the payment of judges' salaries or the rights of the assembly. This statement was copied by a clerk, sealed, and dispatched to neighboring towns and other colonies. The arrival of such a letter required a formal response, creating a continuous loop of communication. This was a bureaucratic structure designed to bypass the royal governor and the official postal service, creating a parallel infrastructure of consensus. The speed of this network was limited by the horse and the road, but its reliability was ensured by the dedication of the couriers who rode the post routes. In the waters of Narragansett Bay, the enforcement of customs regulations continued to generate friction. The revenue schooners, small and fast vessels commissioned to hunt smugglers, operated on a system of aggressive surveillance. They stopped merchant sloops, checked papers, and searched holds. This was a policing action that disrupted the established, if extra-legal, flow of maritime commerce. When the schooner Gaspee ran aground on a sandbar while in pursuit of a packet boat, the response from the local population was a calculated act of erasure. Boats were launched under the cover of darkness, organized by experienced mariners. The boarding was swift, the crew removed, and the vessel set on fire. The burning was a systematic destruction of government property, removing the physical instrument of the customs service from the board. The subsequent investigation was a legal labyrinth. A commission of inquiry sat for months but could produce no witnesses, blocked by a wall of communal silence that was itself a disciplined system of resistance. The crisis that would define the decade began in the corporate boardrooms of London. The East India Company, a massive commercial entity that functioned as a quasi-state, was facing a liquidity crisis. Its warehouses in London were stacked high with millions of pounds of surplus tea, a perishable asset that was slowly deteriorating. To clear this inventory and restore the company's balance sheet, Parliament passed the Tea Act. This legislation was a logistical adjustment, allowing the company to ship tea directly to the colonies, bypassing the traditional middlemen and the associated duties in England. It was designed to lower the retail price of tea, making the legal product cheaper than the smuggled Dutch alternative. The company selected specific consignees in the major American ports, merchants who would act as agents to receive and sell the tea. The shipment was organized with industrial precision. Chests of Bohea, Kungu, and Souchong tea were lined with lead to protect against moisture, packed into crates, and loaded into the holds of designated merchant ships. These vessels, the Dartmouth, the Eleanor, and the Beaver, set sail for Boston, carrying not just a beverage, but a challenge to the colonial interpretation of taxation. The arrival of these ships in late 1773 activated a procedural clock. Under customs law, a ship had exactly 20 days from the time it reported to the custom house to unload its cargo and pay the duties. If the duties were not paid by midnight on the 20th day, the customs officials were legally required to seize the vessel and its cargo. This created a rigid timeline that everyone watched: the governor, the consignees, and the committees. The ship sat at Griffin's Wharf, their hulls heavy with the chests, while the days ticked down. The wharf became a stage for a standoff between two legal interpretations: the imperial law that demanded the landing of the cargo and the colonial resolution that forbade it. On the night of December 16, the final day of the deadline, the impasse was resolved through a highly organized operation. A mass meeting at the Old South Meeting House provided the signal, but the execution was carried out by smaller, disciplined groups of men who proceeded to the waterfront. This was not a riotous mob but a working party. They boarded the ships with the permission of the captains, who understood the futility of resistance. The work was physically demanding. The tea chests were heavy, some weighing nearly 400 pounds. They had to be hoisted from the hold using the ship's own block and tackle systems. Once on deck, the labor was divided. Men with hatchets and axes broke open the wooden crates. The lead linings were sliced, and the loose tea was shoveled over the rail into the harbor. The tide was low, and the water was shallow. The tea piled up like haystacks alongside the ships, requiring men to go down into the mud and beat the piles with oars to ensure they were washed away by the incoming tide. The operation took hours. It was conducted in near silence, broken only by the sound of wood splintering and the splash of the crates. There was no looting. A padlock broken by mistake was replaced the next day. The decks were swept clean. It was a precise, surgical removal of the inventory, a rejection of the goods that nullified the legal claim of the tax. The reaction from London was the imposition of a punitive system designed to strangle the economy of Boston. The Boston Port Act was a blockade, a total cessation of maritime traffic. The Royal Navy established a cordon across the harbor entrance. No ship could enter or leave. The lifeblood of the city, the flow of timber, fish, grain, and rum, was severed. The wharves, usually hives of activity, fell silent. The cranes stood still. The warehouses were locked. Grass began to grow between the cobblestones of the waterfront streets. The vast, complex machinery of the port was simply turned off. The logistics of survival for the city required a new, improvised system. Supplies had to be routed through the port of Salem, miles to the north, and then transported by wagon over the difficult overland route. This added days and immense cost to the price of basic commodities. Donations of food began to arrive from other colonies: rice from South Carolina, flour from Pennsylvania, sheep from Connecticut. These contributions were tracked and distributed by a dedicated committee of donations. They maintained strict ledgers, recording every bushel and barrel, ensuring that the aid was distributed to the suffering poor, according to a system of need and political reliability. The administration of the colony underwent a drastic restructuring with the Massachusetts Government Act. The town meeting, the engine of local autonomy, was effectively banned, allowed to meet only once a year for the election of officers. The council, previously elected, was now appointed by the Crown. This was an attempt to replace the organic, bottom-up systems of colonial governance with a rigid, top-down hierarchy. General Thomas Gage arrived to serve as both the military commander and the royal governor, uniting the civil and military authority in one person. He brought with him more regiments, which camped on the Boston Common, turning the public park once again into a garrison town. The judicial system faltered. Jurors refused to serve under the new royal mandates. Courts could not convene. The sheriffs, appointed by the governor, found their writs unenforceable in the countryside. In the rural counties, crowds of thousands gathered, not to riot, but to systematically close the courts. They lined the roads, forming gauntlets through which the royal judges had to pass, forcing them to sign resignations. It was a mass revocation of consent, a shutting down of the imperial operating system in the interior. In response to this suspension of royal law, the colonies moved to create a Continental Directorate. The First Continental Congress convened in Philadelphia in the autumn of 1774. This was a gathering of delegates, but it functioned as a diplomatic conference between sovereign entities. The logistics of the Congress were formal and deliberative. They met in Carpenter's Hall, a guild building, surrounded by the tools of construction. They established rules of order, appointed a secretary, and kept minutes. The primary output of this body was the Continental Association, a comprehensive system of economic boycott. The association was far more rigorous than previous non-importation agreements. It established a detailed schedule: non-importation of British goods to begin in December, non-consumption to follow, and finally, non-exportation of American products to Britain to begin the following year. To enforce this, Article 11 of the Association mandated the creation of a committee in every county, city, and town. These committees were charged with inspecting the custom house entries, visiting merchants, and publishing the names of violators. This was the creation of a continental regulatory agency, built from the ground up, with the power to inspect, judge, and punish through commercial ostracism. Throughout the winter of 1774-1775, the friction of two competing logistical systems intensified. In Boston, General Gage's army was a consumer of massive proportions, requiring tons of salt pork, peas, and firewood. The supply lines from the countryside were constricted by the hostile population. Wagons were stopped, drivers intimidated. The army had to import straw for bedding from England because local farmers refused to sell it. The garrison was an island of imperial authority, surrounded by a sea of noncompliance. Outside the city, the towns began to stockpile their own inventory of war. This was a decentralized effort. Town treasurers allocated funds to purchase gunpowder, lead, and flints. These munitions were not stored in a central depot but dispersed in barns, meeting house attics and private cellars. The Minutemen were organized, special companies of the militia selected for their reliability, and required to keep their arms ready for deployment at a minute's notice. They drilled on the village greens, practicing the mechanics of loading and firing, transforming the farming population into a standby military force. The British command was aware of this accumulation. Their intelligence network, spies and loyalist informants, provided reports on the location of these stores. The game became one of logistical chess. Gage would order a march to seize a powder house. The provincials would receive word and move the powder before the troops arrived. It was a race between the extraction of intelligence and the movement of material. In Portsmouth, New Hampshire, a raid on Fort William and Mary was a decisive logistical strike. A large group of provincials overwhelmed the small garrison and stripped the fort of its most valuable assets, 100 barrels of gunpowder and several light cannons. These materials were loaded onto flatboats, ferried up the river, and hidden under the floorboards of churches and in the furrows of plowed fields. The inventory of the king's fort had been transferred to the inventory of the rebellion. As the spring of 1775 approached, the roads were busy with a peculiar traffic. It was not just trade, but the shifting of assets. Families in Boston moved their furniture and linens out to the country. Families in the country moved their grain and cattle away from the coast. The landscape was being rearranged in anticipation of a fracture. The systems of daily life, the market, the church, the court, were operating under a heavy strain, the gears grinding against the grit of political uncertainty. The waiting continued, but it was now a watchful, armed waiting, measured in the inventory of ball and powder. In the middle of April 1775, the friction between the imperial garrison and the surrounding countryside transitioned from a cold administrative standoff to a kinetic logistical operation. The trigger was a specific intelligence report regarding a stockpile of military inventory, gunpowder, flour, and cannon, stored in the village of Concord. The British command in Boston designed a retrieval mission, a standard extraction sort of maneuver intended to secure these assets and disable the logistical capacity of the provincials. The plan relied on speed and secrecy, two variables that were difficult to maintain in a landscape defined by close observation. The movement began late at night with the transfer of light infantry and grenadiers across the Charles River. This was an amphibious shuttle ferrying men from the controlled zone of the city to the muddy marshes of the mainland. The soldiers stood in the wet grass, waiting for the column to form, their boots soaking in the tidal mire. They carried the standard load of the era, a musket, a bayonet, a cartridge box with 36 rounds, and a haversack containing one day's rations. This was a heavy, clanking machine of enforcement, designed to march in formation, not to sprint. The provincial response was the activation of the alarm network, a system that had been drilled and refined for months. It was not a chaotic shouting but a sequenced transmission of data. Riders, acting as prepositioned couriers, moved out along the roads. The signal was binary, the regulars were out. As the riders passed through the towns, the local systems engaged. Church bells were rung in specific cadences. Muskets were fired into the air, the reports carrying across the fields. These auditory signals triggered the muster of the militia companies. Men rose from their beds, dressed in the dark, and gathered at the designated assembly points, usually the tavern or the meeting house green. They checked their flints and counted their bullets. The roll was called by the sergeant, a routine administrative act performed this time with loaded weapons. The collision of these two systems, the marching column and the gathering militia, occurred first at Lexington. It was a brief, confused encounter on the village common, a disruption of the marching order. The British column, a massive entity of red wool and steel, reformed and continued its logistical objective. Upon reaching Concord, the search for the stockpile began. It was a systematic tossing of the town. Soldiers entered houses and barns, looking for the specific items on their list. Flour barrels were broken open, musket balls were located and dumped into the mill pond, and gun carriages were dragged into piles and burned. The smoke from these fires served as a visual signal to the militia gathering on the surrounding hills, a confirmation that the extraction was underway. The return march to Boston dissolved the structural integrity of the British column. The road became a gauntlet. The provincials did not fight as a European line but utilized the topography, the stone walls, the trees, and the barns, as firing positions. This was an asymmetric application of force, where the target was the cohesive unit of the marching column. The regulars, exhausted by the night's labor and the heat of the day, began to run low on ammunition. The discipline of the volley fire broke down into ragged, individual shots. The logistical failure of the expedition was total. The column was nearly destroyed, saved only by the arrival of a relief brigade that brought fresh men and, crucially, 2 field pieces to hold back the pressure. By the evening of April 19, the British forces had retreated into the peninsular safety of Charlestown and then across to Boston. The gate was shut. The siege began not with a formal declaration, but with the spontaneous accumulation of the militia. In the days that followed, thousands of men from Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island flowed toward the city. They did not return to their farms. They stayed, creating a sprawling, disorganized city of their own in a crescent around the harbor. This encampment was a logistical nightmare. There was no central command, no commissary general, and no sanitation plan. The men slept in the open, or in shelters improvised from whatever materials were at hand: sailcloth, turf, boards, and even doors scavenged from abandoned houses. The immediate crisis was food. The men had brought only what was in their pockets. The Provincial Congress, sitting in Watertown, scrambled to create a supply chain from scratch. They issued calls for beef, pork, milk, and bread. Local towns were assigned quotas. Wagons began to arrive, driven by farmers, delivering the output of the land directly to the edge of the siege lines. The distribution was chaotic. Some regiments feasted while others went hungry, depending on the efficiency of their hometown's support. Sanitation became the most dangerous enemy. The sudden concentration of 20,000 men with no established latrine system created a biohazard. Camp fever and dysentery began to appear. Orders were issued to dig necessaries, vaults in the earth, and to cover the waste daily with fresh soil. The smell of the camps, a mixture of wood smoke, unwashed wool, and excrement, hung heavy in the air. The medical system was equally ad hoc. Surgeons brought their own instruments and salves, setting up hospitals in requisitioned private homes. The inventory of medicine was low. There was a desperate shortage of bandages and opiates. In June, the stalemate was broken by a spasm of engineering violence at Charlestown Peninsula. The provincials decided to project their lines forward, seizing the high ground of Breed's Hill. This was a nocturnal construction project. Under the cover of darkness, hundreds of men with picks and shovels moved onto the hill. A military engineer laid out the lines of a redoubt, a square earthen fort. The men dug in silence, throwing the dirt forward to create a parapet. By dawn, the structure was waist-high, a physical alteration of the battlefield that demanded a response. The British assault on this position was a test of the linear tactical system against the entrenched position. The regulars were ferried across the harbor, landing on the beach. They formed lines and marched uphill through the tall grass, burdened by heavy packs weighing over 60 pounds. The heat was oppressive. The provincials, waiting behind their earthworks, were operating on a strict economy of ammunition. They were low on powder. Orders were passed to hold fire until the targets were close enough to ensure a hit. The resulting volleys were devastating, shattering the British lines. The regulars retreated, reformed, and marched again. The third assault succeeded only because the provincials ran out of gunpowder. The retreat was a physical evacuation of the redoubt, the men swinging their muskets like clubs as the ammunition supply hit zero. 2 weeks later, George Washington arrived in Cambridge to take command of the Continental Army. What he found was not an army, but a loose confederation of town militias. His first task was not strategic but administrative. He needed to know how many men he had. He ordered an immediate return, a census of the troops. The results were slow to come and often inaccurate. Officers, elected by their men, were reluctant to enforce discipline. Men wandered off to return to their farms without leave. There was no standard uniform. The army was a patchwork of hunting shirts, homespun coats, and civilian breeches. Washington began to impose a system of hierarchy and order. He introduced the orderly book, a daily record of general orders that was to be read to the troops. He distinguished the ranks through the use of colored ribbons, green for a sergeant, red for a captain, pink for a field officer, since there were no uniforms to mark the distinction. He reorganized the camp layout, demanding that tents be pitched in straight streets and that sanitation regulations be strictly enforced. He ordered the construction of permanent barracks to replace the shanties, understanding that the siege would last into the winter. The shortage of gunpowder was the most critical, terrifying secret of the command. An inventory revealed there was less than 9 rounds of powder per man. The army was essentially unarmed against a serious sortie. Washington initiated a frantic, silent search for powder. Letters were sent to every colony, begging for scraps of supply. Fast schooners were dispatched to the Caribbean to trade flour for powder with the French and Dutch. Every grain was accounted for. Target practice was strictly forbidden. As the summer turned to autumn, the siege settled into a routine of watchful boredom. The work was in the dirt. Thousands of men were employed daily in the construction of fortifications. They dug trenches, built redoubts, and wove gabions, cylindrical baskets filled with earth, to reinforce the walls. The sound of the camp was the thud of the pickaxe and the scrape of the shovel. The landscape around Boston was transformed into a complex network of geometric earthworks. a physical barrier designed to contain the British garrison. The British within the city were suffering their own logistical strangulation. The blockade by land was effective. Fresh meat and vegetables were unobtainable. The garrison and the remaining civilians lived on salt pork and hardtack. Scurvy began to appear. The army dismantled fences, wharves, and even uninhabited houses for firewood. The Old North Church was authorized to be pulled down for fuel. The city was being consumed from the inside to keep the fires burning. In late 1775, the focus of the logistical war shifted to the problem of artillery. The army had the men, but it lacked the heavy guns necessary to threaten the British shipping in the harbor. The solution lay in the captured fortress of Ticonderoga, hundreds of miles away on Lake Champlain, where dozens of brass and iron cannons sat idle. The mission to retrieve them was assigned to Henry Knox, a former bookseller with a theoretical knowledge of engineering. The noble train of artillery was a feat of winter transport. Knox selected 59 pieces of ordnance, mortars, and cannon, weighing a total of 120,000 pounds. The transport required the construction of special sledges, heavy wooden frames capable of bearing the load. The motive power was oxen. 80 yoke of oxen were hired from the local farmers. The route lay through the wilderness of the Berkshires, over mountains and across frozen rivers. The convoy moved at the speed of a walking ox. The snow was deep, requiring the teamsters to beat a path before the animals could pull. On the steep descents, the sleds had to be checked with ropes wrapped around trees to prevent them from sliding out of control and crushing the teams. The crossing of the Hudson River was the point of maximum danger. The ice had to be thickened by pouring water over it to freeze in layers. The heavy guns were pulled across one by one, the ice groaning under the weight. It was a slow, agonizing process of friction and gravity, a battle against the physics of heavy metal and winter weather. By January 1776, the guns arrived at the camp in Cambridge. Their arrival changed the mathematical calculation of the siege. Washington now had the capacity to bombard the city. The final move was made in early March, on the anniversary of the massacre. In a single night of frantic, coordinated labor, the provincials seized Dorchester Heights, a dominant position overlooking the harbor and the town. They used prefabricated defenses, chandeliers, wooden frames, and fascines, bundles of sticks, that had been prepared weeks in advance. The ground was frozen too hard to dig, so the fortifications were built on top of the ground. When the sun rose, the British command saw the new works. The heavy guns from Ticonderoga were emplaced, their muzzles pointing down at the fleet. The position was impregnable to assault and fatal to the ships. The logistical checkmate was complete. The British had no choice but to evacuate. The evacuation of Boston was a massive maritime exit. Over 100 ships were loaded in a chaotic rush. It was not just the army that was leaving, but the entire loyalist apparatus, officials, customs collectors, merchants, and their families. They packed their furniture, their ledgers, and their portable wealth. The scene at the wharves was one of desperate congestion. Valuable horses were left to roam the streets. Heavy goods were abandoned. The fleet set sail for Halifax, taking with it the direct imperial presence in the colony. When the Continental troops entered the city, they found a shell. The streets were barricaded, the buildings were scarred, but the systems of the city, the wharves, the warehouses, the meeting houses, remained. The first task was a health inventory. The city was swept for smallpox, the invisible biological enemy. Only those soldiers who had already had the disease were allowed to enter initially. The reoccupation was a careful, sanitary process, a reclaiming of the urban infrastructure for the new administration. The war had now moved beyond the initial phase of local reaction. It had become a continental endeavor, supported by a nascent bureaucracy. The Continental Congress was printing money, appointing generals, and authorized the creation of a navy. The colonies were learning to operate as a collective entity, bound together by the post rider, the supply wagon, and the shared consumption of gunpowder. The systems of resistance were hardening into the systems of a state. In the spring of 1776, the logistical center of gravity shifted southward from the enclosed harbor of Boston to the archipelago of New York. This transition involved the physical relocation of the Continental Army, a movement of thousands of men, horses, and wagons along the coastal post roads. It was a mass migration of the newly formed military apparatus. The march was regimented, with units moving in serial order to avoid clogging the ferries and exhausting the local food supplies. The soldiers walked through the Connecticut countryside, their passage marked by the consumption of livestock and the churning of the spring mud. Upon arrival in New York, the nature of the engineering challenge changed fundamentally. Boston had been a siege of a peninsula. New York was a defense of islands. The city sat at the tip of Manhattan, surrounded by navigable rivers that offered the Royal Navy a distinct hydrodynamic advantage. The Continental Command attempted to counter this fluid superiority with earth. Thousands of men were put to work digging. They constructed a complex system of forts and batteries along the waterfronts, hauling heavy timber to build chevaux de frise, submerged barriers of sharpened logs, intended to puncture the hulls of incoming warships. The spade was once again the primary tool of war, altering the topography of Brooklyn Heights and the Battery in a desperate attempt to impose friction on the water. While the soldiers dug, the administrative machinery in Philadelphia was processing the paperwork of separation. The Continental Congress, meeting in the State House, operated under a heavy schedule of committee work. The debate over independence was not a spontaneous rhetorical event but a procedural sequence. Resolutions were introduced, tabled, referred to committees, and debated clause by clause. The delegates were bound by instructions from their home assemblies. They could not vote until their colonial legislatures had authorized them to do so. The pace of independence was dictated by the speed of riders carrying these instructions back and forth between Philadelphia and the various provincial capitals. In late June, a massive logistical anomaly appeared on the horizon off Sandy Hook. The British Expeditionary Force arrived, a floating city of wood and canvas that dwarfed the population of New York itself. It was the largest projection of seaborne power in the history of the 18th century. Hundreds of transport ships, escorted by ships of the line, anchored in the lower bay. The disembarkation onto Staten Island was a systematic unloading of 30,000 troops, including thousands of Hessian mercenaries hired from German principalities. The Hessians brought their own distinct logistical systems. They were organized, disciplined units that traveled with their own women, chaplains, and surgeons. Their arrival introduced a new set of administrative requirements, contracts for their payment in foreign coin, distinct rationing protocols, and the translation of orders. Staten Island was transformed into a massive staging ground. The British Commissariat established a depot system to feed this multitude, importing provisions from Ireland and scouring the local farms for fresh produce. The cattle of the island were inventoried and consumed by the armies insatiable biological demand. Back in Philadelphia, the final bureaucratic step was taken in early July. The vote for independence was a roll call by colony, a tally recorded in the Secretary's journal. The drafting of the declaration had been assigned to a subcommittee, which produced a text that was then subjected to the editing process of the whole body. Phrases were cut, words replaced. The resulting document was not a piece of poetry, but a legal indictment, a list of grievances designed to justify a change in sovereignty to the opinions of mankind. Once the text was approved, the immediate priority was reproduction and distribution. The manuscript was carried to the print shop of John Dunlap. There, arguably the most important night of labor in the war took place. Typesetters worked by candlelight, picking individual lead letters from the cases and placing them into the composing stick. The text was locked into the form, inked, and pressed onto large sheets of paper. These were the Dunlap broadsides, single-sheet posters designed for public display. They were not signed by all the delegates at this stage. They bore only the printed names of the Congress's president and secretary. The distribution of these broadsides utilized the existing postal and military courier networks. Packets were dispatched to the state assemblies and to the Army commands. The reception of the document was a structured event. In New York, Washington ordered the text to be read aloud to the brigades. The soldiers stood in formation, listening to the words that retroactively redefined their legal status from rebels to soldiers of a new nation. This was an administrative update to their enlistment. They were now fighting for a declared state, not just against a specific set of taxes. However, the declaration did not alter the tactical reality on the ground. In late August, the British machine began its move. The invasion of Long Island was a textbook amphibious operation. Flat-bottomed boats, rowed by naval ratings with metronomic precision, ferried the infantry across the Narrows to Gravesend Bay. They landed unopposed, establishing a beachhead that was rapidly expanded with artillery and supplies. The British logistics were flawless. The troops had food, tents, and ammunition. The subsequent battle was decided by a survey failure on the American side and a reconnaissance success on the British side. The American forward positions were anchored on a ridge of hills, but the left flank was left in the air, guarded only by a few mounted patrols. British officers, using local loyalist guides who knew the obscure farm lanes, identified the gap. In a night march of exquisite discipline, a massive column of British troops moved silently through the Jamaica Pass, bypassing the American defenses entirely. When the sun rose, the trap was sprung. The American forces were attacked from the front and the rear. The command structure collapsed. Units were cut off, surrounded, and forced to surrender or fight their way through the swamps. The retreat to the fortified lines on Brooklyn Heights was a chaotic withdrawal. The army was battered, its morale shattered, and it was now trapped with its back to the East River, with a victorious enemy in front and the Royal Navy preparing to sail up the river to cut off the escape. What followed was a feat of logistical improvisation that saved the revolution from immediate extinction. Washington ordered a total evacuation of the army from Long Island to Manhattan. This operation had to be conducted at night, in total silence, under the nose of the enemy. The assets for this movement were the small boats of the army, and crucially, a regiment of Glover's Marblehead mariners, men who had spent their lives fishing the Grand Banks. The operation began at dusk. The boats were manned by these experts who knew how to handle muffled oars in the treacherous tidal currents of the East River. Regiment by regiment, the army was marched to the ferry landing. There was no panic. Officers enforced strict silence. The wheels of the cannon were wrapped in rags to deaden the sound on the cobblestones. The boats moved back and forth, ferrying men, horses, and field pieces across the mile-wide channel. As dawn approached, a significant portion of the army was still on the Brooklyn side. A change in the wind and a heavy, providential fog settled over the river and the heights, obscuring the vision of the British sentries. The evacuation continued under this gray blanket. By the time the fog lifted in the late morning, the British advanced to find the trenches empty. The entire American army, 9,000 men and their equipment, had vanished across the water. It was a masterpiece of logistical retreat, a Dunkirk moment executed with rowboats and muscle. The war now transitioned into a series of maneuvers on the island of Manhattan. The British utilized their naval dominance to land troops at Kip's Bay, bypassing the city's primary defenses. The American militia, terrified by the naval bombardment, broke and ran. The retreat northward was a race against entrapment. The island is narrow. The British sought to cut across it and seal the Americans in the south. The armies moved on parallel roads, separated by only a few miles of woods and fields. A fire of unknown origin broke out in New York City shortly after the British occupation. The city, largely built of wood, burned fiercely. The British military firefighters struggled to contain it, pulling down houses to create fire breaks. A quarter of the city was reduced to ash, a blackened scar of destroyed inventory. Housing for the occupying army was suddenly scarce, forcing the British to rely even more heavily on their tent cities and the holds of their ships. Throughout the autumn, the pattern repeated. The British would use their waterborne mobility to flank, and the Americans would retreat to the next line of hills. From Harlem Heights to White Plains, the campaign was a series of retrograde movements. The American army was shrinking. Enlistments were expiring. Desertion was rampant as men slipped away to harvest their crops or simply to escape the misery of the camps. The supply system was breaking down. Soldiers lacked shoes, blankets, and kettles. The army was becoming a ragged, skeletal force, held together by the personal will of the officers and the corps of hard-bitten regulars who had nowhere else to go. The fall of Fort Washington was the final logistical catastrophe of the New York campaign. The fort, located on a high bluff in northern Manhattan, was intended to block the Hudson River. It contained a massive stockpile of cannon, muskets, and ammunition, assets the Continental Army could not afford to lose. But the fort was isolated. The British stormed it from three sides. The garrison of nearly 3,000 men was forced to surrender. They were marched into captivity, herded into sugar houses and prison ships in the harbor, floating dungeons where disease and starvation would kill more American soldiers than died in all the battles of the war combined. Washington's army, now reduced to a few thousand effectives, crossed the Hudson into New Jersey. The Grand Army was dissolving. The retreat across the Jerseys was a bleak, muddy procession. They were pursued by the British vanguard, often leaving a town just as the enemy entered it. The locals, seeing the apparent collapse of the rebellion, began to sign loyalty oaths to the crown, trading their political allegiance for protection papers that safeguarded their property. The crisis was now existential. It was not a matter of strategy, but of dates. The enlistments of the majority of the remaining troops were set to expire on December 31st. On January 1st, Washington would effectively have no army. The system of the Continental military was scheduled to terminate by contract. As the winter set in, the British command decided to suspend major operations. They established a chain of outposts across New Jersey to hold the territory and winter their troops. The Hessian brigades were assigned to Trenton and Bordentown. They settled into the routine of occupation, conducting patrols and foraging for supplies. They believed the war was effectively over, waiting only for the spring to deliver the final blow. Washington, operating from the Pennsylvania side of the Delaware River, controlled the only remaining barrier, the river itself. He had ordered the seizure of every Durham boat, large black freight haulers used to move iron ore, for miles up and down the river. This was a strategic monopoly on transport. The British could not cross without building boats, a task that would wait for spring. In the encampments of the Continental Army, the mood was desperate. Thomas Paine, a writer traveling with the army, sat by a campfire and wrote the words, "These are the times that try men's souls," on the head of a drum. These essays, The American Crisis, were printed and distributed to the shivering troops. It was an attempt to use the technology of the press to bolster the collapsing morale of the human system. The year 1776, which had begun with the triumph of Boston and the bold declaration in Philadelphia, ended in the mud of the Delaware, with the Revolution clinging to life by a thread of frozen water and the looming deadline of the calendar year. The operational window for the Continental Army was closing with the calendar year. The contracts of the majority of the soldiers were set to expire on the 31st of December, 1776. This legal deadline dictated the strategic necessity of movement. Without a significant alteration in the momentum of the war, the army would dissolve through the simple expiration of paperwork. The decision to cross the Delaware River on the night of December 25 was not a romantic gesture, but a calculated logistical gamble designed to utilize the only remaining assets, the Durham boats and the darkness, against an isolated node of the British occupation network. The crossing operation was a study in friction. The plan called for 3 simultaneous movements across the river to encircle the Hessian garrison at Trenton, but the weather acted as a chaotic variable. A nor'easter developed, bringing snow, sleet, and a driving wind. The river, choked with cakes of floating ice, became a treacherous, dynamic surface. The ice floes struck the sides of the boats, threatening to crush the hulls and disrupting the rhythm of the poling. 2 of the 3 columns failed to navigate this barrier, unable to move their artillery across the turbulent water. The main column, under the direct observation of Washington, utilized the heavy Durham boats. These vessels, designed for hauling iron ore, possessed a high draft and a sturdy construction that made them suitable for the transport of artillery. The loading of the cannons, heavy 18-pounders and howitzers, was a delicate process of weight distribution on the shifting, icy decks. The horses were loaded next, terrified and skittish in the storm. The transit was slow, governed by the speed of the current and the density of the ice. Henry Knox, the artillery commander, utilized his powerful voice as an auditory beacon, shouting orders through the gale to coordinate the landings on the Jersey shore. The operation, scheduled to be complete by midnight, dragged on until 3 in the morning. Once on the Jersey side, the army faced a 9-mile march to Trenton. The road was a sheet of ice. The soldiers, many lacking proper footwear, wrapped their feet in rags. The blood trail mentioned in later lore was a biological reality of marching without shoes on frozen ground. The march was conducted in strict silence, a difficult discipline to maintain with cold, wet troops. The column was halted repeatedly to ensure the artillery kept pace. The guns were the primary edge the provincials held, and they could not be left behind. When the powder in the muskets became damp from the sleet, the order was given to rely on the bayonet. This was a shift in tactical system, moving from fire to shock. The attack on Trenton at dawn was a synchronized collapse of the Hessian perimeter. The Hessian commander, Colonel Rahl, had neglected the standard engineering protocols of occupation. He had not built redoubts or earthworks, relying instead on the mobility of his patrols. This failure of preparation proved fatal. The Continental artillery was unlimbered at the head of King and Queen streets, creating a zone of denial that prevented the Hessians from forming their regiments. The engagement was short and sharp, a house-to-house clearance operation. The Hessian system of discipline, usually rigid, shattered under the surprise and the crossfire. The surrender was a mass capitulation of a coherent military unit. The aftermath was an exercise in extraction. The Continental Army, now burdened with nearly 1,000 prisoners and captured stores of rum, salted meat, and muskets, had to reverse the logistical feat of the previous night. They crossed the river again, back to the Pennsylvania side, battling the same ice and exhaustion. The prisoners were marched to Philadelphia, paraded as tangible proof of the victory. A psychological operation designed to prove to the populace and the Congress that the Army was still a functioning entity. However, the enlistment deadline remained. On December 30, Washington paraded the regiments. He offered a bounty, $10 in hard coin, to any man who would stay for 6 more weeks. This was a financial renegotiation of the service contract. Robert Morris in Philadelphia scrambled to raise the necessary specie, borrowing from wealthy merchants to fund the payroll. The army that remained was a paid professional force, however small, bought with the promise of silver. In early January 1777, the army crossed the river a third time, seeking to exploit the disruption of the British line. The British response was a rapid concentration of force. Lord Cornwallis moved a relief column toward Trenton, intent on pinning the Americans against the river. The resulting maneuver by Washington was a classic deception. On the night of January 2, the Americans left their campfires burning bright, fueled by fence rails, and left a small detail to make the sounds of digging. The main body of the army wrapped the wheels of the cannon in cloth and marched silently around the British flank, moving on a frozen back road toward Princeton. The collision at Princeton the next morning was a meeting engagement, a chaotic intersection of 2 moving columns. The American victory was tactical, clearing the British from the town and capturing more supplies, but the strategic value lay in the geography. The British, realizing their supply lines across New Jersey were vulnerable to these raiding tactics, abandoned their chain of outposts and withdrew to the secure zones of New Brunswick and Amba. The Jersey countryside was effectively recovered, not by a great battle, but by the threat to the British logistical tail. The Continental Army then moved to its winter cantonment at Morristown. This location was chosen for its topography. Situated behind the Watchung Mountains, a series of parallel ridges, it provided a natural fortress that overlooked the plains of New Jersey and the roads to New York. From this high ground, Washington could monitor British movements while remaining difficult to attack. The valley behind the ridges provided wood, water, and shelter. The construction of the winter camp was a return to the spade and the axe. The soldiers built log huts, standardized to specific dimensions, 14 by 16 feet, with log chimneys plastered with clay. This was the log city model of housing, a dispersed urban environment built in the wilderness. The camp was laid out in a grid, with officers' huts positioned to oversee the enlisted men. Sanitation was a constant struggle. The orders of the day were filled with regulations regarding the location of latrines and the disposal of offal. At Morristown, the Army faced a biological threat far greater than the British: smallpox. The disease was endemic in the colonies and particularly lethal to men gathered in camps. The British troops were largely immune due to previous exposure in Europe, but the Americans were a virgin soil population for the virus. Washington made a decision that was radically systematic for the time: mass inoculation. This was not the gentle vaccination of later centuries, but variolation. It involved taking live virus from the pustule of an infected patient and introducing it into an incision in the arm of a healthy soldier. The patient would then contract a mild form of the disease. The process required a strict quarantine system. The Army was divided. Soldiers undergoing inoculation were isolated in specific hospitals or commandeered churches. They were out of action for weeks while the disease ran its course. This was a calculated strategic downtime, a deliberate infection of the force to ensure long-term immunity. It was a massive medical logistical operation, carried out in secret to avoid revealing the Army's weakness to the British. While the Army shivered and healed in Morristown, the foraging war raged in the neutral ground between the armies. This was a war of small detachments, a fight for hay, cattle, and grain. The British required massive amounts of fodder for their horses. The Americans sought to deny it. It was a war of ambush and interception. The local farmers were caught in the middle, their barns raided by both sides. The economy of this zone collapsed into a system of barter and theft. In Philadelphia, the Continental Congress continued to refine the administrative structure of the war effort. They established the medical department, the quartermaster department, and the commissary department as distinct bureaucracies. These departments were plagued by corruption, inflation, and incompetence, but they represented the attempt to professionalize the supply chain. The printing of continental dollars continued, the paper currency flooding the market and driving inflation. A pair of shoes that cost $1 in 1775 might cost $10 in 1777. The price of the war was being paid in the devaluation of the currency. The diplomatic system was also active. In Paris, Benjamin Franklin was operating a sophisticated public relations and logistical campaign. He established a network of agents to procure arms and gunpowder. He navigated the complex court politics of Versailles, using his image as the rustic philosopher to charm the French aristocracy. But the French aid was still covert. Loans and supplies funneled through dummy corporations like Hortelez and Sy. This was a shell company set up to launder state funds into military aid, a system of plausible deniability that allowed France to support the rebellion without yet declaring war. The arrival of French supplies, muskets, gunpowder, and uniforms into American ports like Portsmouth and Philadelphia was a critical injection of foreign capital. The Charleville musket began to replace the diverse collection of fowling pieces and old British Brown Besses in the American ranks. Standardized caliber ammunition became a possibility, simplifying the logistics of supply. As the spring of 1777 approached, the Continental Army at Morristown began to resemble a more professional force. The inoculation program was a success. The death rate from smallpox dropped precipitously. The arrival of foreign officers seeking commissions added a layer of technical expertise, though often accompanied by linguistic friction. Men like the Marquis de Lafayette and Baron de Kalb brought with them the military systems of Europe, the formal understanding of drill, siegecraft, and cavalry operations. The British, meanwhile, were planning a new strategic system for the coming year. The plan involved a three-pronged convergence on Albany to sever New England from the rest of the colonies. It relied on the precise coordination of forces moving from Canada, New York City, and the West. Such coordination required communication across vast distances of wilderness, a logistical dependency that would prove to be the plan's undoing. The British command was attempting to run a synchronized clockwork operation in a landscape that defied precision. The winter of 1777 had hardened the core of the Continental Army. They had survived the expiration of enlistments, the crossing of the ice, the infection of the virus, and the scarcity of food. They were no longer a summer militia but a standing army, however ragged. They had learned the routines of survival, how to cook flour on a flat rock, how to march at night, and how to wait. The system had not broken, it had rebooted. By the late spring of 1777, the British ministry in London had finalized a strategic design intended to terminate the rebellion through a grand convergence of force. The plan was a geometric concept, a three-pronged movement to isolate New England, the perceived incubator of the revolt, from the rest of the colonies. The primary vector of this operation was an army moving south from Canada via the Lake Champlain corridor, aiming for Albany. A secondary force would move east from Lake Ontario, and a third was expected to move north from New York City. The success of this plan relied entirely on the synchronization of movements across hundreds of miles of wilderness, a coordination that presumed a reliability of communication that did not exist in the 18th century American interior. The Northern Army, commanded by General John Burgoyne, was a massive, heterogeneous column. It consisted of British regulars, German mercenaries, Canadian militia, and indigenous auxiliaries. Its logistical tale was immense and cumbersome. Burgoyne, viewing the campaign partly as a triumphant procession, had burdened the column with an excess of artillery, dozens of heavy brass cannons, and a baggage train that included personal wardrobes, wine, and the accompanying families of the officers. This was a European army attempting to replicate the comforts of the garrison while moving through a dense, primeval forest. The movement of this city on wheels was dictated by the quality of the roads, which in this region were little more than dirt tracks. The initial advance was rapid, utilizing the waterway of Lake Champlain. The capture of Fort Ticonderoga in early July was a triumph of positioning rather than assault. British engineers hauled cannon to the top of Mount Defiance, a peak overlooking the fort that the Americans had deemed inaccessible. The mere presence of these guns, aimed down into the American works, forced a precipitous evacuation. The American retreat was a disorderly extraction of men and supplies, a logistical collapse that left the gateway to the Hudson River wide open. However, as the British Army moved south from the lakes and entered the deep woods, the friction of the terrain began to assert itself. The American general, Philip Schuyler, initiated a systematic campaign of obstruction. He did not fight a pitched battle but employed a scorched earth engineering strategy. Axemen felled thousands of massive white pines across the single road, creating a tangled barricade that stretched for miles. Bridges over the numerous creeks and ravines were destroyed. Streams were dammed to flood the lowlands, turning the track into a morass of mud. The British advance slowed to a crawl, measured in fractions of a mile per day. The soldiers were transformed into laborers, spending their days sawing through timber and rebuilding causeways. The heavy artillery, the pride of the expedition, became an anchor, sinking into the soft earth and requiring teams of horses and men to drag it forward. The supply line back to Canada lengthened and thinned. The consumption of food was constant. The arrival of provisions was sporadic. The army was slowly starving itself by the simple act of moving forward. Desperate for supplies, particularly horses to mount the German dragoons who were trudging on foot in heavy thigh-high jackboots, Bergen authorized a raid into Vermont. The target was a supply depot at Bennington. This diversion was a logistical gamble that failed. The raiding party, composed largely of German speakers who could not communicate with the local population, was surrounded and overwhelmed by swarms of local militia who mobilized with a speed the British had not anticipated. The loss of nearly 1,000 men in this side operation was a crippling blow to the main column's strength. By September, the British Army reached the west bank of the Hudson near Saratoga. Here, the American Army, now under the command of Horatio Gates, had prepared a defensive complex at Bemis Heights. The engineering of these defenses was the work of Thaddeus Kosciuszko, a Polish military engineer. He utilized the topography to create a bottleneck. The heights commanded the river road and the river itself. Kosciuszko laid out a system of redoubts and batteries, connected by trenches, that forced the British to attack uphill through heavy woods and ravines. The ensuing engagements, the battles of Freeman's Farm and Bemis Heights, were attritional struggles. The British attempted to maneuver in the European style, deploying in lines in the few clearings, but they were picked apart by American riflemen operating from the cover of the trees. The British officers, conspicuous in their uniforms, were targeted systematically. The command structure was degraded by the loss of key personnel. The British Army did not break, but it bled. Each day of combat consumed irreplaceable ammunition and manpower. Following the second battle in October, the British situation became a logistical dead end. They were surrounded. The American militia, sensing the kill, flocked to the area, swelling the American numbers to over 15,000. They cut the road north, severing the escape route. The British Army was trapped in the mud under constant fire, with rations reduced to a starvation level. The horses, lacking fodder, died in droves and lay rotting in the camp, adding the stench of death to the misery of the cold autumn rain. The surrender that followed was negotiated as a convention, a legalistic term Bergen insisted upon to avoid the humiliation of capitulation. On October 17, the British Army marched out of their camp. It was a solemn, choreographed transfer of inventory. The regiments piled their arms, muskets, bayonets, and cartridge boxes in designated heaps. The brass cannons, the cause of so much labor, were handed over. Over 5,000 troops became prisoners of the Congress. This was not merely a defeat. It was the total removal of a strategic threat from the board. The northern prong of the British plan had been snapped off. While this drama unfolded in the northern forests, the main British Army under General William Howe engaged in a separate, disconnected campaign. Instead of moving north to support Bergen, Howe decided to capture Philadelphia, the seat of the rebel government. His method of approach was a massive naval envelopment. He loaded his army of 15,000 men onto transport ships and sailed south from New York. This voyage was a logistical error of time. The fleet spent weeks at sea, struggling against contrary winds, sailing all the way south to the mouth of the Chesapeake Bay before turning north to land in Maryland. The soldiers and horses spent over a month confined in the sweltering holds of the ships, consuming provisions that were meant for the campaign. The horses emerged from the ships in a skeletal state, unfit for service until they could graze and recover. The march toward Philadelphia resulted in the Battle of Brandywine in September. Once again, the British utilized a flanking maneuver, crossing the river at unguarded fords to strike the American right. The American army, though fighting with improved discipline, was outmaneuvered and forced to retreat. But the retreat was not a rout. The army remained intact, withdrawing to fight again. The occupation of Philadelphia in late September was a hollow victory. The Continental Congress, warned of the approach, had evacuated days earlier. They packed the official records, the Declaration, the journals, the diplomatic correspondence, into wagons and moved west to York, Pennsylvania. The government was not a building. It was a mobile system of delegates and paper. The British captured the brick and mortar of the city, but the rebellion simply relocated. The British occupation of Philadelphia brought its own logistical burdens. The Royal Navy had to clear the Delaware River of the complex American defenses, the underwater obstructions and the river forts, to open a supply line to the city. This took weeks of heavy fighting. Until the river was open, the British Army in the city was effectively under siege, dependent on a tenuous overland route for food. In October, Washington attempted a complex counterattack at Germantown, a village just outside Philadelphia. The plan involved 4 separate columns converging on the British position at dawn. It was a plan that required precise timing, which was rendered impossible by a heavy fog that blanketed the area. The columns became lost. Units fired on each other in the confusion. The battle centered on the Cliveden House, a massive stone mansion that a British regiment turned into a fortress. American artillery battered the house without effect. The attack lost momentum, and the Americans withdrew. As the winter of 1777 approached, the strategic situation stabilized into a new geometry. The British held the cities of New York and Philadelphia. The Americans held the countryside. Washington needed a winter cantonment that could monitor the British in Philadelphia while remaining secure from attack. He selected Valley Forge, a high, triangular plateau about 20 miles from the city. The march into Valley Forge in December was a movement of physical exhaustion. The supply system of the Continental Army had collapsed. The quartermaster and commissary departments were in administrative chaos, paralyzed by inflation, corruption, and a lack of transport. The soldiers were literally naked. Witnesses recorded seeing blood on the snow from bare feet. There was no food in the wagons. The army was dissolving not from enemy action, but from a failure of logistics. Upon arrival, the first order of business was construction. Washington ordered the building of a log city. The dimensions of the huts were strictly regulated, 14 by 16 feet, 6.5 feet high at the eaves, with a fireplace at one end. The soldiers were grouped into squads of 12 per hut. The forest of Valley Forge was felled, the logs hewn and notched. It was an immense architectural project, resulting in the construction of over 2,000 structures, making the camp the 4th largest city in the colonies by population. Inside this city, the systems of life hung by a thread. The fire cake, a mixture of flour and water baked on a hot stone, became the standard and often only ration. The horses, numbering in the thousands, starved to death for lack of forage. Their carcasses lay unburied in the camp, creating a sanitary crisis. Dr. Albigence Waldo, a surgeon, wrote in his diary of the account of the sick, a ledger of misery that listed dysentery, typhus, and frostbite. Yet even in this nadir, the systems of the army were being rewritten. The arrival of Baron von Steuben, a former Prussian officer, in February 1778, introduced a new software of discipline. Steuben did not speak English, but he understood the universal language of drill. He simplified the complex Prussian manual of arms into a standardized American system. He went out onto the parade ground himself, taking muskets in hand to demonstrate the motions. He taught the soldiers not just how to fire, but how to march in columns, how to wheel from line to column, and how to use the bayonet. Steuben also reformed the internal administration. He insisted on accurate returns. He demanded that officers inspect their men daily, checking that they had their equipment and that they were washing. He introduced a system of accountability for property. A lost musket was no longer just bad luck, but a charge against the soldier's pay. The army that was freezing in the huts was slowly being reprogrammed. In the diplomatic sphere, the news of the victory at Saratoga traveled across the Atlantic, carried by swift packet ships. It arrived in Paris in December. This data changed the calculus of the French court. The proof that the Americans could capture an entire British army was the validation King Louis XVI needed. The secret aid was transformed into a formal alliance. The treaties of amity and commerce and of alliance were drafted and signed. This was the entry of a global superpower into the war, shifting the conflict from a colonial rebellion to a world war. The systems of the Royal Navy would now have to account for the French fleet. The British Army would have to defend the West Indies and the home islands. The year 1777 ended with a paradox. The capital had fallen, the army was starving in the snow, and the treasury was bankrupt. Yet, a British army had been erased from the map, and the most powerful monarchy in Europe had pledged its support. The friction of the war was grinding down the British will, while the American system, though battered and freezing, was calcifying into something permanent on the bleak plateau of Valley Forge. By the spring of 1778, the encampment at Valley Forge had undergone a transformation from a site of chaotic misery to a functioning military academy. The key to this evolution was the standardization of the drill. Under the supervision of Baron von Steuben, the manual of arms was not just practiced but codified. He wrote the regulations at night, which were then translated, copied by brigade clerks, and distributed to the regiments the next morning. The Blue Book, as these regulations would later be printed, established a uniform operating system for the army. It dictated the exact positioning of the feet, the timing of the reload, and the geometry of the column deployment. The soldiers who emerged from the huts in May were no longer disparate bands of militia, but a cohesive unit that moved with the synchronized precision of a machine. Simultaneously, the strategic landscape of the war was altered by the arrival of dispatches from London to the British headquarters in Philadelphia. The entry of France into the conflict necessitated a contraction of the imperial footprint. Philadelphia, though a political capital, was a logistical liability, far from the sea and vulnerable to blockade by a French fleet. The new British commander, Sir Henry Clinton, received orders to evacuate the city and consolidate his forces in the defensible island fortress of New York. The evacuation of Philadelphia in June was a massive logistical undertaking. The Royal Navy lacked sufficient transport tonnage to move the entire army and its accumulated baggage by sea. Consequently, the movement had to be conducted overland, across the Jersey plains. This resulted in a baggage train of unprecedented length, 12 miles of wagons, carts, and carriages. The convoy contained not only military supplies but the portable lives of thousands of loyalists who dared not remain behind. They packed their silver, their linens, and their furniture, clogging the roads in a desperate migration. The army moved as a slow, heavy reptile, its pace dictated by the speed of the slowest wheel. Washington, observing this movement from his position at Valley Forge, put the new Continental machine into motion. The pursuit was not a headlong rush but a calculated intercept. The army marched parallel to the British column, seeking a moment of vulnerability. The weather became the dominant variable. A heat wave of crushing intensity settled over New Jersey. The temperature soared above 100 degrees. Men on both sides collapsed and died from heat stroke, their heavy wool uniforms transforming into instruments of suffocation. The march became a test of physiological endurance as much as military discipline. The collision occurred near Monmouth Courthouse on June 28. It began with a confused advance guard action that threatened to unravel into a rout. However, as the main body of the Continental Army arrived, the system installed by Steuben was activated. Amidst the chaos and the dust, Washington ordered the troops to form a line of battle. The regiments did not bunch or scatter. They wheeled into position, dressing their ranks under fire. The artillery was unlimbered and directed with mathematical precision. For hours, the two armies stood toe-to-toe in the sweltering heat, trading volleys in a mechanical rhythm. The British bayonet charges, usually decisive against militia, were met and repelled by the disciplined formation of the Continentals. When the sun set, the Americans held the field. The British slipped away in the night to the safety of Sandy Hook and the transport ships, but the point had been proven. The Continental Army was now a professional peer to the King's regulars. With the British retreat to New York City, the war in the North settled into a strategic stasis. Washington positioned his army in a semicircle around the city, from New Jersey to Westchester, establishing a cordon sanitaire. This was a war of observation and containment. The British held the port, the Americans held the hinterland. The lines were defined by a series of outposts and the neutral ground between them, a lawless zone where patrols clashed and bandits preyed on the inhabitants. The conflict here became a siege of indefinite duration, a stalemate where the primary activity was the management of resources and the gathering of intelligence. The focus of the war began to expand geographically. In the Western Territories, a different kind of logistical campaign was unfolding. George Rogers Clark, a Virginia surveyor, organized an expedition to strike at the British outposts in the Illinois country. This was a campaign of extreme mobility and minimal supply. Clark's force of fewer than 200 men moved by flatboat down the Ohio River and then marched overland. Their target was Vincennes. The approach to Vincennes in February 1779 was a feat of endurance against the landscape. The Wabash River had flooded, turning the plains into a freezing, shallow lake miles wide. Clark's men waded through chest-deep water for days, breaking ice with their muskets. There were no supply wagons. They carried what they ate. When food ran out, they marched on hunger. This was a conquest of will, a refusal to accept the physical limits of the terrain. The surprise capture of the fort was achieved not by superior numbers, but by the psychological impact of their sudden appearance from the drowned lands. This operation effectively severed the British link to the indigenous tribes of the region and staked a claim to the vast interior. On the eastern seaboard, the arrival of the French fleet under Count d'Estaing in the summer of 1778 introduced a new, heavy variable: naval superiority. However, the integration of this new system with the American land forces proved difficult. A joint operation to capture Newport, Rhode Island, collapsed due to a failure of coordination and the intervention of a massive storm. The French ships, battered by the gale, withdrew to Boston for repairs. The breakdown revealed the complexities of coalition warfare. Differences in language, command structure, and strategic priorities created friction that no amount of goodwill could immediately overcome. The economic infrastructure of the rebellion was buckling under the strain of the prolonged war. The continental dollar, printed in the millions to fund the armies, was suffering from catastrophic inflation. The phrase, "not worth a continental," became a literal description of value. The Congress ceased printing money, as the paper cost more than the face value of the note. The economy devolved into a complex system of barter, state-issued certificates, and reliance on French loans. The quartermaster department struggled to procure supplies when farmers refused to sell their grain for worthless paper. The army often lived hand to mouth, dependent on the impressment of goods, a legal form of seizure where officers took what was needed and left a receipt of dubious value. In the winter of 1778-1779, the Continental Army encamped at Middlebrook, New Jersey. The architecture of the camp was an improvement on Valley Forge, the huts more uniform and the supply lines slightly more reliable. The focus was on the preservation of the force. The administrative structure continued to harden. The Inspector General's department audited the muster rolls, rooting out ghost soldiers, names kept on the books by officers to draw extra rations or pay. The army was shrinking in size but increasing in efficiency. The British, frustrated by the stalemate in the North, began to probe the economic underbelly of the rebellion. They launched amphibious raids against the coastal towns of Connecticut and Virginia. These were not attempts to hold territory but to destroy inventory. Saltworks, shipyards, tobacco warehouses, and magazines were burned. This was economic warfare, a systematic destruction of the rebellion's capacity to generate wealth and sustain itself. In response to the increasing attacks by Iroquois forces loyal to the British on the frontier settlements of New York and Pennsylvania, Washington authorized a massive punitive expedition. This was the Sullivan Expedition of 1779. It was a logistical juggernaut designed to penetrate the heart of the Iroquois Confederacy. The army moved slowly, building a road as it went, hauling artillery, and a massive train of pack horses into the Finger Lakes region. The objective of the Sullivan Campaign was not to bring the indigenous warriors to battle, but to destroy their logistical base. The army moved methodically from village to village, burning the longhouses and, crucially, destroying the crops. Thousands of acres of corn, beans, and squash, the three sisters that sustained the Iroquois population, were put to the torch or trampled. Orchards of peach and apple trees were girdled or cut down. It was a systematic starvation strategy, designed to force the population to become refugees dependent on the British at Niagara. The landscape of the Iroquois homeland was transformed from a cultivated garden into a charred wasteland. As the decade drew to a close, the war had settled into a grim, grinding routine. There were no quick victories. The British held the sea and the major ports. The Americans held the land. The French alliance provided hope but had yet to deliver a decisive blow. The systems of the war, the recruitment of men, the procurement of beef, the printing of money, the drilling of regiments, had become the permanent background of American life. The revolution was no longer an event. It was a condition of existence, a daily negotiation with scarcity and endurance. In the South, however, a new British strategy was beginning to unfold. Ships were loading in New York Harbor, their holds filled with redcoats, their prows pointing toward Georgia and the Carolinas. The stalemate in the North was about to be traded for a war of movement in the southern colonies, where the British believed a silent majority of loyalists waited to be activated. The logistical machine was pivoting, preparing to grind into a new theater. The winter of 1779-1780 descended upon the northern colonies with a ferocity that defied the statistical averages of the century. It was known simply as the hard winter. The meteorological systems of the continent locked into a pattern of extreme stasis, burying the landscape under successive layers of snow that did not melt for months. In the encampment at Morristown, where the main body of the Continental Army had once again settled, the logistical calculations of survival were pushed to their absolute limit. The roads, the arteries of supply, were impassable, blocked by drifts that reached the height of a man. The flow of flour and beef ceased. The army was isolated in a white void, separated from the granaries of the country by the sheer physics of the weather. Inside the huts, the soldiers existed in a state of suspended animation. The wood supply, usually abundant in the forest, became difficult to harvest when the snow was 4 feet deep. Men burned fences, furniture, and eventually the very logs of uninhabited cabins to keep the fires alive. The rations were reduced to fractions of ounces. At times, the distribution of food stopped entirely for days. The commissary officers could not issue what they did not have. The soldiers survived on fire cake and water, their bodies consuming their own reserves. It was a famine managed by military discipline, where the structure of the regiment kept the starving men from dissolving into a chaotic mob. To the east, the harbor of New York froze solid. This was a rare climatic event that altered the strategic geography. The water, usually the highway of the British fleet and the barrier to the American infantry, became a solid bridge of ice thick enough to support the weight of heavy cannon. The island of Manhattan lost its moat. However, the Continental Army, immobilized by the same cold and lacking the provisions to mount an offensive, could not exploit this bridge. They could only watch as the British sleighs moved back and forth over the ice, resupplying the city from the Staten Island depots. The war became a contest of thermal endurance. While the North was locked in ice, the strategic pivot of the British Empire began to turn toward the South. The expedition that departed New York in December 1779 was a massive transfer of military inventory. Over 8,000 troops, along with their horses, artillery, and camp followers, were loaded onto a fleet of transports. The voyage was a logistical ordeal. The fleet was scattered by winter storms, and many of the horses, so carefully collected, were lost at sea, their carcasses thrown overboard to lighten the rolling hulls. The ships regrouped off the coast of Georgia, battered but ready to initiate the new system of conquest. The target was Charleston, the commercial and administrative hub of the Deep South. The approach to the city was a methodical exercise in siege engineering. The British Army, under Sir Henry Clinton, did not rush the defenses. They landed on the islands south of the city and moved incrementally, securing each step before taking the next. They crossed the Ashley River and established themselves on the Charleston Peninsula, sealing the city from the landward side. The defense of Charleston was commanded by Benjamin Lincoln, a Continental general who found himself trapped by the geography and the political pressure to hold the city. The American defenses were a line of earthworks stretching across the neck of the peninsula. The British response was the construction of parallels, a system of trenches dug parallel to the enemy lines. This was the geometry of inevitable encroachments. Sapper teams dug the trenches at night. The artillery was moved forward into new batteries. The guns opened fire to suppress the American defense, and then the process repeated. The first parallel, the second parallel, the third parallel. The British lines moved closer by yards each day, a tightening noose of earth and iron. The Royal Navy completed the isolation by forcing the passage of the harbor bar and sailing past the guns of Fort Moultrie. The city was now cut off from the sea. Inside Charleston, the systems of civilian life collapsed. The bombardment was constant. Shells arched over the walls and crashed into the town, starting fires and shattering the elegant townhouses. The food supply dwindled. The civilian administration surrendered its authority to the military exigencies. The Articles of Capitulation became the only document that mattered. On May 12, 1780, the siege concluded with the largest surrender of American forces in the war. It was a massive transfer of assets. Over 5,000 Continental soldiers and militia laid down their arms. The British captured the city, the harbor, the stockpiles of rice and indigo, and the entire Southern army of the rebellion. The inventory of the revolution in the South was reduced to zero. The British established a system of paroles for the militia, sending them home with the promise not to take up arms again, while the Continental regulars were confined in prison ships and barracks, removed from the equation of the war. With the organized resistance destroyed, the British initiated a pacification strategy. This involved the establishment of a network of outposts in the interior: Camden, 96, Augusta. These were fortified nodes designed to project authority into the backcountry. To police the spaces between these forts, the British utilized the British Legion, a mixed force of cavalry and light infantry commanded by Banastre Tarleton. Tarleton's system was one of velocity and violence. His troops moved faster than the Americans believed possible, covering scores of miles in a day to catch retreating columns. The encounter at the Waxhaws demonstrated the lethality of this system. A column of Virginia Continentals, retreating after the fall of Charleston, was overtaken by Tarleton's Legion. The Americans attempted to surrender, but in the confusion of the charge, the system of quarter broke down. The result was a massacre, a breakdown of the codes of war that left over 100 Americans dead and the rest wounded. The Waxhaws became a data point in the American mind, a symbol that the war in the South would not be governed by the polite rules of European maneuver, but by a brutal, exterminationist logic. In response to the collapse of the Southern Department, the Continental Congress in Philadelphia dispatched a new commander, Horatio Gates, the hero of Saratoga. He arrived in North Carolina to find a logistical vacuum. There was no army, only a gathering of hungry refugees and militia. Gates, driven by the need to show action, ordered an immediate march toward the British base at Camden, South Carolina. The march to Camden was a study in logistical incompetence. Gates chose a route through the Pine Barrens, a region of sandy soil and little agriculture. The army could not forage because there was nothing to take. The supply wagons were empty. The soldiers subsisted on green corn and unripe peaches. Dysentery swept through the ranks, a debilitating epidemic that turned the army into a column of sick men. They marched through the heat of the southern summer, their bodies failing, their discipline eroding. To bolster their spirits, They were issued a ration of molasses instead of rum, which only exacerbated the intestinal ailments. The collision at Camden on August 16 was a meeting engagement that exposed the fragility of the American system. Gates deployed his army at dawn, placing his seasoned Continental regiments on the right and the untried militia on the left. The British, commanded by Lord Cornwallis, advanced with the precision of the drill field. When the British regulars charged with bayonets leveled, the American militia, sick, tired, and terrified, did not stand. The system of the line collapsed instantly. The militia threw down their muskets and ran without firing a shot. The entire left wing of the American army evaporated. The remaining Continentals fought with desperate, rigid discipline, holding their ground until they were surrounded and overwhelmed. The defeat was total. The army that Congress had scraped together was destroyed in an hour. Gates himself fled the field, riding 60 miles on a fast horse to Charlotte, outrunning his own army and his reputation. The inventory of the Southern Army was once again reset to zero. The British dominance of the South seemed absolute, enforced by a chain of victories and a network of forts. However, in the swamps and forests, a different system of warfare was emerging. It was the partisan war. Men like Francis Marion and Thomas Sumter began to organize small, irregular bands. They did not operate according to the manuals of Europe. They had no baggage trains, no tents, and no payroll. They lived off the land, hiding in the cypress swamps of the Pedee and Santee rivers. Their logistics were local. They relied on friendly planters for information and food. Their tactics were those of the ambush and the raid. They attacked supply convoys, cut communication lines, and vanished before the British heavy columns could react. This was a war of friction, a low-intensity conflict that drained the resources and the morale of the occupying force. While the South burned, a crisis of administrative loyalty was unfolding in the North. Benedict Arnold, one of the most capable generals of the Continental Army, was engaged in a secret correspondence with the British command. Arnold was a man whose personal system of value involved a balance sheet of honor and money. He felt the Congress had failed to appreciate his assets, his wounds, his victories, his seniority. He opened a channel of communication with Major John Andre, the British spy chief in New York. The correspondence was a technical system of encryption and invisible ink. Letters were written between Gustavus, Arnold, and John Anderson, Andre, discussing the transfer of a specific asset, the fortress of West Point. West Point was the keystone of the American defensive system in the North. It controlled the Hudson River, the vital artery that connected New England to the rest of the colonies. Its fortifications were complex. A series of redoubts and a massive iron chain stretched across the river to block ships. Arnold maneuvered himself into the command of West Point. He began to systematically weaken its defenses. He dispersed the garrison on menial work details, neglected the repairs of the walls, and allowed the stockpile of supplies to dwindle. He was preparing the inventory for transfer. The plan was for the British to sail up the river, and Arnold would surrender the fort after a token resistance. The price for this transaction was £20,000 sterling and a commission in the British Army. The plot unraveled due to a procedural irregularity in the neutral ground. Major Andre, returning from a secret meeting with Arnold, was stopped by 3 militiamen. He was in civilian clothes, carrying a pass signed by Arnold, but he made the mistake of assuming the men were loyalists. He revealed his identity. The militiamen, operating on a system of suspicion and avarice, searched him. They found the papers, plans of the fort, minutes of the war councils, hidden in his boot. This was the physical evidence of the treason, carried on the person of the agent. The papers were forwarded to Washington, who was en route to inspect West Point. The timing was a matter of hours. Arnold received word of Andre's capture while at breakfast. He reacted with the instinct of a survivor. He abandoned his post, his wife, and his honor, rowing a barge down the river to the safety of the British sloop Vulture. When Washington arrived, the fort was secure, but the commander was gone. The treason of Benedict Arnold was a shock to the American system. It revealed that the revolution was vulnerable not just to external force, but to internal corruption. It was a failure of the moral inventory. Washington ordered the army to be on high alert, fearing a coordinated attack. The name Arnold became a synonym for the ultimate systemic failure, the betrayal of the trust that held the fragile military structure together. Major Andre was held, tried by a board of general officers, and sentenced to death as a spy. The British command pleaded for his life, arguing the technicalities of flags of truce. But the system of war required a deterrent. Andre was hanged, a grim bureaucratic execution carried out before a silent army. By the end of 1780, the situation of the United States was precarious. The currency had collapsed. The southern colonies were occupied. The main army in the north was unpaid, hungry, and mutinous. The treason had shaken the confidence of the officer corps. The systems of the revolution were under maximum stress. The war had become a test of endurance, a question of which system, the imperial logistical machine or the Republican network of resistance, would break first under the accumulating weight of time and exhaustion. Yet amidst the debris of defeat, the seeds of a new professional competence were germinating. In the South, a new commander was appointed to replace Gates. Nathanael Greene, a Quaker from Rhode Island with a mind for logistics, rode south to take command of the shattered remnants of the army. He brought with him no new regiments but a new operating system, a strategy of mobility, division, and preservation. He would not seek to win the war in a day, but to make the British occupation logistically impossible. He would turn the geography itself into a weapon. The year turned with the revolution hanging in a delicate balance, sustained not by triumph, but by the stubborn refusal of the system to accept its own termination. The ledgers were red, the warehouses empty, but the structure held. The year 1781 began not with a military offensive, but with a systemic collapse of the Army's internal contract. On New Year's Day, the Pennsylvania Line, some of the most veteran regiments in the Continental Service, ceased to function as a subordinate military unit. They did not defect to the enemy. They went on strike. The grievance was purely administrative. Their enlistment papers, signed years prior, contained a clause regarding the term of service, for 3 years or during the war. The soldiers interpreted this as a choice. The officers interpreted it as whichever was longer. Combined with months of unpaid wages and a near-total lack of provisions in their winter camp at Morristown, the contract had been voided by the failure of the state to uphold its obligations. The mutiny was a disciplined action. The sergeants took command, maintaining order and formation. They seized the artillery and marched toward Philadelphia, not to sack the capital, but to present their ledger of arrears to the Congress. It was a terrifying demonstration of the fragility of the military system. The resolution required a negotiation between the government and its own army, resulting in the discharge of many veterans and the payment of others. It was a stark reminder that the revolution was powered by human labor, and that labor required maintenance. While the Northern Army renegotiated its existence, the Southern Theater witnessed the implementation of a radical new logistical strategy. Nathanael Greene, now commanding the remnants of the Southern Department, made a decision that violated the orthodox maxims of 18th century warfare. Facing a superior British force under Lord Cornwallis, Greene did not concentrate his troops. He divided them. He sent a detached corps under Daniel Morgan to the west, while he took the main body east. This was not a tactical error, but a logistical lever. By splitting his force, Greene forced Cornwallis to split his own, or else leave the British supply lines in the interior vulnerable to Morgan's raids. It compelled the British to disperse their strength across a geography they could not fully police. Daniel Morgan, operating in the South Carolina backcountry, understood the specific mechanics of the militia system better than any other commander. He knew that untrained men, terrified of the bayonet, would inevitably run if placed in a traditional line of battle. At a grazing pasture known as the Cowpens in January 1781, he designed a tactical system that integrated this psychological reality. He did not place the militia in the main line. Instead, he deployed them in two skirmish lines well in front of his Continentals. Their orders were specific and limited: fire 2 rounds, 2 distinct mechanical acts of loading and pulling the trigger, and then retreat around the flanks. This gave the militia a defined task and a sanctioned exit strategy. The British force, commanded by Banastre Tarleton, arrived at the Cowpens after a grueling march. Tarleton, relying on the speed and shock that had served him at the Waxhaws, ordered a direct frontal assault. The British regulars advanced, taking losses from the militia fire. When the militia retreated as planned, the British believed the American rout had begun. They lost their cohesion, surging forward into the waiting, disciplined ranks of the Maryland and Delaware Continentals. The trap was a kinetic mechanism. The Continentals halted the British advance with volleys, and the reorganized militia and cavalry slammed into the British flanks. The result was a double envelopment, a canna in the pine forests. The British force was not just defeated, it was processed into captivity. Nearly 900 men were killed or captured, removing a crucial component of Cornwallis's light infantry from the board. The aftermath of Cowpens was not a victory lap, but a race for survival. Cornwallis, enraged and desperate to recover his prisoners and destroy Morgan's corps, burned his own baggage train. This was a decision to sacrifice logistical sustainability for velocity. He ordered the destruction of wagons, tents, and rum, transforming his army into a light, fast-moving projectile. He set off in pursuit of Greene and Morgan. This initiated the race to the Dan. It was a campaign defined by the crossing of rivers. The geography of North Carolina is cut by a series of parallel rivers, the Catawba, the Yadkin, the Dan, that flow perpendicular to the line of march. These rivers were the strategic barriers. Greene had the foresight to collect boats. He sent engineers ahead to secure every flatboat and ferry for miles. The American army, moving with the desperate energy of the hunted, would cross a river, sweeping the boats to the far bank just hours before the British van arrived. Cornwallis would be forced to wait for the waters to recede or to march miles upstream to find a ford. The race was an exercise in friction. The roads were red clay, turning to deep, sucking mud in the winter rains. The soldiers on both sides were barefoot, leaving bloody tracks. They slept on the wet ground without tents. Greene's logistics were minimal but sufficient. He kept just ahead of the British, dragging them deeper into a hostile country, stretching their supply line until it snapped. When Greene crossed the Dan River into Virginia, securing all the boats, Cornwallis was stranded on the south bank. The British Army had marched hundreds of miles, destroyed its own supplies, and achieved nothing. The race to the Dan had exhausted the British machine. Greene, having resupplied in Virginia, recrossed the river to offer battle at Guilford Courthouse in March. The engagement was a bloody, attritional affair. Greene adopted Morgan's system of tiered defenses. The British won the field, driving the Americans back, but the cost was catastrophic. Cornwallis lost a quarter of his army. His elite units, the Guards and the Highlanders, were decimated. It was a victory in the ledger of territory, but a defeat in the ledger of manpower. The British Army, battered and unable to replace its losses, could not pursue. Cornwallis was forced to retreat to the coast, to Wilmington, to connect with the Royal Navy and the supply ships. The interior of the Carolinas was abandoned to Greene, who proceeded to methodically dismantle the British network of outposts, picking them off one by one. Cornwallis, frustrated by the endless, inconclusive war in the Carolinas, made a fatal strategic decision. He determined that the root of the rebellion lay in Virginia, the supply base for the South. He marched his army north, linking up with other British forces raiding the Chesapeake. His objective was to cut the supply lines and bring the war to a decisive conclusion. He moved through Virginia, skirmishing with Lafayette, but found no knockout blow. Following orders to establish a fortified naval base, he moved his army to Yorktown, a tobacco port on the York River. Here, he began to dig in, expecting support from the Royal Navy. He had placed his army at the end of a peninsula, a position that relied entirely on control of the sea. In the north, a grand convergence was being planned. Washington, encamped outside New York, and the Comte de Rochambeau, commanding the French Expeditionary Army in Rhode Island, met to coordinate their systems. Rochambeau had brought not just men, but a professional siege train and hard currency. The initial plan was to attack New York, but news arrived from the Caribbean that changed the geometry of the war. Admiral de Grasse, commanding the French fleet, was sailing north with 28 ships of the line and 3,000 troops. He was heading for the Chesapeake Bay, not New York. The decision to move the combined American and French armies from New York to Virginia was a logistical gamble of the highest order. It required the movement of thousands of men and heavy artillery over 400 miles, while maintaining the deception that the attack was still aimed at New York. The operation began with a feint. Parties were sent to mark roads leading to Staten Island. Bake ovens were built in New Jersey to suggest a long encampment. The British, observing these preparations, remained fixed in their defenses. Meanwhile, the main column slipped away. The march was a complex choreography of two nations. The French army moved with a rigid discipline, their uniforms white and pristine, their wagons painted and numbered. They paid for their supplies in gold, a novelty that endeared them to the local farmers. The American army, ragged but hardened, marched alongside. The route took them through Philadelphia, where the dusty columns paraded before the Congress. The logistics of the march required the prepositioning of forage and food at specific intervals. The rivers, the Delaware, the Susquehanna, the Elk, had to be crossed. The timing was critical. If the armies arrived before the fleet, they would be helpless. If the fleet arrived and departed before the armies, the opportunity would be lost. On September 5, the systems locked into place. De Grasse's fleet arrived in the Chesapeake, sealing the mouth of the bay. The British fleet from New York arrived to challenge them. The resulting Battle of the Chesapeake was a tactical naval engagement with immense strategic consequences. The French fleet, possessing superior numbers, damaged the British squadron and maintained control of the bay. The British fleet returned to New York to repair. Cornwallis was now isolated. The trap had closed. The arrival of the Allied armies at Williamsburg in late September completed the encirclement. The Siege of Yorktown was the culmination of 18th-century military engineering. It was not a chaotic brawl, but a scientific procedure. The engineers, both French and American, surveyed the ground. They laid out the first parallel, a trench line 600 yards from the British works. On the night of October 6, thousands of men began to dig. They worked in silence, placing gabions, wicker baskets filled with earth to protect the workers. By dawn, a massive earthen wall had appeared out of the darkness, shielding the new artillery batteries. The bombardment began on October 9. Washington, accorded the honor of firing the first American gun, initiated a relentless pounding. The French siege guns, heavy 24-pounders and mortars, dismantled the British earthen defenses with mathematical efficiency. The British response was weak. Their ammunition was low, and their guns were being dismounted one by one. The Allied lines moved closer. A second parallel was dug, bringing the batteries within point-blank range. Two British redoubts, number 9 and number 10, blocked the extension of the second parallel. On the night of October 14, a coordinated assault was launched to seize them. The French attacked number 9. The Americans, led by Alexander Hamilton, attacked number 10. The American assault was a bayonet charge, conducted with unloaded muskets to prevent an accidental discharge from ruining the surprise. The sappers cut through the abattis, sharpened tree branches, and the infantry swarmed over the parapet. Both redoubts were taken in minutes. The parallel was connected, and the guns were moved forward. Cornwallis was now subjected to a crossfire that made his position untenable. The British army was living in caves dug into the sides of the ravines to escape the shelling. Smallpox was ravaging the camp. A desperate attempt to escape across the river to Gloucester Point failed when a sudden squall scattered the boats. The logistical options were exhausted. There was no food, no ammunition, and no escape. On October 17, exactly 4 years after Bergen's surrender at Saratoga, a British drummer boy appeared on the parapet, beating a parley. The guns fell silent. An officer waved a white handkerchief. The negotiations for the surrender were conducted at the Moore House. The terms were settled. The British Army would surrender as prisoners of war. The surrender ceremony on October 19 was a formal transfer of the inventory of the British Empire in America. The British troops marched out between two lines, the Americans on the right, the French on the left. The visual contrast was striking, the ragged Continentals and the splendid French regiments. The British soldiers, sullen and humiliated, grounded their arms in a pile. The colors were cased. The band reportedly played "The World Turned Upside Down," though the tune was likely a standard march. Cornwallis, claiming illness, did not attend. He sent his deputy, General O'Hara, to surrender his sword. O'Hara attempted to present it to Rochambeau, adhering to the European hierarchy of respect. Rochambeau refused, pointing to Washington. Washington, adhering to the hierarchy of rank, refused to accept the sword from a deputy, pointing to his own deputy, Benjamin Lincoln. The sword was touched and returned, the symbolic transfer of power complete. The capture of Yorktown was the logistical death blow to the British war effort. They still held New York, Charleston, and Savannah, but the political will in London collapsed. The cost of the war, in treasure, blood, and trade, had exceeded the value of the colonies. The system of parliamentary support for the coercion of America fractured. The vote in the House of Commons shifted against the war. However, the war did not end instantly. A period of dangerous stasis ensued. The Continental Army returned to the Hudson Highlands to watch New York. The French Army remained in Virginia for the winter before marching north to Boston to embark for the Caribbean. The American Army, though victorious, was still unpaid and unhappy. The logistical failures of the Congress continued. The Newburgh Conspiracy simmered, a potential military coup driven by the officers' fear that peace would arrive before their pensions were funded. Washington dismantled this threat not with force, but with a theatrical gesture of vulnerability, putting on his spectacles to read a letter and remarking that he had grown gray as well as blind in the service of his country. The system of civilian control held, anchored by the character of the commander. In the South, Greene continued his war of posts, forcing the British to evacuate Savannah and eventually Charleston. These were logistical evacuations, the orderly withdrawal of the imperial apparatus. The British fleets carried away thousands of troops, tons of stores, and thousands of loyalists and enslaved people who had sought freedom behind the British lines. It was a massive demographic shifting, a sorting of the population. In Paris, the diplomats, Franklin, Adams, and Jay, negotiated the peace. They worked through the complex web of European alliances, ultimately cutting a separate deal with the British that secured the recognition of independence and a generous boundary at the Mississippi River. The Treaty of Paris, signed in 1783, was the legal instrument that codified the results of the logistical struggle. It transformed the United States from a rebellious collection of colonies into a recognized sovereign entity within the international system of states. The final act of the war was the evacuation of New York City in November 1783. This was the liquidation of the British headquarters. For weeks, the harbor was filled with ships loading the last of the inventory. On November 25, the last British boat pushed off from the battery. As they left, they greased the flagpole and removed the halyards to prevent the raising of the American flag. It was a final, petty act of friction. An American sailor had to cleat his way up the pole to nail the new flag in place. Washington's entry into the city was not a triumph of conquest, but a restoration of civil authority. He marched in, followed by the governor of New York. A few days later at Fraunce's Tavern, Washington said farewell to his officers. It was an emotional dismantling of the military family. He then traveled to Annapolis, where the Congress was sitting, to perform the ultimate act of the Republican system, the resignation of his commission. He returned the power to the civilian authority from which it came. He rode home to Mount Vernon, arriving on Christmas Eve, a private citizen. The war was over. The United States existed on paper and on the map, but the systems that would hold it together, the government, the economy, the law, were fragile, makeshift, and untested. The external pressure of the British Empire had been removed, leaving the internal contradictions of the new nation exposed. The question was no longer how to win the war, but how to operate the peace. The period immediately following the cessation of hostilities in 1783 was defined not by the jubilation of victory, but by the creeping paralysis of a governing system that had outlived its wartime utility. The Articles of Confederation, the operating software of the new nation, were designed for a defensive alliance, not for the management of a peacetime state. They functioned on the principle of voluntary compliance, a system where the central authority could request funds but possessed no mechanism to enforce collection. The result was a fiscal vacuum. The Congress, now sitting in New York, was a legislative body without an executive arm, effectively a debating society with unpaid debts. The economic landscape was one of fragmentation. The British Empire, having lost the political control of the colonies, retaliated with a system of commercial exclusion. The Orders in Council closed the lucrative ports of the British West Indies to American shipping. The trade loop that had sustained the colonial economy for a century, flour and lumber for sugar and molasses, was severed. American captains, accustomed to the protection of the Royal Navy and the open markets of the empire, found themselves navigating a world of high tariffs and closed harbors. The New England ports, once bustling with the traffic of the triangular trade, saw their wharves fall silent. Ships rotted at the waterline. Sailors wandered the streets in search of work. Internally, the states began to erect their own systems of economic defense, not against foreign powers, but against each other. New York taxed firewood coming from Connecticut and cabbages from New Jersey. Virginia and Maryland argued over the navigation rights of the Potomac River. The concept of a unified national market did not exist. Each state printed its own currency, a chaotic mix of paper bills that fluctuated wildly in value. A merchant in Philadelphia accepting Rhode Island paper money did so at a calculated risk, consulting tables of exchange that changed weekly. This monetary confusion paralyzed long-term investment. Credit, the lubricant of the 18th century economy, dried up. The debt crisis was the heaviest burden. The war had been funded by borrowing from the French, from the Dutch, and from American citizens who held certificates of loan. The interest on this debt was accumulating, but the Congress had no revenue stream to pay it. The Continental Army had been disbanded with certificates promising future payment, commutation certificates that were quickly sold by desperate soldiers to speculators for pennies on the dollar. These speculators, forming a new financial class, held the paper claims to the nation's future, creating a deep fissure of resentment between the debtor farmers and the creditor merchants. In the Western territories, the vacuum of authority was physical. The British, despite the Treaty of Paris, refused to evacuate the frontier forts, Niagara, Detroit, Michilimackinac. They maintained these garrisons as a lever of influence over the indigenous tribes and a check on American expansion. The British officers in these forts continued to manage the fur trade, a logistical network that flowed north to Montreal rather than east to New York or Philadelphia. The American government, lacking an army to enforce the treaty or the money to raise one, could only issue diplomatic protests that were politely ignored in London. The indigenous nations, who had not been signatories to the Treaty of Paris, viewed the drawing of lines on European maps as a theoretical exercise without binding power. They organized their own systems of resistance. The Western Confederacy formed in the Ohio Country, a union of the Shawnee, Miami, and other tribes determined to hold the line of the Ohio River. They refused to recognize the land cessions made by other tribes or the claims of the American government. The frontier became a zone of low-intensity conflict, a bleeding edge where the survey teams of land speculators were met with the ambush tactics of warriors defending their hunting grounds. The survey of the land was the primary mechanism by which the Congress hoped to solve its financial insolvency. The Land Ordinance of 1785 was a piece of legislation that sought to impose pure geometry onto the wilderness. It established the public land survey system, a grid of townships 6 miles square, divided into 36 sections of 1 square mile each. This was the range and township system, a rigid, rationalist approach to geography. Surveyors were sent into the Ohio country not to map what was there, but to inscribe this abstract grid onto the forests and prairies. They ran lines due north and south, regardless of topography. The land was commodified before it was settled, turned into square units that could be sold at auction to pay the national debt. Section 16 of every township was reserved for the funding of public schools, a systemic commitment to education embedded in the geography itself. However, the sale of this land was slow. The system of auctions favored large speculators who could buy entire townships, rather than individual settlers. The Ohio Company of Associates, a group of former Army officers, purchased a massive tract of land with depreciated war bonds, a financial maneuver that allowed the government to retire debt while transferring vast territory to private management. The settlement of Marietta in 1788 was the first fruit of this system, a planned community with a campus Martius, fortified square, and strict laws, a transplant of New England order into the Trans-Appalachian West. The internal pressure of debt and taxation reached a breaking point in Massachusetts in 1786. The state government, dominated by Boston merchants, decided to pay off its war debts quickly by imposing heavy direct taxes required to be paid in hard currency. The farmers of western Massachusetts, who had little specie and were already struggling with the post-war depression, faced a wave of foreclosures. Their cattle and land were seized by the sheriffs. Debtors were thrown into prison. The legal system, intended to resolve disputes, became an engine of dispossession. The reaction was Shays' Rebellion. It was not a chaotic riot, but a regulated protest modeled on the systems of the Revolution itself. The farmers organized into regiments, elected officers, and marched in formation. They did not loot, they targeted the courts. Their objective was to shut down the judicial machinery that was processing their debts. They surrounded the courthouses in Northampton and Worcester, preventing the judges from sitting. It was a denial of service attack on the state government. Daniel Shays, a former captain in the Continental Army, became the reluctant figurehead. The response of the central government revealed its impotence. The Secretary of War, Henry Knox, wanted to send troops to restore order, but the Congress had no soldiers and no money to recruit them. They attempted to raise a force under the guise of fighting Indians, but the recruitment failed. The state of Massachusetts was forced to rely on a privately funded army, raised by the merchants of Boston, to crush the rebellion. The confrontation at the Springfield Armory in January 1787 was a brief, tragic collision. Shays' men attempted to seize the muskets and cannons stored there. The state militia fired their artillery into the ranks of the insurgents, killing 4 men. The rebellion collapsed, the men scattering into the snow, but the shock to the political system was profound. The event signaled to the elite across the colonies that the current operating system was failing. The fear was not of British invasion, but of internal anarchy. The excess of democracy, as they termed it, threatened property rights and social stability. A consensus began to form among the men of commerce and property, the lawyers, planters, and merchants, that a structural upgrade was required. The Annapolis Convention, called in 1786 to discuss trade regulation, failed to achieve a quorum but succeeded in issuing a call for a broader meeting. This led to the Philadelphia Convention of 1787. The gathering was a self-selected assembly of the system builders. 55 men arrived at the Pennsylvania State House. They were not a cross-section of the population. They were the creditors, the veterans, the educated. They met in secret, locking the doors and covering the windows with heavy curtains to prevent eavesdropping. The cobblestone street outside was covered with earth to dampen the sound of carriage wheels, ensuring the quiet necessary for deliberation. The process of the convention was parliamentary and methodical. George Washington was elected to preside, his presence providing the necessary gravity. He sat in a high-backed chair, saying little but enforcing the rules of order. The debates were not free-flowing conversations but structured arguments recorded in the journals. The Virginia Plan, introduced by James Madison, proposed a total replacement of the Articles with a consolidated national government consisting of 3 branches. This was the introduction of a new system architecture, separation of powers and checks and balances. The summer was spent in the grinding work of committee. The Committee of Detail and the Committee of Style took the broad agreements and hammered them into specific legal language. The friction between the large states and small states over representation was resolved through the Great Compromise, a mechanical solution that created a bicameral legislature with proportional representation in one house and equal representation in the other. The friction over slavery, the peculiar institution that underpinned the economy of the South, was managed through the 3/5 compromise. This was a mathematical formula that counted an enslaved person as 3/5 of a human being for purposes of taxation and representation, a systemic encoding of inequality that embedded the contradiction of slavery into the foundation of the new state. The resulting document, the Constitution, was a blueprint for a machine. It defined the gears and levers of government, the veto, the impeachment, the electoral college, the amendment process. It was designed to manage conflict through procedure, to slow down the passions of the mob through a series of filters. It gave the central government the power to tax, to raise armies, and to regulate commerce, the very powers lacking in the Articles. The signing of the Constitution in September 1787 was only the proposal. The ratification process was the sales pitch. The text was printed in newspapers and pamphlets. The country divided into 2 camps, the Federalists, who supported the new system, and the Anti-Federalists, who feared the consolidation of power. The debate was conducted through the press. The Federalist Papers, written by Hamilton, Madison, and Jay under the pseudonym Publius, were a series of 85 essays explaining the logic of the new machine. They analyzed the failures of past republics and the mechanics of the proposed union, creating a comprehensive manual for the operator of the new government. The ratification conventions in the states were the final hurdle. These were political battles fought with parliamentary tactics. In states like Massachusetts and Virginia, the vote was close. The promise of a Bill of Rights, a set of amendments to protect individual liberties, became the necessary patch to secure the approval of the skeptics. By the summer of 1788, the necessary 9 states had ratified. The old system of the Articles was effectively shut down. The transition to the new government was a logistical sequence. The old Congress set the dates: the first Wednesday in January for the selection of electors, the first Wednesday in February for the casting of votes, and the first Wednesday in March for the new government to commence operations. New York City was designated as the temporary capital. The City Hall was renovated by Peer Charles L'Enfant, transformed into Federal Hall with a balcony suitable for public ceremony. In April 1789, George Washington traveled from Mount Vernon to New York. His journey was a procession of adulation, but his mood was somber. He was stepping into a role that had no precedent. Every action he took, how he dressed, how he received visitors, what title he used, would set a precedent for the system. The inauguration on April 30 was a ritual of investiture. He stood on the balcony, placed his hand on a Bible, and swore the oath prescribed by the Constitution. It was a brief, legalistic performance. The machinery of the executive branch had to be built from scratch. There were no departments, no staff, no files. Washington appointed his cabinet: Thomas Jefferson for State, Alexander Hamilton for the Treasury, Henry Knox for War. These were not just advisors but department heads charged with creating the bureaucratic infrastructure. Hamilton, in particular, approached the Treasury with the mind of a systems engineer. He faced a chaotic jumble of foreign and domestic debt. His report on public credit proposed a bold financial system. The federal government would assume the war debts of the states, funding them at par to establish creditworthiness. He proposed a national bank to manage the currency and a mint to produce standardized coinage. Hamilton's vision was of a commercial empire, integrated by financial systems and manufacturing. Jefferson's vision was of an agrarian republic, decentralized and rooted in the soil. These two visions, fundamentally incompatible, began to form the poles of the first political party system. The friction was no longer between states, but between ideologies of governance. As the 1780s ended, the United States had successfully rebooted itself. The chaotic, loose confederation had been replaced by a consolidated federal state. The debt was being funded, the laws were being written, the grid was being laid upon the land. The quiet work of the clerks and the surveyors had prevailed over the noise of the rebellion. The system was now live, humming with the tension of its own internal contradictions, ready to face the test of operation in a hostile world. The first years of the 1790s were defined by the translation of the abstract principles of the Constitution into the concrete reality of administration. The federal government, operating from the crowded brick streets of Philadelphia, the temporary capital chosen while the permanent seat was prepared, began the work of quantification. To govern the nation, the state first had to measure it. The Census Act of 1790 initiated the first systematic inventory of the American population. This was not a passive observation, but a logistical mobilization of the federal judiciary. The task fell to the United States Marshals of each judicial district. These officers hired assistants to ride into the hinterlands, carrying schedules printed on paper that required specific data points. The name of the head of the family, the number of free white males aged 16 and upward, free white males under 16, free white females, all other free persons and slaves. The marshals moved through the coastal cities, the upland farms, and the remote settlements of the frontier. They pinned the lists to the doors of taverns for public inspection, ensuring accuracy through community surveillance. The resulting data, compiled and forwarded to the president, revealed a population of approximately 3.9 million people. It was a demographic map that dictated the distribution of political power. The number of seats each state held in the House of Representatives was recalibrated based on these returns. The enumeration transformed the people into statistics, allowing the government to allocate representation and direct taxation with mathematical precision. The census established the baseline for the federal system, a dataset that would be updated every 10 years, creating a rhythmic pulse of demographic accounting. Simultaneously, The financial architecture of the nation was being constructed by Alexander Hamilton. His vision for the Bank of the United States was the creation of a central nervous system for capital. The bank was chartered not merely to store specie, but to regulate the volume of currency and to provide loans to the government and private enterprise. It was a mechanism for standardizing value. In a nation flooded with foreign coins, Spanish dollars, Portuguese joes, French crowns, and depreciated state paper, the bank issued banknotes that were redeemable in gold and silver. These notes circulated as a trusted medium of exchange, binding the merchants of Boston to the planters of Charleston in a unified web of credit. The assumption of state debts by the federal government was the final locking mechanism of this financial structure. By taking on the war debts of the individual states, the federal government made itself the primary creditor of the wealthy class. The interest payments on this debt required a steady stream of revenue. The primary source was the tariff on imported goods, collected at the custom houses that lined the wharves of the Atlantic ports. These custom houses were the collection points of the federal income, staffed by collectors, naval officers, and surveyors who weighed teas, gauged wines, and measured cloth to calculate the duties owed. To supplement the tariff, Hamilton proposed an internal tax, an excise on distilled spirits. This tax, passed in 1791, was a levy on a specific process of production. It targeted the conversion of grain into whiskey. For the farmers west of the Appalachian Mountains, this was not a luxury tax but a direct assault on their economic survival. In the remote valleys of western Pennsylvania, grain was too heavy and bulky to transport over the mountains to eastern markets. A pack horse could carry only 4 bushels of grain, but it could carry 24 bushels if that grain was distilled into 2 kegs of whiskey. Whiskey was the liquid currency of the frontier, used to buy salt, iron, and powder. The enforcement of the excise tax required a new layer of bureaucracy. Revenue officers were appointed to register stills and collect the tax. These officers were required to inspect the detailed operations of the distilleries, measuring the capacity of the pot stills and the proof of the spirits. To the Western farmers, this intrusion mirrored the hated customs enforcement of the British Empire. The response was the activation of the old systems of colonial resistance. The Whiskey Rebellion that simmered from 1791 to 1794 was a systematic rejection of federal writ. Farmers organized into committees of correspondence. They erected liberty poles, tall wooden staffs that served as rallying points and symbols of defiance. The violence was targeted and ritualized. Tax collectors were not just beaten, they were tarred and feathered, a process of public humiliation designed to strip them of their official authority. Their horses were shaved, their wagons were broken. The Mingo Creek Democratic Society acted as a parallel government, adjudicating disputes and organizing the militia to block the operation of the federal courts. The crisis escalated in the summer of 1794. Federal marshals attempting to serve writs against non-paying distillers were met with armed force. The home of General John Neville, the regional inspector of the revenue, was surrounded by hundreds of armed men. The confrontation involved the exchange of gunfire and the burning of the house and barn. The destruction of Neville's property was a signal that the federal inventory, the ledgers and the writs, would not be respected west of the mountains. In Philadelphia, President Washington viewed this resistance as the ultimate test of the constitutional system. If a minority could dictate which laws to obey, the Union was functionally dissolved. He did not send a pamphlet. He authorized a military mobilization of overwhelming scale. Utilizing the Militia Act of 1792, he called upon the governors of Virginia, Maryland, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania to supply troops. The raising of the Watermelon Army, so named for the season and the haphazard nature of its initial supply, was a logistical feat. Nearly 13,000 men were mustered. These were not the ragged Continentals of Valley Forge, but well-equipped militia units from the seaboard, led by young officers eager to prove the strength of the new government. The supply chain for this army required the movement of thousands of wagons, the procurement of herds of cattle, and the establishment of magazines along the line of march. Washington himself rode out to review the troops at Carlisle and Cumberland, the only time a sitting American president has commanded an army in the field. His presence was a symbolic assertion of the commander-in-chief clause. He rode in a carriage, then on horseback, a visible embodiment of the federal will. He did not intend to fight a battle. He intended to display a system of force so large that resistance would be mathematically impossible. The march into western Pennsylvania was a methodical police action. The army moved in two columns, converging on the center of the rebellion near Pittsburgh. The roads were widened by pioneers. The camps were laid out in strict order. As the army advanced, the resistance evaporated. The leaders of the rebellion fled down the Ohio River into the Spanish territories or vanished into the deep woods. There was no battle of the Whiskey Rebellion. The rebels were farmers who returned to their plows when faced with the reality of a federal army. The army occupied the region through the autumn. The suppression took the form of a dragnet. Suspects were rooted out of their beds in the middle of the night, the dreadful night of November 13, and herded into temporary corrals. They were interrogated, not by soldiers, but by the federal judiciary that accompanied the army. The district judge and the district attorney conducted hearings, sifting through the evidence to identify the ringleaders. 20 men were sent back to Philadelphia for trial, marched in a column through the snow, a visual demonstration of the long reach of federal justice. While the army enforced the tax in the West, a different kind of survey was reshaping the banks of the Potomac River. The Residence Act of 1790 had authorized the creation of a permanent national capital, a district 10 miles square. The location was a political compromise, placing the seat of government on the border of the slave-holding South. The definition of this space fell to the surveyor Andrew Ellicott and the free African-American astronomer Benjamin Banneker. In 1791, Ellicott and his team began the survey of the district boundaries. They cleared a swathe through the woods 40 feet wide, a literal line of sight cut into the forest. Every mile, they placed a boundary stone. These sandstone markers were inscribed with the words "Jurisdiction of the United States" on the side facing the district, and the name of the state, Virginia or Maryland, on the other. This was the physical inscription of federal sovereignty onto the landscape, creating a distinct legal zone separate from the states. Inside this perimeter, the French engineer Pierre Charles L'Enfant designed the city. His plan was a Baroque imposition of geometry. He laid out a grid of streets running north-south and east-west, overlaid with broad diagonal avenues that radiated from the two centers of power, the President's House and the Congress House. The intersections of these avenues created circles and squares intended for monuments. It was a plan of grand vistas and reciprocal sightlines, designed to impress the viewer with the scale and order of the state. The construction of the federal city was a slow, muddy process. The land was swampy and prone to flooding. The clearing of the avenues required the removal of massive stands of oak and tulip poplar. The labor force consisted largely of enslaved African Americans, hired out by their owners to the federal commissioners. They felled the trees, dug the clay for bricks, and quarried the sandstone for the public buildings. The Capitol was built by the system of slavery it was designed to govern. In the Northwest Territory, the conflict with the Indigenous Confederacy reached a decisive phase. After 2 American expeditions under Harmer and St. Clair were destroyed by the forces of Little Turtle and Blue Jacket, St. Clair's defeat in 1791 remains the worst defeat of the U.S. Army by Native Americans in history. The government reorganized its military system. General Anthony Wayne was appointed to command the Legion of the United States. The Legion was a departure from the ad hoc regimental system. It was a combined arms force, integrated with infantry, cavalry, riflemen, and artillery. Wayne spent 2 years training the Legion at Legionville in Pennsylvania. He drilled them in the specific tactics required for forest warfare: rapid movement, marksmanship, and the use of the bayonet to clear timber. He established a chain of forts: Fort Hamilton, Fort St. Clair, Fort Jefferson, Fort Recovery, advancing the logistical base of the Army deep into the Ohio country. The culmination of this systematic advance was the Battle of Fallen Timbers in 1794. The battle took place in a stand of tornado-damaged trees near the Maumee River. Wayne's Legion advanced in open order. When the indigenous warriors fired, the Legion charged with bayonets before the warriors could reload, flushing them from the cover of the fallen logs. The cavalry swept around the flanks. It was a victory of professional discipline and superior logistics. The defeated warriors retreated to the gates of the British Fort Miamis, but the British commander, unwilling to start a war with the United States, refused to open the gates. The system of British support had failed them. The resulting Treaty of Greenville in 1795 was a massive transfer of real estate. The indigenous leaders were forced to cede most of the future state of Ohio to the United States. The treaty established a boundary line between Indian and American lands, a line that would be pushed steadily westward by the pressure of survey and settlement. By the mid-1790s, the United States had established its authority through the successful application of systems. The financial system was funding the debt. The census was tracking the population. The excise was being collected, however resentfully, and the Army had demonstrated its ability to crush internal rebellion and external indigenous resistance. The abstract paper constitution had been forged into a working government of iron, brick, and stone. In the autumn of 1796, the United States witnessed a systemic innovation of profound significance: the voluntary relinquishment of executive power. George Washington, having served 2 four-year terms as the primary administrator of the Republic, signaled his intent to retire. This decision was not announced from a balcony or in a speech to Congress, but through the medium of the press. The farewell address was a manuscript delivered to the editor of Claypool's American Daily Advertiser in Philadelphia. It was a dense, typographic block of text, occupying nearly an entire page. This document functioned as a technical manual for the operation of the Union. It was a series of warnings and protocols, drafted with the assistance of Alexander Hamilton. Washington advised against the formation of permanent alliances with foreign powers, establishing a doctrine of diplomatic neutrality that would govern American foreign policy for a century. He warned against the baneful effects of the spirit of party. viewing political factions as a systemic error that jammed the gears of government. The address was reprinted in newspapers throughout the states, a standardized transmission of political wisdom that circulated at the speed of the post writer. The subsequent election of 1796 was the first stress test of the Electoral College mechanism without a predetermined outcome. The system, as designed in the Constitution, was flawed. It did not distinguish between votes for president and vice president. The runner-up simply took the second office. The result was a political hybrid. John Adams, a Federalist, became president, and Thomas Jefferson, the leader of the opposing Republican faction, became vice president. The executive branch was thus composed of two incompatible operating systems, forced to function within the same administration. Adams inherited a diplomatic crisis that rapidly escalated into a logistical conflict. The French Republic, angered by the American treaty with Britain, authorized a maritime campaign against American shipping. French privateers, state-sanctioned pirates operating out of the West Indies, began to seize American merchant vessels. They targeted the inventory of the Atlantic trade, flour bound for Britain, sugar returning to Boston. Hundreds of ships were captured, their cargoes condemned by French admiralty courts in a bureaucratic process of legalized theft. The American response was the activation of a naval construction program that had been authorized years earlier. The Naval Act of 1794 had funded the construction of 6 heavy frigates. These were not standard warships, but technological hybrids designed by Joshua Humphreys. They were built to be heavier and faster than any European frigate. The construction was a continental supply chain operation. The keels were laid in 6 different cities: Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Norfolk, and Portsmouth, to distribute the economic benefits. The materials for these ships were sourced from specific ecosystems. The frames were constructed of live oak, a dense, rot-resistant timber harvested from the coastal islands of Georgia. Gangs of woodcutters camped in the swamps, shaping the curved timbers on site to match templates sent from the shipyards. The copper bolts and sheathing, essential to protect the hulls from wood-boring shipworms, were manufactured by Paul Revere's foundry in Massachusetts using a new process of rolling heated metal. The masts were white pine from the forests of Maine. The canvas for the sails was woven in Paterson, New Jersey. The launch of the USS United States, Constitution, and Constellation in 1797 represented the assembly of the nation's industrial capacity into floating batteries of 44 guns. The diplomatic attempt to resolve the crisis resulted in the XYZ affair. American envoys in Paris were met not by the French foreign minister, but by agents demanding a bribe and a loan as the price for negotiation. This was a violation of the codified rituals of diplomacy. When the dispatches detailing this extortion were released to Congress, the reaction was a systemic shift toward war. The slogan, "Millions for defense, but not 1 cent for tribute," became the rallying cry. The Congress authorized the quasi-war, an undeclared naval conflict fought entirely at sea. The Department of the Navy was created in 1798 to manage this conflict, separating naval administration from the War Department. The first Secretary of the Navy, Benjamin Stoddert, organized a convoy system. American merchant ships were gathered into groups and escorted through the dangerous waters of the Caribbean by the new frigates. This was a defensive logistical strategy, aiming to protect the flow of commerce rather than to conquer territory. The frigates proved their design superiority in ship-to-ship duels, shattering French vessels with the weight of their broadsides. Domestically, the fear of French subversion led the Federalist majority in Congress to pass the Alien and Sedition Acts in 1798. These laws were a legislative attempt to secure the internal system by silencing dissent. The Alien Acts extended the residency requirement for citizenship from 5 to 14 years, a bureaucratic wall erected against the influx of Irish and French immigrants who tended to support the Republican faction. They also authorized the president to deport any non-citizen deemed dangerous to the peace and safety of the United States. The Sedition Act was a direct regulation of language. It made it a crime to write, print, utter, or publish any false, scandalous, and malicious writing against the government. The enforcement of this act targeted the editors of Republican newspapers. Federal marshals arrested printers, and federal judges presided over trials where the truth of the statement was often ruled inadmissible as a defense. Men like Matthew Lyon, a congressman from Vermont, were imprisoned for letters critical of the president. Lyon conducted his re-election campaign from a jail cell, a paradox of the democratic process, where the candidate was incarcerated by the administration he sought to oppose. The reaction to these acts was the formulation of a constitutional countersystem. Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, working in secret, drafted the Kentucky and Virginia resolutions. These documents were adopted by the respective state legislatures. They articulated the theory of interposition and nullification, the idea that the states, as the original parties to the constitutional compact, retained the right to judge the constitutionality of federal laws. This was a legal argument that placed the state legislatures as a check on the federal Congress, a structural fault line that would vibrate for decades. In 1799, the era of the founding faced a symbolic termination. George Washington, living in retirement at Mount Vernon, fell ill after riding in sleet and snow. The medical response was a rigid application of the prevailing theory of humors. His physicians, summoned in haste, initiated a regimen of aggressive bloodletting. Over a period of hours, they removed nearly half of his blood volume, utilizing lancets and cups in a systematic attempt to reduce the inflammation. They applied blisters of cantharides, dried beetles, to his throat and administered emetics. The medical system of the 18th century, operating with the best intentions and the highest authority, accelerated the failure of his biological system. He died on the evening of December 14, checking his own pulse until it stopped. The news of his death traveled slowly, rippling outward from Virginia. As it reached each town, the rituals of mourning were enacted. Mock funerals were held. Masonic lodges marched in procession. Church bells were muffled. The nation entered a period of performative grief, wearing black armbands and listening to eulogies that began the process of transforming the man into a marble monument. By 1800, the political friction within the capital, now moved to the raw, unfinished village of Washington, D.C., reached a breaking point. The federal government had relocated to the banks of the Potomac. The conditions were primitive. Congressmen lived in boarding houses, walking along muddy paths to the Capitol, of which only one wing was completed. The president's house was a cavernous, damp shell where Abigail Adams hung her laundry in the unfinished East Room to dry. The election of 1800 was a rematch between Adams and Jefferson, but it was fought with a new level of organizational intensity. It was the first election where the political parties operated as national machines. They coordinated the selection of electors, published partisan pamphlets, and mobilized voters in the state legislatures. The Federalists attacked Jefferson as an atheist and a Jacobin. The The Republicans attacked Adams as a monarchist and a tyrant. The result of the voting revealed a critical glitch in the constitutional software. Thomas Jefferson and his running mate, Aaron Burr, received an identical number of electoral votes. Because the ballots did not distinguish between president and vice president, the two men were technically tied for the highest office. The election was thrown into the House of Representatives, a lame duck body still controlled by the Federalists. For days the House balloted. The voting was done by state delegations, with each state casting one vote. The deadlock persisted for 35 ballots. It was a constitutional crisis of pure mathematics. The Federalists debated whether to elect Burr or to stall the proceedings until the government's term expired. The system was gridlocked. It was Alexander Hamilton, intervening from the sidelines, who broke the impasse. Though he opposed Jefferson's policies, he viewed Burr as a man without principles, a Catiline who would wreck the Republic. Hamilton used his influence to persuade key Federalists to abstain, allowing the blank ballots to shift the majority to Jefferson. On the 36th ballot, the system resolved. Thomas Jefferson was declared the president-elect. This was the Revolution of 1800. Its revolutionary character lay not in violence, but in the peaceful transfer of power from one party to another. The Federalists, having lost the executive and the legislature, did not call out the army. They accepted the count. They packed their papers and prepared to depart. However, in their final weeks of power, the Federalists moved to entrench themselves in the one branch they still controlled, the judiciary. The Judiciary Act of 1801 created a new tier of circuit courts and judgeships. President Adams spent his last nights in office signing commissions for these midnight judges, filling the bench with loyal Federalists. These life appointments were intended to serve as a fortress of legal conservatism against the incoming Republican tide. As the 18th century ended, the United States had survived its infancy. It had built a navy, suppressed a rebellion, and navigated a constitutional crisis. The government was no longer a theoretical construct, but a physical reality of clerks, judges, postmasters, and tax collectors. The capital city was a construction site, a mess of mud and scaffolding that mirrored the unfinished nature of the Union itself. The systems were in place, but they were about to be operated by men who had spent the last decade arguing that those very systems were dangerous. On the morning of March 4, 1801, the transfer of executive power was marked by a deliberate reduction in ceremonial friction. Thomas Jefferson, the incoming president, did not arrive in a carriage drawn by 6 horses, nor did he wear a sword. He walked from his boarding house to the unfinished Capitol building, dressed in plain clothes, accompanied by a few friends and a detachment of artillery that offered a modest salute. This visual simplicity was a systemic reset, a programmed rejection of the monarchical forms that had characterized the previous administrations. The inauguration took place in the Senate chamber, a room heated by wood fires, where Jefferson read his address in a voice so quiet that few beyond the front rows could hear it. The administration that followed was defined by a philosophy of retrenchment. The objective was to dismantle the fiscal military state constructed by Hamilton. The internal taxes, including the hated whiskey excise, were repealed. The army was reduced to a skeleton force of 3,000 men, stationed primarily in the western forts. The heavy frigates of the Navy, expensive to maintain, were laid up in ordinary at the Washington Navy Yard, their guns greased and their sails stored in warehouses. In their place, Jefferson proposed a system of gunboats, small, shallow draft vessels carrying a single cannon, designed for harbor defense. This was a defensive naval doctrine, a shift from projecting power on the high oceans to guarding the coastline with a Mosquito fleet that cost a fraction of a ship of the line. While the executive branch contracted, the judicial branch asserted a new form of systemic authority. The case of Marbury v. Madison arose from the administrative debris of the Adams administration. William Marbury, one of the midnight judges, petitioned the Supreme Court to force the delivery of his signed commission, a piece of parchment that was the physical proof of his office. The new Secretary of State, James Madison, acting on executive instructions, refused to hand it over. Chief Justice John Marshall, writing the opinion in 1803, resolved the dispute not by issuing a writ, but by defining the boundaries of the legal system itself. He ruled that while Marbury had a right to the commission, the law that gave the Supreme Court the power to force its delivery was unconstitutional. In doing so, Marshall established the principle of judicial review. The court claimed the final authority to interpret the operating code of the Constitution, transforming the judiciary from a passive adjudicator of disputes into a co-equal branch, capable of voiding the actions of the Congress and the President. It was a bloodless coup of logic that embedded a permanent check within the federal machinery. In Europe, the resumption of war between Britain and France created a sudden geopolitical opportunity. Napoleon Bonaparte, needing cash for his armies and unable to defend his North American holdings, offered to sell the entire Louisiana territory. The American envoys in Paris, authorized only to purchase New Orleans, found themselves negotiating the acquisition of a continental interior. The resulting treaty was a real estate transaction of unprecedented scale. 828,000 square miles for $15 million. The logistics of this transfer, the Louisiana Purchase, were complex. The territory had to be formally retroceded from Spain to France before it could be handed over to the United States. In New Orleans, a city of French architecture and Spanish law, the ceremonies were conducted with rigid protocol. On December 20, 1803, in the Cabildo, the keys to the city were handed over. The French tricolor was lowered in the place d'armes, and the American flag was raised. This was not a conquest by armies, but a conquest by contract. The inhabitants of the territory, French planters, Spanish officials, free people of color, and enslaved Africans, were transferred to American jurisdiction by the stroke of a pen, their legal status shifting overnight from subjects of an emperor to citizens and non-citizens of a republic. To inventory this vast new acquisition, the president authorized a military reconnaissance mission, the Corps of Discovery. Meriwether Lewis and William Clark were not explorers in the romantic sense, but surveyors commanding a mobile detachment of the Army. Their preparation was scientific and logistical. Lewis spent months in Philadelphia studying botany, astronomy, and medicine. The equipment list for the expedition was a study in self-sufficiency. Chronometers for longitude, sextants for latitude, specialized portable soup for emergency rations, and an air rifle to impress indigenous observers. The expedition, launching from St. Louis in 1804, operated as a traveling diplomatic and scientific unit. They moved up the Missouri River in a keelboat and pirogues, a slow, muscular ascent against the current. The daily routine involved the systematic recording of data. Every evening, the captains wrote in their journals, noting the temperature, the direction of the wind, the course of the river, and the descriptions of new species of flora and fauna. They produced maps that turned the blank space of the West into a grid of named rivers and measured distances. Their interaction with the indigenous nations, the Mandan, the Sioux, the Shoshone, was governed by a standardized diplomatic protocol. They held councils, smoked the pipe, and distributed peace medals, silver medallions bearing the likeness of Jefferson. These objects were part of the inventory of empire, intended to integrate the tribes into the American trade network. The expedition was a projection of the federal government's desire to catalog and classify the continent, to reduce the wilderness to a set of knowable, manageable facts. As the Corps pushed west, the maritime systems of the Atlantic were breaking down. The British Royal Navy, desperate for manpower to fight Napoleon, expanded its system of impressment. British warships stopped American merchant vessels on the high seas, mustering the crews to inspect them for deserters. This was a bureaucratic filtration process enforced by canon. Sailors were identified by their dialect or lack of papers and forcibly transferred to the British service. The sovereignty of the American ship was violated by the manpower needs of the British fleet. The friction intensified in 1807 with the Chesapeake Leopard affair. A British fourth-rate ship, the HMS Leopard, hailed the American frigate USS Chesapeake off the coast of Virginia. When the American Commodore refused to allow a search, the Leopard fired broadsides into the unprepared American ship. The Chesapeake, her decks cluttered with cables and casks, could not return fire and struck her colors. The British boarded, seized 4 sailors, and departed. This was a direct military assault on a vessel of the United States Navy, within sight of the American coast. The public outcry demanded war, but Jefferson chose a system of economic exclusion. His theory was peaceable coercion. He believed that American commerce was so vital to the European powers that the denial of it would force them to respect American neutrality. The result was the Embargo Act of 1807. The embargo was a total cessation of the export system. It forbade any American ship from sailing for a foreign port. The intent was to starve Europe of American grain and cotton. The reality was the strangulation of the American economy. The ports of New England, the engines of the region's wealth, were legally sealed. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. Ships sat idle at the wharves, their topmasts housed, covered in tarpaulins to prevent rot. The warehouses filled with unsold flour and tobacco. The price of wheat collapsed. To enforce this self-blockade, the federal government had to construct a massive police apparatus. The customs collectors were given extraordinary powers to search vessels and seize property without warrants. Gunboats patrolled the harbors not to keep enemies out, but to keep American citizens in. The agrabme, embargo spelled backward, became a symbol of government overreach. Smuggling became a systemic industry. On the Canadian border, sleds loaded with potash and pork moved across the frozen lakes at night, defying the customs officers. In the South, ships claimed to be blown off course by storms to trade in the West Indies. The federal government found itself at war with the economic instincts of its own people. While the coast stagnated, the internal political system faced a bizarre stress test in the form of the Burr conspiracy. Aaron Burr, the former vice president, cast out of the political establishment after killing Alexander Hamilton in a duel, began to organize a private military expedition in the West. His intentions were opaque, perhaps to invade Mexico, perhaps to separate the western states from the Union. He traveled down the Ohio and Mississippi rivers, recruiting men and gathering supplies at Blennerhassett Island. The response of the Jefferson administration was a legal mobilization. Burr was arrested and brought to Richmond, Virginia, for trial. The charge was treason. The trial of Aaron Burr in 1807 was a spectacle of law and politics. Chief Justice Marshall presided, strictly defining treason according to the Constitution. It required an overt act of levying war witnessed by two people. Conspiracy alone was not treason. The government, despite its immense effort to gather witnesses and documents, could not meet this high evidentiary threshold. Burr was acquitted, a demonstration that the legal system could withstand the pressure of the executive branch, even when the defendant was a political pariah. In 1808, the constitutional ban on the importation of enslaved persons went into effect. The Constitution had protected the international slave trade for 20 years, but the clock had run out. Congress passed legislation prohibiting the arrival of new captives from Africa. This did not end slavery. It altered the logistics of the supply. The domestic slave trade expanded to fill the vacuum. A new system of internal migration began, moving enslaved people from the depleted tobacco fields of the Upper South to the expanding cotton lands of the Deep South. The Middle Passage was replaced by the Coffle Line, chained groups of men and women walking south along the post roads, a forced migration that redistributed the labor force of the nation. As Jefferson's second term concluded in 1809, the failure of the embargo was undeniable. It had not coerced Britain or France. It had only impoverished the United States. In the final days of his presidency, he signed the Non-Intercourse Act, a partial lifting of the ban that reopened trade with all nations except Britain and France. It was a tacit admission that the system of economic warfare had failed. James Madison succeeded Jefferson, inheriting a nation trapped in a diplomatic stalemate. The war hawks, a new generation of congressmen from the South and West, began to agitate for a military solution. Men like Henry Clay and John C. Calhoun viewed the British maritime policies and their support of the indigenous resistance in the West as intolerable affronts to national honor. They did not remember the horrors of the Revolution. They saw war as a system of vindication and expansion. In the Indiana Territory, the Shawnee leader Tecumseh and his brother, the Prophet, were organizing the last great pan-Indian confederacy. Their headquarters was Prophetstown, a settlement at the confluence of the Tippecanoe and Wabash rivers. Their system was spiritual and political rejection of American goods and American authority. They traveled widely, from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico, carrying red sticks as a calendar for a coordinated uprising. They sought to unify the tribes into a single geopolitical entity, capable of halting the survey lines. The collision came in November 1811. William Henry Harrison, the governor of the Indiana Territory, marched an army of regulars and militia toward Prophetstown. He camped near the town, inviting an attack. The Battle of Tippecanoe was a confused pre-dawn engagement. The indigenous warriors attacked the camp, but the American line held. Prophetstown was abandoned and burned. The Confederacy was damaged, but the British weapons found on the battlefield confirmed the American suspicion. The British in Canada were supplying the resistance. By 1812, the systems of diplomacy had been exhausted. The impressment continued. The orders in council remained in effect. The frontier was aflame. The United States was a nation with a dismantled army, a tiny navy, and a bankrupt treasury, yet the political machine in Washington ground inexorably toward conflict. The declaration of war in June 1812 was passed by the closest margin of any formal declaration in American history. It was a war chosen by the legislative system, driven by a calculation that the continued existence of the Republic required a violent assertion of its sovereignty. The orders were cut, the militia quotas were issued, and the nation prepared to throw its disorganized systems against the veteran military machine of the British Empire. The summer of 1812 opened with a profound disconnect between the legislative theory of the war and the logistical reality of the field. The declaration signed in Washington was a document of intent. The apparatus available to execute it was a dismantled ruin. The United States Army authorized by Congress on paper bore little resemblance to the scattered garrisons of aging veterans and raw recruits that existed in fact. The operational plan, conceived in the War Department, was a geometric abstraction, a three-pronged invasion of Canada, striking simultaneously at Detroit, Niagara, and Montreal. It relied on the assumption that the Canadian population would welcome the invaders and that the state militias would function as a seamless extension of the federal force. Both assumptions were systemic errors. The primary vector of the invasion, General William Hull's army at Detroit, collapsed not from the impact of enemy fire, but from a failure of communication and logistics. The British commanders in Canada, utilizing a superior network of fur traders and indigenous runners, received news of the declaration of war days before the American general. Hull's baggage train, including his official papers and muster rolls, was captured by a British vessel on Lake Erie before he even knew hostilities had commenced. Isolated at the end of a 200-mile supply line that ran through dense forests controlled by hostile indigenous warriors, Hull's nerve failed. The British commander, Isaac Brock, played upon this psychological fragility. He employed a deception system, dressing his militia in discarded regular uniforms to inflate his numbers, and allowing a letter to fall into American hands that exaggerated the size of his indigenous support. Hull, fearing a massacre of the civilians under his protection, surrendered the fort, the army, and the entire Michigan territory without a formal siege. It was a catastrophic deletion of the American left flank, a surrender of inventory that included thousands of muskets and 33 cannon. On the Niagara front, the invasion stalled due to the legal architecture of the militia system. The American force was a hybrid of federal regulars and New York State militia. When the order was given to cross the Niagara River into Canada, the militia refused. They stood on the American bank, citing their constitutional interpretation that the militia existed to repel invasions, not to conduct them. They watched from safety as the small detachment of regulars that had crossed was surrounded and captured at the Battle of Queenston Heights. The offensive was paralyzed by a jurisdictional dispute between the state and the federal government, fought out on the battlefield itself. While the land war devolved into a series of humiliations, the maritime war produced a technological shock. The heavy frigates of the United States Navy, dismissed by the British Admiralty as a few fur-built frigates with a bit of striped bunting, proved to be a disruptive innovation. In August, the USS Constitution, commanded by Isaac Hull, intercepted the HMS Guerriere in the Atlantic. The engagement was a validation of the specific design systems of Joshua Humphreys. The American ship was larger, heavily framed with live oak, and carried more guns than the standard British frigate. When the ships closed, the British shot was observed to bounce off the Constitution's thick sides. The American return fire, delivered with a slow, deliberate rhythm, dismantled the British ship. In less than an hour, the Guerrière was a dismasted hulk. The surrender of a Royal Navy frigate in a single-ship action was a statistical anomaly that shook the confidence of the British naval establishment. It did not alter the strategic balance. The British had hundreds of ships, the Americans less than 20, but it shattered the myth of inevitable British invincibility. To counter the overwhelming numbers of the Royal Navy, the United States activated the privateering system. This was the privatization of the naval war. The government issued letters of marque and reprisal to merchant captains, legally authorizing them to seize British property on the high seas. This turned the blockade-running schooners of Baltimore and Salem into commerce raiders. These vessels, built for speed, fanned out across the Atlantic, targeting the supply lines of the empire. They operated on a profit motive. The captured ships and cargoes were sold, with the proceeds divided between the crew and the owners. It was a decentralized, self-funding war of attrition that drove up insurance rates in London and harried British trade in a way the small Federal Navy could not. By 1813, the strategic focus shifted to the control of the Great Lakes. These inland seas were the logistical arteries of the northern frontier. Without control of the water, no army could be supplied in the wilderness. The British held the advantage on Lake Erie. To reverse this, the U.S. Navy Department ordered the construction of a fleet at Presque Isle, Erie, Pennsylvania. The construction of this fleet was a triumph of logistical improvisation. Oliver Hazard Perry, the naval commander, arrived to find a wilderness settlement with no infrastructure. Everything required to build a warship, except the timber, had to be hauled overland from Pittsburgh or Philadelphia. Anchors, cannon, canvas, and rope were dragged by ox teams over hundreds of miles of mud roads. The shipwrights felled the trees in the morning and practically shaped them into hulls by the afternoon. The wood was green and unseasoned, destined to rot quickly, but the deadline was immediate. The fleet was built for a single season. The operational bottleneck was the sandbar at the harbor entrance. The new brigs, the Lawrence and the Niagara, drew too much water to cross it with their guns aboard. The British fleet blockaded the harbor, waiting for the Americans to attempt the crossing. When the British briefly lifted the blockade due to weather, Perry executed a complex engineering maneuver. He utilized camels, large, watertight pontoons. These were placed alongside the empty hulls, sunk, lashed to the ships, and then pumped out. The buoyancy of the camels lifted the warships just enough to scrape over the bar. The guns were then ferried out and mounted in a frantic race against the return of the British. The subsequent Battle of Lake Erie in September 1813 was a collision of two logistical chains. The British fleet, short on provisions and sailors, was forced to come out and fight. The engagement was brutal and chaotic. Perry's flagship was destroyed, forcing him to transfer his flag to the Niagara in a rowboat under heavy fire. The American victory was total. The entire British squadron was captured. This naval control severed the supply line to the British Army in Detroit. Without food or ammunition coming across the lake, the British were forced to abandon Detroit and retreat eastward into Canada. General William Henry Harrison's army pursued the retreating British and their indigenous allies. The catch occurred at the Thames River. The British line, demoralized and hungry, collapsed quickly. The indigenous warriors, led by Tecumseh, fought a holding action in a swamp. In the confusion of the melee, Tecumseh was killed. His death was a systemic collapse for the indigenous Confederacy. The unity he had forged could not survive the loss of his personal leadership, and the British failure to provide support. The warriors dispersed, returning to their villages. The threat of a unified indigenous state in the Northwest was effectively terminated. In the South, a separate but related conflict erupted, the Creek War. The Red Sticks, a faction of the Creek Nation inspired by Tecumseh's message of resistance, rose against the American encroachment and the accommodationist faction of their own people. The massacre at Fort Mims, where Red Sticks stormed a stockade and killed hundreds of settlers and mixed-race Creeks, triggered a massive mobilization of the Tennessee militia. Andrew Jackson, a militia general with no formal military training, led the response. His campaign was a war against logistics. He marched his army deep into the Alabama wilderness, building roads as he went. His supply system, dependent on contractors floating grain down the rivers, failed repeatedly. The army starved. Mutiny became a daily administrative problem. Entire regiments, their enlistments expiring, prepared to walk home. Jackson maintained cohesion through the sheer force of his will, at one point using 2 field guns to block the road and threatening to fire on his own departing troops. The climax of this campaign was the Battle of Horseshoe Bend in March 1814. The Red Sticks had constructed a sophisticated defensive position, a log barricade across the neck of a peninsula formed by the Tallapoosa River. It was an engineering marvel that rendered their village inside the bend nearly impregnable to frontal assault. Jackson responded with a combined arms approach. He used his artillery to batter the wall, while his Cherokee allies swam the river to attack the village from the rear, seizing the Red Stick canoes and setting fire to the houses. Trapped between the burning village and the wall, the Red Stick warriors refused to surrender. The slaughter continued until darkness. It was the destruction of the military capacity of the Creek Nation, followed by the Treaty of Fort Jackson, which forced the cession of 23 million acres of land, a massive transfer of territory that opened the Deep South to the cotton plantation system. As 1814 progressed, the global context of the war shifted. Napoleon was defeated in Europe and exiled to Elba. The British Empire, no longer distracted by a continental war, turned its full attention to the American nuisance. The strict blockade was extended to the entire American coast. The Royal Navy established a cordon of steel from Maine to Georgia. The economic impact of this blockade was the asphyxiation of the American treasury. Import duties, the primary source of federal revenue, vanished. The government was effectively bankrupt, unable to pay the interest on its loans or the wages of its soldiers. In the coastal towns, the price of imported goods, salt, sugar, coffee, skyrocketed, while domestic produce rotted on the wharves. The internal transport system reverted to the wagon. With the coastal shipping lanes closed, goods had to be moved north and south by land. The roads became clogged with heavy freight wagons, a slow, expensive inefficiency that highlighted the lack of internal infrastructure. On the Niagara front, the American Army underwent a transformation. General Winfield Scott established a camp of instruction at Buffalo. He recognized that the failures of the previous years were failures of system. He instituted a rigorous regime of drill, lasting 10 hours a day. He standardized the discipline, the camp sanitation, and the manual of arms, utilizing the French revolutionary manuals, since translated. There was a shortage of blue cloth for uniforms, so Scott's brigade was issued jackets of gray wool, the only material available. When these troops took the field at the Battle of Chippewa in July 1814, The British commander reportedly mistook them for militia due to their gray coats. However, when the Americans advanced through heavy artillery fire without breaking, maneuvering with the precision of veterans, the realization of the change was immediate. The engagement was a linear stand-up fight in an open plain, a geometry of volleys. The American system held. The British line broke. It was a victory of drill, proving that the American soldier, when processed through a professional system of training, was the equal of the European regular. But these tactical successes could not mask the strategic peril. The British were preparing a multi-pronged offensive designed to break the Republic. Veteran regiments from the Peninsula War, men who had defeated the French marshals, were boarding transports in Bordeaux. They were headed for the Chesapeake, for Lake Champlain, and for the mouth of the Mississippi. The war was moving from a border conflict to a fight for national survival. In the Chesapeake, the British established a base on Tangier Island. They operated a system of predation, raiding the plantations and offering freedom to enslaved men who would join the colonial Marines. This was a potent psychological and economic weapon, turning the labor force of the region against its masters. The British Admiral George Cockburn terrorized the bay, burning hamlets and seizing tobacco, moving with impunity across the intricate waterways that the Americans had no navy to defend. The stage was set for the British to strike at the political heart of the Union. The road to Washington was open, guarded only by a confused collection of militia and a government that had spent 2 years ignoring the necessity of local defense. The capital, a city of unpaved streets and unfinished buildings, waited for the arrival of the veterans of Waterloo. The British advance on Washington in August 1814 was not a conquest of territory but a punitive raid, a logistical sorting exercise designed to destroy the administrative capacity of the enemy. The British force, landing at Benedict, Maryland, moved with the confidence of veterans. They marched through the humid heat of the Tidewater summer, a column of red wool moving unopposed toward the capital. The American response was a study in systemic paralysis. The Secretary of War, John Armstrong, had insisted that Washington was not a target, believing the British would strike the commercial hub of Baltimore instead. Consequently, no earthworks had been dug, no batteries mounted. The defense was improvised at Bladensburg, a village situated at a bridge crossing the Anacostia River. The American deployment was chaotic. Militia units were rushed into position without knowing their commanders or their orders. The president and the cabinet rode out to the battlefield, adding confusion to the chain of command. When the British light infantry, hardened by years of war against Napoleon, charged across the bridge under fire and deployed their Congreve rockets, shrieking, erratic missiles that served as psychological terror weapons, the American militia line dissolved. It was known later as the Bladensburg Races, a route where the speed of the retreat exceeded the speed of the pursuit. The road to the capital was open. The evacuation of Washington was a frantic effort to save the inventory of state. Government clerks, acting on their own initiative, stuffed linen sacks with the records of the State Department, the treaties, the correspondence, and the original Declaration of Independence. These were loaded into wagons and carted out to Virginia, finding safety in a gristmill. At the president's house, Dolly Madison secured the portrait of George Washington, breaking the frame to extract the canvas, ensuring that the symbolic image of the founder did not become a British trophy. The British entered the city at dusk. The destruction was systematic. Officers formed firing parties. They piled furniture in the center of the House of Representatives and the Senate chamber, applying torches to the mahogany desks. The Library of Congress was fueled by its own books. The president's house was similarly gutted, the soot blackening the stone walls. The Navy Yard was burned by the retreating Americans to deny the stores to the enemy. The sky over the Potomac glowed orange, a visual signal that the seat of government had been erased. The British did not stay to occupy. They had completed their checklist of destruction and marched back to their ships. The fleet then turned its attention to Baltimore. Here, the defensive system was robust. The city, governed by a committee of vigilance and safety, had spent months preparing. They sank hulks in the harbor channel to block the approach. They dug a massive line of earthworks on the eastern approach to the city, manned by over 10,000 militia and volunteers. The defense of Baltimore was an integrated system of land fortifications and harbor batteries. The British attempt to reduce Fort McHenry, the guardian of the harbor, was a test of artillery logistics. For 25 hours, British bomb vessels and rocket ships pummeled the fort from a range of 2 miles, outside the reach of the American guns. The fort, a star-shaped brick structure, absorbed the punishment. Inside, the garrison waited, enduring the rain of iron. The outcome hinged on the flag, a massive woolen ensign, 30 by 42 feet, commissioned specifically to be visible at a distance. Its survival at dawn was the data point that confirmed the system had held. The British, unable to force the harbor or breach the land defenses, withdrew. The administrative center had burned, but the commercial center held. While the Chesapeake burned, the British launched a northern invasion from Canada, moving down the Lake Champlain corridor. This was the same route Bergen had taken in 1777, and it faced the same logistical bottleneck, the control of the lake. The British army of 10,000 veterans waited for the British fleet to clear the American squadron. The Battle of Plattsburgh Bay was a contest of naval engineering and seamanship. The American commander, Thomas MacDonough, anchored his ships in a line across the harbor mouth, rigging spring lines on his cables. When his starboard guns were disabled by British fire, he used the springs to winch his ship around 180 degrees, bringing a fresh broadside to bear on the battered enemy. This mechanical maneuver decided the battle. The British fleet was destroyed. Without naval support, the British Army, despite its size, turned around and marched back to Canada. The invasion was stopped by a system of ropes and anchors. In Hartford, Connecticut, the internal friction of the Union resurfaced. The New England states, economically ruined by the war and the blockade, sent delegates to a secret convention. The Hartford Convention was a gathering of the Federalist elite, discussing amendments to the Constitution to protect their regional interests, including removing the 3/5 clause and requiring a 2/3 vote for war. While radical elements discussed secession, the moderates controlled the agenda. However, the timing was fatal. Their commissioners arrived in Washington just as the news of the peace treaty and the victory at New Orleans reached the capital. They appeared not as principled dissenters, but as treasonous schemers. The Federalist Party, as a national system, effectively died of embarrassment. The peace negotiations in Ghent, Belgium, had been grinding on for months. The treaty, signed on Christmas Eve 1814, was an agreement to stop fighting. It settled none of the issues that caused the war: impressment, blockades, or neutral rights. It was a status quo antebellum agreement, a reset of the borders to the pre-war lines. The war ended because the systems of both nations were exhausted. However, the speed of information in 1815 was slower than the speed of wind. The British Expeditionary Force directed at the Gulf Coast was unaware of the peace. Their target was New Orleans, the control valve of the Mississippi River. The defense of the city fell to Andrew Jackson. He arrived to find a city of complex demographics, French Creoles, free people of color, pirates, and American frontiersmen. Jackson integrated these disparate groups into a single defensive system. He declared martial law, suspending the writ of habeas corpus to ensure absolute control. Jackson selected his defensive line at the Chalmette Plantation, a narrow strip of land between the river and a cypress swamp. It was a natural choke point. His men dug a canal and built a rampart of mud and cotton bales. The Battle of New Orleans on January 8, 1815, was a collision between the linear tactics of the 18th century and the entrenched engineering of the 19th. The British Army advanced across the open field in dense columns, directly into the fire of American artillery and riflemen. The result was a massacre. The British suffered over 2,000 casualties, the Americans fewer than 100. It was a lopsided data point that created a myth of American military invincibility, erasing the memories of the earlier blunders. With the war over, the United States turned inward to the task of building a national infrastructure. The era of good feelings was a period of one-party rule, but beneath the surface, the government was adopting the very systems it had once opposed. The Republican Party, learning from the logistical failures of the war, began to implement a federalist program, a new national bank, a protective tariff, and a standing army. The Second Bank of the United States was chartered in 1816. It was a regulatory mechanism designed to bring order to the chaotic currency of the state banks. It held the federal deposits and monitored the credit of the nation. The tariff of 1816 was the first explicitly protective tariff, designed to shield the infant American textile industry, now sprouting in the water-powered mills of New England, from the flood of cheap British imports. The need for internal improvements, roads and canals, became obvious. The movement of troops and supplies during the war had been agonizingly slow. In 1817, the state of New York undertook the most ambitious engineering project in the hemisphere, the Erie Canal. It was a state-funded attempt to breach the Appalachian Barrier. The survey required a route that rose nearly 600 feet from the Hudson to Lake Erie. There were no professional engineers in the country. The canal was designed by judges and surveyors who taught themselves hydraulics. They invented the systems as they went: the waterproof cement, the stump-pulling machines, the lock gates. It was a 363-mile ditch dug by hand, a frantic incision into the earth intended to redirect the commerce of the continent. The post-war period also saw the systematization of the military. The United States Military Academy at West Point, founded in 1802, was reorganized under Sylvanus Thayer in 1817. Thayer modeled the curriculum on the École Polytechnique of France. Engineering was the core subject. Cadets were graded on a daily basis, a system of mathematical accumulation of merit. They marched to class. They recited at the blackboard. West Point began to produce a caste of professional officers who spoke the same technical language, men who would build the nation's railroads and harbors. In the South, the Alabama fever was a demographic explosion. The defeat of the Creeks and the high price of cotton drove thousands of settlers into the new territories. They brought with them the force multiplier of the cotton gin, a simple machine that removed the seeds from the fiber, making the cultivation of short-staple cotton profitable. This technological innovation revitalized the system of slavery, transforming it from a dying institution into an aggressive, expanding economic engine. The survey lines of the Public Land Office could barely keep pace with the demand for acres. The land was cleared, the cotton planted, and the bales floated down the rivers to Mobile and New Orleans, entering the global textile market. By 1819, the United States had defined its boundaries further. The Adams-Onis Treaty with Spain ceded Florida to the U.S. and defined the border with Spanish Mexico, drawing a line all the way to the Pacific. The systems of the Republic now stretched from ocean to ocean, at least on paper. The American system, championed by Henry Clay, envisioned a self-sustaining economic loop. Southern cotton feeding northern mills, Western grain feeding eastern cities, all connected by a network of roads and canals funded by the tariff. It was a vision of a unified, integrated machine. But in 1819, the machine seized. The Panic of 1819 was the first major cyclical financial crisis in American history. The global demand for cotton fell, land prices collapsed, state banks failed. The Bank of the United States, attempting to save itself, called in loans, forcing mass foreclosures. The optimism of the post-war boom evaporated. Farmers in the West, losing their land to the monster bank, grew radicalized. The systems of finance intended to stabilize the nation had produced a sudden, inexplicable poverty. The era of good feelings was ending, replaced by a hardening division over the nature of money, the power of the state, and the moral inventory of slavery. The Missouri Crisis of 1820 exposed the fault line. When Missouri applied for statehood as a slave state, it threatened the political balance in the Senate. The debate in Congress was not about the morality of slavery, but the geometry of power. The solution was the Missouri Compromise. Missouri entered as a slave state, Maine as a free state, and a line was drawn at 36 degrees 30 across the Louisiana Purchase. North of the line, slavery was forever prohibited. It was a cartographic fix, a line drawn on a map to delay the inevitable collision of two incompatible labor systems. The nation was now physically divided by a rule of latitude. In the early years of the 1820s, the diplomatic architecture of the Western Hemisphere was rewritten through a single, dense administrative pronouncement. The Spanish Empire in the Americas was dissolving into a series of independent republics, creating a geopolitical vacuum that the European monarchies threatened to fill. In Washington, the Secretary of State, John Quincy Adams, drafted the text that would become known as the Monroe Doctrine. It was not a treaty but a unilateral declaration of system boundaries. It divided the globe into two distinct spheres: the Old World, governed by monarchy and balance of power diplomacy, and the New World, governed by republicanism and non-interference. This was a theoretical wall erected in the middle of the Atlantic, a policy statement asserting that the American continents were no longer open for the inventory of colonization. It relied not on the United States Navy, which was negligible, but on the tacit enforcement of the British Royal Navy, whose commercial interests aligned with American independence. Domestically, the physical integration of the Union was proceeding through the hydraulic engineering of the Erie Canal. By 1825, the Big Ditch was complete. The opening ceremony was a ritual of fluid dynamics known as the Wedding of the Waters. A flotilla of boats traveled from Buffalo to New York Harbor, carrying a keg of Lake Erie water. This water was poured into the Atlantic Ocean, a symbolic mixing that represented a permanent alteration of the continent's logistical flow. The economic impact was a collapse in the cost of friction. Before the canal, transporting a ton of wheat from Buffalo to New York City cost $100 and took 3 weeks. After the canal, the cost dropped to $6 and the time to 8 days. The geography of profit shifted. The farmers of the Ohio Valley were now economically closer to New York than they were to New Orleans. The canal boat, towed by mules walking a towpath, became the primary vehicle of the Western economy. These boats operated on a schedule, moving day and night, carrying grain east and manufactured goods, textiles, tools, and books west. The towns along the route, Rochester, Syracuse, Utica, exploded into cities, their growth driven by the processing of the canal's freight. The political system, however, was fracturing under the weight of its own expansion. The election of 1824 signaled the end of the King Caucus, the informal system whereby congressmen selected the presidential nominees. The field fractured into 4 regional candidates: John Quincy Adams of New England, William Crawford of the South, Henry Clay of the West, and Andrew Jackson, the wild card of the frontier. The result was a statistical deadlock. Jackson won the popular vote and the electoral plurality, but he did not secure the constitutional majority. The election moved to the House of Representatives, activating the fail-safe mechanism of the 12th Amendment. The Speaker of the House, Henry Clay, wielded the influence to decide the victor. He threw his support to Adams, a man whose vision of a national system aligned with his own. Adams was elected. Days later, he appointed Clay as Secretary of State. To the Jacksonians, this was the corrupt bargain, a systemic rigging of the process by the elite to deny the will of the people. It was viewed as a violation of the democratic inventory, where votes were traded like currency. John Quincy Adams entered the presidency with the mind of a systems architect. He proposed a massive program of federal works, a national university, a national observatory, which he poetically termed a lighthouse of the skies, and a standardized system of weights and measures. He envisioned the federal government as a laboratory of improvement, using the public lands to fund scientific and infrastructure projects. But his administration was paralyzed by the friction of legitimacy. The opposition in Congress, galvanized by Jackson, blocked his proposals as unconstitutional overreach. Adams spent 4 years attempting to run a high-minded administrative state while the political ground beneath him eroded. On July 4, 1826, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, the biological clocks of the founding generation synchronized with the calendar. Thomas Jefferson died at Monticello in the early afternoon. John Quincy Adams's father, John Adams, died hours later in Massachusetts. The coincidence was interpreted as a divine sanction of the nation's progress, but it marked the definitive end of the first operating system. The men who had written the charters were gone. The men who would operate the machinery were taking over. The architect of this new political machinery was Martin Van Buren of New York. A lawyer and politician, Van Buren understood that in a mass democracy, where property requirements for voting were being systematically abolished, power could no longer rely on personal reputation. It required organization. He built the Albany Regency, the prototype of the modern political machine. It operated on strict discipline. Decisions were made in caucus and binding on all members. Dissent was punished. Loyalty was rewarded. Van Buren argued that political parties were not evils to be avoided, but necessary checks on power, systems that channeled the chaotic will of the majority into coherent policy. Van Buren aligned his machine with Andrew Jackson, creating the Democratic Party. The campaign of 1828 was the first industrial-scale political operation. It bypassed the newspapers of the elite and went directly to the consumer. Committees of correspondence were established in every county. Hickory poles were erected in town squares. Barbecues, massive public feasts, were held to mobilize the voters. The campaign was not a debate on issues but a battle of images. Jackson the hero versus Adams the aristocrat. The opposition research was vicious, targeting the candidates' private lives and past financial transactions. The turnout in 1828 was double that of 1824. The expanded electorate, white men without property, overwhelmed the old establishment. Jackson's victory was a landslide in the Electoral College, a triumph of the Western and Southern agrarian system over the Northeastern commercial elite. The inauguration of Andrew Jackson in 1829 was a physical manifestation of this demographic shift. Thousands of supporters traveled to Washington, sleeping in fields and hallways. After the swearing-in, the crowd followed the president to the White House. The reception dissolved into a chaotic crush. Men in muddy boots stood on the damask furniture to get a glimpse of the old hero. The staff was forced to place tubs of punch on the lawn to lure the mob out of the building. To the establishment observers, it looked like the inundation of the northern barbarians. To the Jacksonians, it was the people reclaiming their house. Jackson's administration introduced a new personnel system, rotation in office, later known as the spoils system. Jackson argued that official duties were so plain and simple that any man of intelligence could perform them. He viewed a permanent bureaucracy as a threat to liberty, a caste that developed interests separate from the people. He systematically removed long-serving postmasters, customs collectors, and clerks, replacing them with party loyalists. This was the integration of the electoral victory into the administrative apparatus. Government jobs became the currency of political patronage, a way to fund the party machinery with public salaries. The central conflict of Jackson's presidency was the Bank War. The Second Bank of the United States, under its president Nicholas Biddle, had functioned as a stabilizing central bank. It regulated the money supply by restraining the lending of state banks. To the commercial classes, it was an essential utility. To Jackson, it was a monster, an unconstitutional monopoly that concentrated power in the hands of unelected elites and foreign stockholders. When Biddle applied for the renewal of the bank's charter in 1832, 4 years early, he intended to force Jackson's hand before the election. Jackson accepted the challenge. He vetoed the bill. His veto message was a radical document, asserting that the president had an independent right to judge the constitutionality of a law, regardless of the Supreme Court or Congress. He framed the issue as a class war, the humble members of society against the rich and powerful. After winning re-election in 1832, Jackson moved to destroy the bank's infrastructure. He ordered the Secretary of the Treasury to remove the federal deposits, the government's operating capital, from the bank's vaults. This required the firing of 2 secretaries who refused to comply, until Roger Taney agreed to execute the order. The money was transferred to a network of selected state banks, derisively called pet banks. Biddle retaliated by calling in loans and contracting credit, attempting to cause a financial panic that would force the restoration of the deposits. This was a battle of financial systems, the central bank squeezing the economy to prove its necessity, and the executive branch accepting the pain to break the bank's power. The economy shuddered, but Jackson held firm. The bank's charter expired, and the institution was reduced to a state bank under Pennsylvania law. The central regulatory mechanism of the U.S. economy was dismantled, leaving the regulation of currency to the chaotic competition of hundreds of state-chartered institutions. While the financial war raged, a constitutional crisis emerged in South Carolina. The issue was the tariff. The Tariff of Abominations of 1828 had raised duties to protecting levels, benefiting northern manufacturers but hurting southern planters who relied on imported goods. John C. Calhoun, Jackson's former vice president, articulated the theory of nullification. He argued that the Union was a compact of sovereign states, and that a state convention could declare a federal law null and void within its borders. In 1832, South Carolina passed an ordinance of nullification, forbidding the collection of customs duties at Charleston. This was a direct challenge to the federal revenue system. Jackson's response was a blend of force and compromise. He issued a proclamation to the people of South Carolina, stating that disunion by armed force was treason. He reinforced the harbor forts and requested a force bill from Congress authorizing the use of the Army to collect duties. Simultaneously, a compromise tariff was negotiated by Henry Clay, lowering the rates over time. South Carolina rescinded the nullification ordinance, but then, in a final act of procedural defiance, nullified the force bill. The gears of the Union had ground together and sparked, but the machine kept turning. In the midst of these political storms, the industrialization of the North accelerated. The textile mills of Lowell, Massachusetts, became the model of a new labor system. The Lowell system employed young women from the farms of New England. They lived in company boarding houses, governed by strict moral codes and bells that dictated the hours of waking, eating, and working. The factory was an integrated machine, taking raw cotton in one end and outputting finished cloth at the other. The labor was repetitive and timed, a synchronization of human movement with the water-powered loom. The thirst for cotton to feed these mills and those of Lancashire drove the final phase of the indigenous removal in the South. The Indian Removal Act of 1830 provided the legal mechanism for the transfer of the 5 civilized tribes, the Cherokee, Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Seminole, from their ancestral lands to the territory west of the Mississippi. The Cherokee Nation attempted to use the American legal system to defend their sovereignty. They adopted a written constitution, operated a printing press, and hired lawyers. In Worcester v. Georgia, the Supreme Court ruled that the Cherokee Nation was a distinct community in which the laws of Georgia had no force. Chief Justice Marshall had drawn a protective circle around the tribe. But the executive branch refused to enforce the court's decision. The system of checks and balances failed because one branch simply ignored the other. The removal proceeded through a combination of fraudulent treaties and military force. The Treaty of New Echota, signed by a minority faction of the Cherokee, ceded all lands east of the Mississippi. In 1838, the deadline for removal arrived. The U.S. Army, under General Winfield Scott, began the roundup. Families were forced from their homes at bayonet point, often with no time to pack. They were herded into stockades, temporary concentration camps where sanitation was non-existent. The subsequent march to the Oklahoma Territory, the Trail of Tears, was a logistical catastrophe. The contractors hired to supply food and wagons provided rotten meat and insufficient transport. The migration occurred during a harsh winter. The detachments moved slowly, burying their dead at every stop. It is estimated that 4,000 Cherokee died from cold, hunger, and disease. It was a bureaucratic ethnic cleansing, a systematic erasure of a people to clear the grid for the cotton economy. As the 1830s drew to a close, the United States was a nation transformed. The bank was gone. The indigenous nations were largely removed from the East. The political parties were fully operational machines. The canal network was expanding. The steam engine was appearing on the rivers and the first experimental railroads. The systems of the Republic were becoming more efficient, more ruthless, and more democratic for white men, while simultaneously tightening the chains on the enslaved and the exiled. The friction of the early years was being replaced by the hum of a rapidly accelerating engine. By the late 1830s, the economic momentum that had driven the expansion of the United States collided with a rigid administrative barrier known as the Specie Circular. This executive order, issued in the final months of the Jackson presidency, fundamentally altered the transaction protocols for the public domain. It mandated that all purchases of federal land be paid for not in paper banknotes, but in gold or silver coin. The intent was to curb the rampant speculation fueled by the easy credit of state banks, but the result was a sudden, violent contraction of the money supply. The land offices in the West, previously besieged by buyers waving paper currency, fell silent. The demand for hard coin drained the eastern vaults, exposing the fragility of the banking system. In May 1837, the financial gears seized. The banks in New York City, running low on reserves, suspended specie payments. They refused to redeem their own notes for gold. This paralysis cascaded through the national network. Credit, the invisible fluid that allowed cotton to move from the plantation to the dock and flour from the mill to the bakery, evaporated. The Panic of 1837 was a systemic failure of liquidity. Mercantile houses in New Orleans and Philadelphia, unable to pay their British creditors, declared bankruptcy. The ledgers of the nation filled with red ink. In the manufacturing districts, the water wheels stopped turning as demand for cloth collapsed. Unemployment became a structural reality in the cities, creating a class of men with no access to the means of subsistence. The federal government, lacking a central bank to act as a lender of last resort, was powerless to intervene. President Martin Van Buren, inaugurated just weeks before the crash, adhered to a philosophy of strict separation between the economy and the state. He viewed the panic as a necessary liquidation of bad debt, a painful but natural correction of the market. His legislative response was the independent treasury system, a proposal to lock federal funds in government vaults, sub-treasuries, removed entirely from the banking system. This was a defensive measure to protect the government's solvency, but it effectively withdrew millions of dollars of capital from circulation, deepening the deflationary spiral. While the financial system stagnated, the technological infrastructure of the nation was undergoing a radical transformation. The steam engine, previously confined to the hulls of riverboats, was being adapted to the terrestrial environment. The railroad was emerging not as a novelty, but as a heavy transport system. The early lines, the Baltimore and Ohio, the Charleston and Hamburg, were short, disconnected spurs designed to feed traffic to canals or rivers. But the logic of the rail was compelling. Unlike the canal, the railroad was not limited by the freezing of water in winter or the availability of level terrain. The construction of the rail network required a new level of industrial precision. The tracks evolved from wooden rails with iron straps, which often curled up under the weight of the wheels, piercing the floors of the carriages, to solid iron T-rails rolled in specialized mills. The The grading of the roadbed required the movement of massive amounts of earth, a task performed by gangs of Irish immigrant laborers using picks, shovels, and black powder. The tunnels they bored through the mountains were feats of darkness and danger, smoke-filled tubes where men worked by the light of oil lamps. The steam locomotive itself was a dangerous, hissing beast of iron and brass. Early models like the DeWitt Clinton or the John Bull were open to the elements, showering the passengers in the open carriages with sparks and soot. Boiler explosions were a statistical hazard, a catastrophic failure of the pressure containment system that could shred the train and its occupants. Yet, the speed was addictive. A train could travel at 20 miles per hour, a velocity that shrank the effective size of the country. The concept of time began to shift from the solar time of the farm to the railroad time of the schedule. Clocks became the regulators of commerce. Parallel to the movement of matter was the movement of information. Samuel Morse, a portrait painter turned inventor, was perfecting a system of electromagnetic communication. In a workshop, he developed a code that translated the alphabet into a binary sequence of short and long electrical pulses, dots and dashes. The system relied on the interruption of a circuit. A key was pressed, closing the connection. A current flowed through a copper wire. An electromagnet at the receiving end clicked, marking a paper tape or making a sound. In 1843, Congress appropriated funds for an experimental line between Washington, D.C. and Baltimore. The wire was strung on poles, insulated by glass bottlenecks. On May 24, 1844, the system went live. The message, "What hath God wrought," was tapped out in the Supreme Court chamber and received 40 miles away. This was the annihilation of distance. For the first time in history, information could travel faster than a horse. The telegraph line began to follow the railroad right-of-way, creating a nervous system that linked the markets and the newsrooms. The price of cotton in New Orleans could be known in New York the same day, eliminating the arbitrage of time that had defined merchant capitalism. The political system, adapting to the new demographic realities, turned the election of 1840 into a theater of mass consumption. The Whig Party, desperate to defeat Van Buren, bypassed their intellectual leaders and nominated William Henry Harrison, an aging general whose victory at Tippecanoe was decades old. They did not run on a platform. They ran on a brand. When a Democratic newspaper mocked Harrison as a man who would be content with a log cabin and a barrel of hard cider, the Whigs seized the imagery. The log cabin and hard cider campaign was a masterclass in emotional engineering. Whig organizers built log cabins in town squares and distributed cider at rallies. They rolled giant balls covered in slogans from town to town. They printed ribbons, songbooks, and almanacs. Harrison, a wealthy landowner from a Virginia aristocratic family, was successfully repackaged as a simple man of the frontier. Van Buren, the son of a tavern keeper, was painted as Martin Van Ruin, a dandy who drank champagne from crystal goblets. The voter turnout surged to 80% of eligible men. Harrison won a landslide, proving that the system of the campaign was now as important as the candidate. However, the biological vulnerability of the executive was exposed when Harrison died of pneumonia just 1 month after his inauguration, plunging the government into a constitutional gray zone regarding the succession of Vice President John Tyler. In the legal sphere, the friction between the laws of property and the laws of humanity created a spectacle in the case of the Amistad. A Spanish schooner, carrying Africans kidnapped from Sierra Leone, was taken over by the captives in a bloody revolt. The ship drifted into American waters off Long Island and was seized by the U.S. Navy. The Africans were imprisoned in Connecticut. The legal question was a technical sorting of status. Were they property slaves, or were they free men illegally kidnapped? The case moved through the federal courts, a battle of documents. The Spanish government demanded the return of its property under treaty obligations. The abolitionists, forming a defense committee, hired linguists to communicate with the captives and lawyers to argue their case. Former President John Quincy Adams argued before the Supreme Court, not merely on the technicalities of treaties, but on the principles of natural law. In 1841, the court ruled that the Africans were free, not because slavery was illegal, but because their specific importation violated the international ban on the slave trade. It was a narrow, procedural victory that freed 53 people while leaving the institution of slavery itself untouched. The institution of slavery was, in fact, hardening into a rigid defensive system. In the South, the positive good theory replaced the old apology of a necessary evil. Intellectuals and theologians constructed complex arguments based on scripture and pseudoscience to justify the enslavement of millions. The censorship of the mail became a federal policy issue. When abolitionist societies in the North began flooding the South with anti-slavery pamphlets, Southern postmasters refused to deliver them. The Jackson administration had acquiesced to this, allowing local censorship to override federal postal law. The gag rule in Congress automatically tabled any anti-slavery petitions, preventing them from even being read into the record. The system was building firewalls to prevent the contagion of abolitionist thought from entering the Southern mind. In Rhode Island, a strange, localized rebellion tested the definition of republican government. The state was still operating under its colonial charter of 1663, which strictly limited the vote to landowners. As industrialization drew thousands of propertyless workers to the mills, the disenfranchised majority grew restless. Thomas Wilson Dorr organized a people's convention, drafted a new constitution, and held an unauthorized election. For a brief period in 1842, Rhode Island had two governments, the charter government and the Dorr government. The Dorr Rebellion was a conflict of legitimacy. Dorr's forces attempted to seize the state arsenal, but their cannon failed to fire in the damp mist. The charter government declared martial law and called out the militia. The rebellion collapsed without significant bloodshed, but the legal tremors reached the Supreme Court. In Luther v. Borden, the court refused to intervene, ruling that the question of which government was legitimate was a political question for the Congress, not the courts. It was a judicial abstention that left the definition of a republican form of government dangerously vague. On the high seas, the American whaling industry reached its zenith. The ports of New Bedford and Nantucket were the logistical hubs of a global energy extraction fleet. Hundreds of ships outfitted for voyages lasting 3 or 4 years. The logistics of a whaling voyage were industrial. The ships were floating factories, equipped with brick tryworks to boil the blubber into oil. The barrels were assembled by coopers on board. The chase was a coordinated application of muscle and iron. The whaleboat crews rode onto the backs of leviathans, delivering the harpoon by hand. The oil rendered from these carcasses illuminated the parlors of America and lubricated the gears of the textile mills. It was a system of extraction that scoured the Pacific, turning the ocean into a resource map. In the West, the Great Migration along the Oregon Trail began to organize itself. This was not a chaotic drift of individuals, but a seasonal system of convoys. Families gathered in Independence or St. Joseph, Missouri, in the spring to wait for the grass to green up on the prairies. They formed companies, elected captains, and drew up written constitutions to govern their conduct on the trail. The wagons, prairie schooners, were packed according to strict lists of necessities: flour, bacon, coffee, sugar, and ammunition. The trail itself was a logistical corridor carved by the wheels of thousands of wagons. It followed the Platte River, a flat, sandy highway that led to the South Pass, the only gap in the Rockies wide enough for wagons. The journey was a race against the calendar. They had to cross the mountains before the first snows of autumn. The trail was marked by the debris of those who failed, abandoned furniture, graves dug in the hard earth, and the bleached bones of oxen. It was a linear community moving at 2 miles an hour, a mechanism of demographic transfer that projected American population into the disputed territories of the Pacific Northwest. Diplomatically, the boundary between the United States and British Canada was finally regularized. The Webster-Ashburton Treaty of 1842 resolved the Aroostook War, a bloodless confrontation between lumberjacks in the Maine borderlands. The diplomats drew the line that exists today, compromising on the geography to secure the peace. They also agreed to joint cruising squadrons off the coast of Africa to suppress the slave trade, a collaborative policing of the ocean that acknowledged the international nature of the problem. As the mid-1840s approached, the Republic of Texas, an independent nation formed by American filibusters and settlers who had revolted against Mexico in 1836, hung in geopolitical limbo. It operated with its own president, Congress, and Navy, but its economy was dependent on the cotton trade, and its security was fragile. The question of its annexation to the United States became the central voltage in American politics. To the South, it was a necessary expansion of the slave system. To the North, it was a plot to upset the balance of power. The Tyler administration, isolated and lacking a party, seized upon annexation as a legacy project. The concept of manifest destiny began to coalesce in the public prints. It was more than a slogan. It was a systemic belief in the inevitable, divinely ordained expansion of American institutions across the continent. It provided the moral cover for the hunger for land. It framed the survey line and the wagon wheel as instruments of providence. By 1844, the engines of expansion were fully stoked. The telegraph was clicking, the trains were steaming, the wagons were rolling. The pauses of the previous decade, the panic, the paralysis, were ending. The United States was preparing to break its own boundaries, driven by a logistical imperative to fill the space between the oceans, regardless of who or what stood in the way. The era of compromise was giving way to the era of conquest. In the inaugural spring of 1845, the executive machinery of the United States shifted into a mode of aggressive, calculated acquisition. James K. Polk entered the White House with the mindset of a chief administrator tasked with a specific, finite checklist. He did not seek to manage the government indefinitely. He sought to complete 4 specific operational goals within a single 4-year term. His administration was characterized by a rigid, workaholic discipline. He banished the social gaiety of the previous years, turning the executive mansion into a functional office where the gaslights burned late into the night as he scrutinized the ledgers of the departments. The first item on the national inventory to be processed was the Republic of Texas. The annexation was achieved not through a treaty, which required a two-thirds vote in the Senate that could not be mustered, but through a joint resolution of Congress, a legislative workaround requiring only a simple majority. This was a procedural annexation. On December 29, 1845, the legal existence of the Republic of Texas was terminated. The Lone Star flag was lowered in Austin, and the federal standard was raised. The logistical integration began immediately. The Texas Rangers were absorbed into the federal auxiliary system, and the post routes were connected to the U.S. mail network. The border, however, remained a line of ambiguity, defined by the Texans as the Rio Grande and by the Mexicans as the Nueces River, a discrepancy of geography that contained the seeds of the coming conflict. Simultaneously, the northern border required definition. The Oregon question was a diplomatic friction point with Great Britain. The slogan, 5440 or fight, echoed in the press, suggesting a war for the entire Pacific Northwest up to the Russian line. However, the administration's strategy was bureaucratic compromise. Polk did not want a war with Britain while planning a war with Mexico. The Treaty of Oregon in 1846 extended the 49th parallel, the existing border east of the Rockies, straight across to the Pacific Channel. It was a cartographic solution, a straight line drawn by diplomats in Washington and London that sliced through mountains and forests they had never seen, assigning ownership of the Columbia River basin to the United States by the stroke of a pen. The collision with Mexico was engineered through the movement of military assets. General Zachary Taylor was ordered to march his Army of Observation from the Corpus Christi depot across the disputed territory to the banks of the Rio Grande. This was a logistical provocation. The Army built a star-shaped earthwork, Fort Texas, directly opposite the Mexican city of Matamoros, placing their artillery within range of the town plaza. The supply line for this exposed position ran by sea from New Orleans to Point Isabel, then overland by wagon. It was a fragile artery. When Mexican cavalry crossed the river to interdict this supply line, the resulting skirmish provided the administrative casus belli, American blood shed on American soil. The declaration of war that followed was a formality. The systems of conflict were already engaged. The war that ensued was the first test of the United States' industrial military capacity. The flying artillery, developed by Major Samuel Ringgold, was a systemic innovation in mobile warfare. Unlike the static heavy guns of the past, these batteries utilized light bronze cannons mounted on carriages that could be moved rapidly by horses. The crews were drilled to unlimber, fire, limber up, and relocate in minutes. At the battles of Palo Alto and Resaca de la Palma, this system proved decisive. The American guns danced around the static Mexican lines, delivering canister shot with a speed and accuracy that shattered the infantry formations before they could close. Far to the west, the conquest of New Mexico and California was a logistical operation of extreme distance. Colonel Stephen W. Kearny led the Army of the West from Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. His force of 1,600 dragoons marched nearly 1,000 miles across the high plains and deserts. The march was a test of animal endurance and water management. They arrived in Santa Fe not as a combat force, but as an overwhelming presence. The Mexican governor, realizing the disparity in resources and the lack of support from Mexico City, withdrew without a fight. Kearny entered the plaza, read a proclamation, and the territory changed hands. It was a conquest by presence, secured by the occupation of the adobe palace of the governors. Kearny then pushed on to California, his force reduced to 100 men to increase speed. The Bear Flag revolt in California was already underway, a chaotic, localized uprising of American settlers and explorers like John C. Fremont, who seized the Mexican outpost at Sonoma. The integration of California was messier, involving skirmishes at San Pasqual and Los Angeles, but the result was the same: the imposition of American naval and military authority over the ports of San Diego, Monterey, and San Francisco. The decisive campaign of the war was the invasion of central Mexico by General Winfield Scott in 1847. This was an amphibious operation of unprecedented complexity. The target was Veracruz, the principal port of Mexico. Scott assembled a fleet of transports and purpose-built surf boats, specialized landing craft designed to carry troops through the breakers. On March 9, the system was activated. In a meticulously choreographed operation, 8,600 men were landed on the beach in less than 5 hours without the loss of a single life. The subsequent siege of Veracruz was a mathematical reduction. Scott, wishing to avoid infantry casualties, employed heavy mortars and naval guns to bombard the city into submission. The surrender opened the road to the interior. The march to Mexico City followed the route of Cortés, a climb from the fever-ridden coast to the high central plateau. The logistics were critical. The army had to move fast to escape the yellow fever season. Scott cut his own supply lines, living off the land to increase his velocity. The battles for the capital, Contreras, Churubusco, Chapultepec, were assaults on fortified positions. The American Engineering Corps, including officers like Robert E. Lee and George McClellan, played a vital role. They scouted the lava fields, the Pedregal, to find flanking routes that bypassed the Mexican strongpoints. This was the application of West Point engineering to the battlefield. The survey preceded the assault. The storming of Chapultepec Castle involved the use of scaling ladders and the systematic clearing of the fortress. When the American army entered Mexico City in September 1847, it was the first time U.S. forces had occupied a foreign enemy capital. The occupation was a military government. Scott imposed martial law, regulated the markets, and levied taxes to pay for his army's supplies. The diplomatic conclusion of the war was handled by Nicholas Trist, a State Department clerk who disobeyed his recall orders to finish the negotiation. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, signed in February 1848, was the largest single transfer of land since the Louisiana Purchase. Mexico ceded 55% of its territory, including present-day California, Nevada, Utah, Arizona, and parts of New Mexico and Colorado, in exchange for $15 million. The border was fixed at the Rio Grande. The inventory of the United States had expanded by 529,000 square miles. The survey teams were immediately dispatched to mark the new line, driving iron monuments into the desert floor. While the diplomats were redrawing the map, a chance discovery in the stream of a sawmill in the Sierra Nevada foothills triggered a systemic collapse of the social order. On January 24, 1848, James Marshall found gold flakes in the tail race of Sutter's Mill. The news traveled slowly at first, then exponentially. By the end of the year, the gold rush had begun. It was a mass migration that defied all previous models of settlement. It was not a movement of families seeking farms, but a rush of individuals seeking instant capital. The logistical systems of the world reoriented toward San Francisco. There were 3 routes, each with its own specific hazards and costs. The maritime route around Cape Horn was the safest but longest, a voyage of 15,000 miles that took 5 to 8 months. Ships departing New York and Boston were packed with argonauts and the equipment of mining, shovels, pickaxes, and patent gold-washing machines. The demand for passage stripped the Atlantic ports of their whaling fleets and merchant vessels. The second route was the Panama shortcut. Travelers sailed to the Chagres River, took dugouts upstream, and then rode mules through the malarial jungles to the Pacific coast, where they waited for weeks or months for a ship to carry them north. This route was a bottleneck of disease and frustration. Cholera and dysentery were the toll taxes of the isthmus. The third route was the Overland Trail. In 1849, over 30,000 people headed west from Missouri. The trail systems designed for a few thousand migrants were overwhelmed. The grass was grazed down to the roots, the water holes were fouled. Cholera moved with the wagon trains, a biological hitchhiker that killed thousands. The trail became a linear junkyard. To lighten their loads for the mountain crossings, immigrants dumped tons of bacon, flour, and cast iron stoves. The road to California was paved with the discarded inventory of the American middle class. San Francisco underwent a violent urbanization. In 1848, it was a village of a few hundred. By 1849, it was a city of 25,000. It was a city built of canvas and crates. The harbor was a forest of masts. Hundreds of ships were abandoned by their crews who deserted to the mines. These rotting hulks were repurposed into the infrastructure of the city. They were dragged ashore and used as warehouses, hotels, and even jails. The economy was one of hyperinflation. An egg cost $1. A shovel cost 10. The labor market was inverted. Servants earned more than congressmen. It was a place where the social hierarchies of the East were dissolved by the luck of the diggings. In the midst of this chaotic expansion, a different kind of migration was reshaping the Great Basin. The members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, driven from Illinois by mob violence, began a systematic exodus to the Salt Lake Valley under the leadership of Brigham Young. Unlike the gold rushers, the Mormon migration was a centrally planned operation. Young organized the people into companies of hundreds and companies of 50s, mimicking the biblical organization of Israel. They established winter quarters on the Missouri River, a temporary city of log cabins where they prepared for the crossing. The Vanguard Company blazed the trail in 1847, improving the road, building ferries, and planting crops for those who would follow. When they arrived in the Salt Lake Valley, they did not dig for gold. They dug irrigation ditches. The logic of their settlement was the control of water. Young declared that water was a public resource, not subject to private ownership. They surveyed the city of Zion on a grid of 10-acre blocks with streets 132 feet wide enough for a wagon team to turn around without backing up. It was a theocratic command economy, successfully planting a cooperative agricultural society in an arid wasteland through the rigid application of communal discipline. Technologically, the printing press evolved to meet the demand for news. The rotary press, invented by Richard Hoe in 1843, replaced the flatbed press. It placed the type on a revolving cylinder, allowing for the printing of thousands of sheets per hour. This speed enabled the rise of the penny press. Cheap, mass-market newspapers like the New York Sun and the New York Herald. These papers did not rely on political patronage but on advertising and street sales. They created a new information system, feeding the public a daily diet of police reports, war news, and gold rush rumors. The expansion of the telegraph network continued relentlessly. By 1848, the Associated Press was formed, a cooperative of newspapers sharing the cost of telegraphing news from the Mexican War front and the European revolutions. Information was becoming a commodity, bought and sold by the word. The wire service created a standardized national news cycle. The same story appeared in St. Louis and Boston on the same day. In the factories of the North, the American system of manufactures was gaining attention. At the Springfield Armory and private firms like Colt, the production of firearms was shifting from the craft of the gunsmith to the assembly of the machine. The use of interchangeable parts, components machined to such precise tolerances that they could be swapped between any two guns, was revolutionizing industry. This required a system of gauges and jigs, removing the variable of human skill from the production line. The result was a weapon that was easily repaired and mass-produced, a lethal example of the efficiency of standardization. As the decade closed, the United States stretched from sea to sea, but the political system was straining under the weight of the new territories. The question that had been deferred for decades, the status of slavery in the West, could no longer be ignored. The gold of California had brought a sudden population capable of applying for statehood, bypassing the territorial phase. The Wilmot Proviso, a failed legislative amendment attempting to ban slavery in the Mexican Cession, hung over Congress like a sword. The geographic balance of the Senate was about to be broken. The election of 1848 brought Zachary Taylor, the hero of Buena Vista, to the presidency. A slaveholder with a nationalist vision, he urged California and New Mexico to draft free state constitutions immediately, hoping to bypass the slavery debate entirely. It was a soldier's attempt to cut the Gordian knot of politics. But the South, led by John C. Calhoun, saw this as an existential threat. They spoke openly of a Southern address and a convention to discuss secession. The 30th Congress convened in December 1849 in a state of paralysis. For 3 weeks, the House could not elect a speaker. The members shouted and threatened one another. Some carried pistols on the floor. The legislative machinery was jammed by the friction of the slavery question. The Union, so recently expanded by the systems of war and purchase, seemed on the verge of being dismantled by the systems of politics. The great triumvirate, Clay, Calhoun, and Webster, gathered for their final performance, attempting to engineer one last compromise to keep the machine running. The legislative paralysis that gripped the United States Congress in the opening months of 1850 was resolved not by the grand eloquence of the old leadership, but by the parliamentary mechanics of a new generation. Henry Clay, representing the fading era of the founders, had attempted to pass a comprehensive omnibus bill, a single, complex legislative package designed to settle all the outstanding questions of the Mexican Cession simultaneously. The strategy failed. The bill was loaded with so many disparate provisions that it united the extremists of both sections against it. It was defeated by the friction of its own complexity. Into this vacuum stepped Stephen A. Douglas of Illinois, a senator whose approach to governance was that of a railroad engineer, pragmatic, sectional, and ruthless. Douglas dismantled the omnibus bill. He separated the provisions into 5 distinct pieces of legislation. He then constructed a different majority for each bill, combining the unyielding center with the pro-slavery or anti-slavery wings as necessary. It was a masterpiece of legislative logistics. California was admitted as a free state. The The Texas boundary was adjusted in exchange for the federal assumption of Texas's public debt. The territories of New Mexico and Utah were organized without restrictions on slavery, establishing the principle of popular sovereignty, a mechanism that deferred the decision on slavery to the local settlers. The slave trade, but not slavery itself, was abolished in the District of Columbia. The final component of this system, the price extracted by the South for its concessions, was the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850. This law was not merely a restatement of the old rendition clause. It was the creation of a powerful new federal police apparatus. It transferred the authority for the recovery of fugitives from the state courts, which were often hostile, to a new class of federal officers known as commissioners. These commissioners were granted the power to issue certificates of removal. The legal process was stripped of all procedural safeguards for the accused. There was no jury trial, no writ of habeas corpus, and the alleged fugitive was prohibited from testifying in their own defense. The system included a perverse financial incentive structure embedded in the statute itself. If the commissioner ruled in favor of the claimant and issued the certificate of removal, he received a fee of $10. If he ruled in favor of the fugitive and released them, he received $5. This differential was justified as compensation for the extra paperwork involved in removal, but in practice, it functioned as a bribe for conviction. Furthermore, the act empowered federal marshals to compel bystanders to assist in the capture of fugitives, turning every citizen into a deputized agent of the slave system under penalty of law. The enforcement of this act brought the abstract violence of slavery into the streets of the northern cities. It activated a resistance network that transitioned from passive moral objection to organized physical obstruction. The vigilance committees of Boston, Philadelphia, and New York became operational directorates. They maintained lists of slave catchers arriving in the city, publishing their descriptions in newspapers and placarding their hotels. They organized legal defense funds, and when the law failed, physical rescues. The case of Shadrach Minkins in Boston in 1851 demonstrated the clash of these systems. Minkins was arrested by federal marshals and held in the courthouse. A group of African American activists, organized by the Boston Vigilance Committee, stormed the courtroom. They did not use firearms but relied on the sheer weight of numbers and the element of surprise. They physically carried Minkins out of the building, placed him in a waiting wagon, and moved him through a relay of safe houses to Montreal. This was a direct nullification of federal writ by the community. In response, the federal government escalated the logistics of enforcement. When Thomas Sims was arrested in Boston weeks later, the courthouse was surrounded by a heavy chain and guarded by hundreds of armed police and militia. Sims was processed, convicted, and marched to the waiting ship in a hollow square of 300 soldiers. The cost of returning this single individual was calculated at thousands of dollars, a sum paid by the federal treasury to prove the supremacy of the law. The rendition of Anthony Burns in 1854 required an even greater display. Marines, artillery, and a revenue cutter were deployed to return one man to Virginia, while 50,000 citizens lined the streets of Boston to watch the procession, shouting "shame" and hanging black crepe from the windows. While the legal battles raged, a revolution in information technology altered the public consciousness. In 1851, the National Era, an abolitionist newspaper, began serializing a story by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Uncle Tom's Cabin was not a political tract but a sentimental narrative that translated the systemic brutality of slavery into the language of the domestic novel. When published as a book in 1852, the printing technology of the era struggled to keep pace with demand. Steam-powered rotary presses ran day and night. The book was sold not just in bookstores, but in dry goods shops and railway stations. It created a standardized emotional vocabulary for the North, framing the Fugitive Slave Act not as a constitutional obligation, but as a moral abomination. The focus of national expansion shifted to the question of the Pacific Railroad. The acquisition of California had created a continental empire separated by 2,000 miles of wilderness. The existing transport systems, the wagon trail and the clipper ship, were insufficient for the integration of the state. A railroad was a strategic necessity. The Army Corps of Topographical Engineers was dispatched to survey the routes. These surveys were massive scientific expeditions, cataloging the botany, geology, and gradients of the West. They examined 4 potential routes: the northern route near the Canadian border, the central route through the Great Basin, and 2 southern routes. The southern route, running through the deserts of Arizona and New Mexico, offered the best terrain but passed through Mexican territory south of the Gila River. To secure this right-of-way, the Pierce administration authorized James Gadsden, a railroad promoter and diplomat, to negotiate a purchase. The Gadsden Purchase of 1853 was a transaction motivated entirely by the geometry of the railroad grade. The United States paid $10 million for nearly 30,000 square miles of desert, simply to ensure that a steam locomotive could travel on level ground from El Paso to San Diego. Stephen Douglas, representing the interests of Illinois and the Central Route, sought to checkmate the Southern advantage. He wanted the eastern terminus of the Pacific Railroad to be Chicago. But a railroad could not be built through unorganized territory. The land had to be surveyed, the indigenous title extinguished, and civil government established to secure the capital investment. This logistical requirement led to the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854. To gain Southern support for organizing the Nebraska Territory, which lay north of the 36°30 line where slavery was prohibited, Douglas agreed to repeal the Missouri Compromise. He proposed to divide the territory into 2, Kansas and Nebraska, and apply the principle of popular sovereignty to both. The bill explicitly declared the Missouri Compromise line inoperative and void. It passed after a tumultuous debate that shattered the existing party system. The Whig Party, unable to bridge the sectional divide, disintegrated. In its place, a new coalition began to form in the schoolhouses and churches of the North. The Republican Party, dedicated solely to the containment of the slave power. The passage of the act transformed the territory of Kansas into a theater of demographic warfare. The decision on slavery was now a numbers game. Whichever side could transport more bodies to the territory would control the government. This triggered the formation of immigrant aid companies. In Massachusetts, corporations were chartered to subsidize the travel of anti-slavery settlers. These were not just families seeking land, they were political units. They traveled in groups, carrying crates marked Bibles that actually contained Sharp's breech-loading rifles, high-tech weapons capable of rapid fire, dubbed Beecher's Bibles after the abolitionist minister who raised funds for them. From the South, particularly Missouri, a different system of mobilization occurred. The border ruffians were not permanent settlers but transient voters. They crossed the border in armed bands on election days, seized the polling places, stuffed the ballot boxes, and returned to Missouri. In the election for the territorial legislature in 1855, there were fewer than 3,000 eligible voters in Kansas, yet over 6,000 votes were cast. The result was a pro-slavery legislature that met at Lecompton and passed a slave code of draconian severity, making it a capital offense to aid a fugitive slave. The anti-slavery settlers refused to recognize this bogus legislature. They established their own government at Topeka, drafted a free state constitution, and elected their own governor. Kansas now had two governments, two capitals, and two militias. The friction between these systems escalated into the violence known as Bleeding Kansas. It was a series of raids and reprisals. The sacking of the Free State town of Lawrence by a pro-slavery posse, who destroyed the printing presses of the local newspapers and burned the Free State Hotel, was a targeted attack on the infrastructure of the opposition. In retaliation, John Brown, a man who operated on a system of Old Testament retribution, led a small group to Pottawatomie Creek. They dragged 5 pro-slavery settlers from their cabins in the night and hacked them to death with broadswords. This was not military combat. It was terror. The violence in Kansas was not a civil war of armies, but a breakdown of civil order into a cycle of partisan murder. The federal government, under President Franklin Pierce, recognized the Lecompton government and deployed federal troops to disperse the Topeka legislature, placing the weight of the U.S. Army on the side of the fraud. The violence of the frontier metastasized into the halls of Congress. On May 22, 1856, Senator Charles Sumner of Massachusetts, having delivered a speech titled "The Crime Against Kansas," that insulted the South, and Senator Andrew Butler was working at his desk in the Senate chamber. Representative Preston Brooks, Butler's kinsman, approached him. Brooks did not challenge Sumner to a duel, the code of honor for equals. Instead, he beat him with a gutta-percha cane as one would beat a dog or a slave. Sumner was trapped by his desk, blinded by blood and beaten into unconsciousness. The systemic breakdown was total. The floor of the Senate, the place of deliberation, had become a scene of assault. Brooks was censured but re-elected by his constituents, who sent him new canes. Sumner's empty chair remained in the Senate for years, a mute symbol of the rupture. Amidst this chaos, the political landscape was further complicated by the rise of the Know-Nothing movement, officially the American Party. This was a reaction to the massive influx of Irish and German immigrants in the late 1840s and early 1850s. The Know-Nothings operated as a secret society with lodges, passwords, and grips. Their ideology was nativist and anti-Catholic. They sought to extend the waiting period for naturalization to 21 years and to ban foreign-born citizens from holding office. For a brief moment, they threatened to replace the Whigs as the second major party, sweeping state elections in Massachusetts and capturing municipal governments. They represented a system of exclusion, an attempt to define American identity by blood and birth rather than by law. The election of 1856 was the first test of the new alignment. The Democrats nominated James Buchanan, a Northern man with Southern principles, hoping his long service and absence abroad during the recent troubles he had been minister to Britain would make him a safe compromise. The Republicans nominated John C. Fremont, the pathfinder of the West. Their platform was simple: free soil, free speech, free men, Fremont. The American Party nominated Millard Fillmore. The campaign was strictly sectional. The Republican Party did not even appear on the ballot in most Southern states. The threat of secession was now a standard campaign tool. Southern leaders openly declared that the election of a black Republican would be immediate grounds for leaving the Union. Buchanan won, carrying the entire South and enough northern states to secure the majority. But the data revealed a dangerous reality. The North, if united, had the electoral votes to elect a president without a single Southern vote. The demographic dominance of the free states was asserting itself. In the midst of the political crisis, the economy suffered another systemic shock, the Panic of 1857. The collapse was triggered by the failure of the Ohio Life Insurance and Trust Company, but the underlying causes were overspeculation in railroad lands and a glut of Western wheat caused by the end of the Crimean War. The Telegraph spread the panic instantly. Banks suspended specie payments. The impact was uneven. The agricultural South, its cotton prices remaining high on the world market, escaped the worst of the Depression. This economic divergence reinforced the Southern belief that their slave-based plantation system was superior and more stable than the volatile industrial capitalism of the North. "Cotton is king," declared Senator James Henry Hammond. "No power on earth dared to make war on it." The Supreme Court attempted to intervene in the political deadlock with the Dred Scott v. Sandford decision in 1857. Dred Scott, an enslaved man who had been taken by his owner to live in free territories, sued for his freedom. Chief Justice Roger Taney, aged and determined to settle the slavery question once and for all, issued a ruling that was a sweeping denial of black citizenship. He wrote that African Americans had no rights which the white man was bound to respect, and that the Missouri Compromise had always been unconstitutional because Congress had no power to ban slavery in the territories. Taney's decision was intended to be the final word, a judicial termination of the Republican platform. Instead, it was viewed in the North as evidence of the slave power conspiracy, a belief that the president, the Congress, and now the Supreme Court were all captured by a cabal of slaveholders. The decision did not settle the law. It destroyed the legitimacy of the court in the eyes of half the nation. It hardened the conviction that the legal system itself had been weaponized. In Illinois, the 1858 Senate race between Stephen Douglas and Abraham Lincoln became a traveling seminar on the nature of the republic. The Lincoln-Douglas debates were not sound bites, but 3-hour marathons of logic and law. They were held in town squares, attended by thousands who stood in the heat to hear the arguments. Stenographers recorded the speeches, which were then printed in newspapers across the country. Douglas argued for the system of popular sovereignty and the supremacy of the white race. Lincoln argued that the nation could not endure permanently half slave and half free, and that the containment of slavery was the only path to its eventual extinction. Douglas won the Senate seat, but Lincoln won the national audience. As the decade drew to a close, the systems of the Union were fraying. The Methodist and Baptist churches had already split into Northern and Southern denominations. The political parties had split. The commercial ties were being strained by the boycott campaigns. The Postal Service was censored. The Congress was armed. The final institution binding the sections together was the federal government itself, and its grip was slipping. In October 1859, the theoretical violence became actual. John Brown, surfacing from the underground of Kansas, launched a raid on the federal arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia. His plan was a logistical fantasy: to seize the thousands of muskets stored there and ignite a slave insurrection that would spread through the Appalachian Mountains. He brought with him a constitution for a provisional government and a wagon load of pikes for men untrained in firearms. The raid was a tactical failure. Brown was trapped in the engine house by local militia and a detachment of U.S. Marines commanded by Colonel Robert E. Lee. The door was battered down. Brown's sons were killed. Brown was captured. But the trial of John Brown was a media event. He used the courtroom as a pulpit, speaking with a calm, prophetic clarity that transformed him from a failed guerrilla into a martyr. His execution was marked by the tolling of bells in northern towns. In the South, the raid was interpreted as the proof of a northern conspiracy to arm slaves and murder white families. The militias of the South began to drill in earnest, purchasing weapons and preparing for the collapse of the system. The 1850s ended with the machinery of the state still functioning. The mail was delivered, the taxes collected, the lighthouses lit, but the spirit of the compact was dead. The inventory of grievances was full. The waiting was over. The election of 1860 loomed not as a contest for office, but as a plebiscite on the survival of the United States. In the spring of 1860, the Democratic Party, the last remaining institution with a truly national constituency, convened in Charleston, South Carolina, to select a nominee for the presidency. The location was a logistical error of the highest order. The city was a hotbed of secessionist sentiment, the atmosphere charged with the humidity of the Low Country and the rhetoric of disunion. The convention hall, the Institute Hall, was stiflingly hot. The delegates, sweating in their wool coats, engaged in a procedural war over the party platform. The debate was not about candidates, but about the specific language regarding the federal protection of slavery in the territories. When the convention voted to adopt a platform based on popular sovereignty rather than a federal slave code, the delegations from the Deep South, Alabama, Mississippi, Florida, Texas, rose from their seats. This was not a spontaneous walkout but a choreographed exit. They marched out of the hall, dismantling the quorum and the party simultaneously. The convention adjourned in failure, unable to muster the two-thirds vote required for a nomination. The machinery of the party system, which had managed sectional friction for decades, had finally snapped. The election of 1860 became a four-way contest, a fractured competition that mirrored the divided geography of the nation. The Northern Democrats nominated Stephen Douglas. The Southern Democrats nominated John C. Breckinridge. The Constitutional Union Party, a coalition of old Whigs hoping to ignore the slavery issue entirely, nominated John Bell. The Republican Party, gathering in the Wigwam, a massive, temporary wooden structure in Chicago, nominated Abraham Lincoln. The Republican strategy was a calculation of electoral mathematics. They did not need a single vote in the South to win. They focused entirely on the North and the West, utilizing a system of wide awakes, marching clubs of young men in oilcloth capes carrying torches, to mobilize the voter base. On November 6, the telegraph lines carried the data of the returns. Lincoln won a plurality of the popular vote but a clear majority of the Electoral College. He carried every free state except New Jersey, which split its votes. In 10 southern states, his name did not even appear on the ballot. The result was a systemic shock. A president had been elected who was purely sectional, chosen by a system that allowed the demographic weight of the North to override the political will of the South. The reaction in South Carolina was immediate and procedural. The state legislature called for a convention of the people. This body met first in Columbia, then moved to Charleston to escape a smallpox outbreak. On December 20, 1860, the delegates voted unanimously to pass the Ordinance of Secession. It was a brief legal document, dissolving the union subsisting between South Carolina and the other states. The signing ceremony was a formal ritual of statecraft. The delegates processed to the front of the hall, affixing their signatures to the parchment. It was the revocation of the contract of 1788. This act initiated a domino effect of legislative withdrawals. Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas followed in quick succession. Each state followed the same legalistic process: the calling of a convention, the debate, the vote, and the signing. They viewed themselves not as rebels, but as sovereign entities resuming the powers they had delegated to the federal government. To formalize this new status, they sent delegates to Montgomery, Alabama, in February 1861. There, they drafted a constitution for the Confederate States of America, a document largely copied from the U.S. Constitution, but with explicit protections for slavery and a ban on protective tariffs. They selected Jefferson Davis, a former senator and Secretary of War, as their provisional president. In Washington, the federal government was paralyzed by the lame duck interregnum. President James Buchanan, observing the dissolution of the Republic from the White House, adopted a legalistic stance of inaction. He argued that while secession was illegal, the federal government had no constitutional authority to coerce a state to remain. The executive branch simply stopped functioning as an enforcement agency. The cabinet fractured, with Southern members resigning to join the Confederacy. The primary logistical crisis of this period was the transfer of federal assets. The seceding states moved quickly to seize the federal infrastructure within their borders: custom houses, mints, arsenals, and forts. This was usually a peaceful transfer of inventory. A state militia officer would present a demand for surrender to the federal caretaker. The caretaker, often a lone ordnance sergeant, would hand over the keys and a receipt. Millions of dollars in gold, thousands of muskets, and heavy artillery pieces changed hands through this administrative seizure. However, in Charleston Harbor, the transfer was blocked. Major Robert Anderson, commanding the small federal garrison at Fort Moultrie, realized his position was indefensible against a land attack. On the night of December 26, acting on his own initiative, he spiked the guns at Moultrie and moved his command across the harbor to Fort Sumter. Sumter was a massive, unfinished brick pentagon rising from a man-made island in the center of the channel. It was a fortress designed to repel foreign fleets, now suddenly the focal point of a domestic siege. The move to Sumter changed the geometry of the standoff. The fort was surrounded by water, isolated from the mainland but threatening the sea lanes. The South Carolina militia, and later the Confederate Army under General P.G.T. Beauregard, began to construct a ring of batteries on the surrounding islands. They built earthworks reinforced with palmetto logs and iron rails. They mounted heavy mortars and columbiads, training them on the brick walls of the fort. It was a slow, methodical encirclement, a tightening of the logistical noose. Abraham Lincoln's journey to Washington in February 1861 was a security operation conducted in the shadow of assassination threats. The railroad route required him to pass through Baltimore, a city with strong Southern sympathies. Allan Pinkerton, a private detective organizing the security, devised a plan of deception. Lincoln left his public schedule, traveled in a regular sleeping car, and arrived in Washington at dawn, unrecognized. His entry into the Capitol was not a triumphal procession, but a covert insertion. The inaugural address on March 4 was a legal brief delivered to a divided nation. Standing on the east portico of the unfinished Capitol, protected by riflemen in the windows and cavalry in the streets. Lincoln argued that the Union was perpetual and that the ordinances of secession were legally void. He stated clearly that he would hold, occupy, and possess the property and places belonging to the government. He placed the burden of starting a conflict on the South. You can have no conflict without being yourselves the aggressors. The crisis at Fort Sumter boiled down to a question of calories. The garrison's supplies were running out. They were eating salt pork and hardtack, and the inventory was dwindling. Lincoln faced a binary choice: evacuate the fort, which would be a de facto recognition of the Confederacy, or send supplies, which might provoke war. He chose a middle path, a mission of humanity. He notified the governor of South Carolina that an expedition would be sent to supply the fort with provisions only, not arms or men. This placed the decision to fire in the hands of the Confederates. Jefferson Davis, seeking to establish the sovereignty of the new nation, ordered Beauregard to demand the fort's surrender before the relief fleet arrived. When Anderson refused, the order to reduce the fort was given. At 4:30 a.m. on April 12, 1861, a signal mortar fired a shell that arched high over the harbor and burst directly over Fort Sumter. It was the auditory signal that the waiting was over. The bombardment lasted 34 hours. It was a technological spectacle. The Confederate batteries fired over 3,000 rounds. The brick walls of Sumter were pulverized. The wooden barracks inside the fort caught fire, filling the casemates with choking smoke. The Federal garrison, low on ammunition, fired back slowly. Remarkably, despite the volume of iron expended, no one on either side was killed by the gunfire. On April 14, Anderson surrendered. The garrison marched out with the honors of war, saluting their flag with 50 guns before boarding a transport ship for the North. The symbol of federal authority had been removed. Lincoln's response was the activation of the Militia Act of 1795. On April 15, he issued a proclamation calling for 75,000 volunteers to serve for 90 days to suppress combinations too powerful to be suppressed by the ordinary course of judicial proceedings. This proclamation was the catalyst that drove the Upper South out of the Union. Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Arkansas, unwilling to furnish troops to coerce their sister states, passed their own ordinances of secession. The capital of the Confederacy was moved from Montgomery to Richmond, Virginia, placing the enemy headquarters just 100 miles from Washington. The mobilization of the North was chaotic. There was no general staff, no stockpiles of uniforms, and no system for feeding an army on the march. The states took the lead. Governors like John Andrew of Massachusetts commandeered trains, purchased blankets, and chartered steamships. The telegraph offices hummed with requisitions. Regiments were raised in towns and cities, often electing their own officers. They wore a motley collection of uniforms: zouave pantaloons, gray militia coats, red shirts. The movement of these troops to Washington was blocked by the geography of descent. On April 19, the 6th Massachusetts Regiment, transferring from one railroad station to another in Baltimore, was attacked by a mob of Southern sympathizers. The soldiers, untrained in riot control, fired into the crowd. Civilians and soldiers were killed on the cobblestones of Pratt Street. The first blood of the war was shed not on a battlefield, but in a transit hub. To secure the route to the capital, Lincoln suspended the writ of habeas corpus along the rail line, authorizing the military to arrest and detain saboteurs without trial. It was the first suspension of civil liberties in the name of national survival. By July 1861, the pressure for a decisive battle became irresistible. The Northern press, led by Horace Greeley's New York Tribune, chanted on to Richmond. The 90-day enlistments of the 1st Volunteers were nearing expiration. General Irvin McDowell, commanding the Federal forces south of the Potomac, warned that his army was green, but Lincoln replied, "You are green, it is true, but they are green also." The march to Manassas Junction, a critical railroad node in northern Virginia, was a logistical farce. The army of 35,000 men moved with agonizing slowness. They stopped to pick blackberries. They fell out of ranks to fill canteens. The supply wagons blocked the roads. It took 2 days to march 20 miles. The element of surprise was lost. The Confederate army under Beauregard, alerted by spies and the dust clouds, waited behind the winding banks of Bull Run. The Battle of First Bull Run, or Manassas, on July 21 was a collision of amateurs. Civilians from Washington, treating the war as a spectator event, rode out in carriages with picnic baskets to watch the battle from the hills. The tactical plan involved complex flanking maneuvers that the untrained officers could barely coordinate. The fighting on Henry House Hill was a confused melee. Units fired on friendly troops. Uniforms were indistinguishable in the smoke. The turning point was a psychological anchor. General Thomas Jackson's Virginia Brigade stood firm on the crest of the hill, earning him the sobriquet Stonewall. The arrival of Confederate reinforcements by train. The first time in history, a railroad was used to deliver troops directly to a battlefield, tipped the balance. The Union line, exhausted and demoralized, broke. The retreat was a systemic collapse. The army did not withdraw, it dissolved. Soldiers threw away their muskets and knapsacks. They mingled with the fleeing civilians, jamming the bridge over Cub Run. It was a panic-stricken mob that flowed back toward Washington in the rain. The Confederate army, equally disorganized by victory, did not pursue. The morning after the battle, the streets of Washington were filled with sleeping, mud-caked soldiers. The illusion of a short war was dead. The 90-day volunteers went home. Lincoln summoned George B. McClellan to build a real army. The call went out for 500,000 men to serve for 3 years. The war was no longer a police action. It was a total conflict that would require the complete mobilization of the industrial and demographic systems of the nation. The ledgers were opened for a long accounting of blood. The aftermath of Bull Run was a period of frantic administrative construction. The city of Washington, previously a vulnerable depot, was transformed into the most heavily fortified camp on the continent. Under the direction of General George B. McClellan, the Army of the Potomac was built from the ground up. This was not merely the gathering of men, but the imposition of a standardized system of existence. McClellan, a former railroad president, approached the army as an engineering problem. He instituted a rigid schedule of drill that consumed the daylight hours. The camps were laid out in precise grids. The quartermaster department under General Montgomery Meigs became a massive corporate entity, purchasing millions of yards of blue wool, thousands of horses, and tons of salt pork. The specifications for a soldier's shoe, a tent peg, and a hardtack cracker were written down and enforced by inspectors. While the army drilled in the mud of the Potomac, the war in the West began to move along the river systems. The geography of the Western theater was defined by the flow of water. The Tennessee, the Cumberland, and the Mississippi rivers ran deep into the heart of the Confederacy. To exploit these arteries, the Union constructed a new class of weapon, the city-class ironclad. Built in the boatyards of St. Louis and Mound City under the supervision of James Eads, these vessels were flat-bottomed, turtle-backed machines of war. They were not ships in the traditional sense, but floating gun platforms powered by steam and armored with iron plate. They were built in weeks, not months, using a standardized design that allowed for rapid assembly. In February 1862, General Ulysses S. Grant and Flag Officer Andrew Foote utilized this system to crack the Confederate defensive line in Tennessee. The capture of Fort Henry on the Tennessee River was a naval victory. The rising river waters flooded the fort, and the ironclads battered the mud walls into submission before the infantry even arrived. The subsequent move to Fort Donelson on the Cumberland River was a combined operation. The weather was a brutal variable. The temperature dropped to 12 degrees, freezing the soldiers in their lines without tents or fires. The Confederate breakout attempt failed due to a breakdown in command cohesion. When the Confederate commander asked for terms, Grant's response was a chilling deviation from the polite norms of 19th century warfare. No terms except an unconditional and immediate surrender can be accepted. The surrender of 12,000 Confederate troops was a catastrophic loss of manpower that opened the road to Nashville. In the East, the Maritime War evolved into a contest of technological prototypes. The Confederates, lacking the industrial capacity to build a fleet from scratch, salvaged the hull of the burnt USS Merrimack, cut it down to the waterline, and built a casemate of heavy timber covered in railway iron upon it. Renamed the CSS Virginia, this iron monster sortied into Hampton Roads on March 8, 1862. The wooden fleet of the Union Navy was helpless against it. The Virginia rammed and sank the USS Cumberland and burned the USS Congress. The age of the wooden warship ended in a single afternoon of splintered oak and carnage. The Union response arrived that night. The USS Monitor. Designed by John Erickson, it was a radical departure from all naval tradition. It had no masts, no sails, and a freeboard of only 18 inches. Its offensive power was concentrated in a single revolving turret housing two 11-inch Dahlgren guns. The battle the next day was a duel of proof. The two ironclads circled each other at close range, firing directly into the armor. The shells bounced off. It was a tactical draw but a strategic victory for the system of the turret. The Virginia was neutralized, and the blockade of Norfolk remained intact. The cheese box on a raft had proven that a machine could protect the fleet. McClellan finally moved his massive army in the spring of 1862, launching the Peninsula Campaign. It was an amphibious operation of immense scale. Over 120,000 men, 15,000 horses, and 44 batteries of artillery were transported by water to Fort Monroe on the Virginia coast. The logistics were flawless, but the advance was glacial. McClellan, relying on faulty intelligence from the Pinkerton Detective Agency, believed he was outnumbered. He besieged Yorktown with heavy mortars rather than storming it, wasting weeks moving dirt, while the Confederates strengthened their defenses around Richmond. The climax of the Western Spring occurred at Shiloh Church in April. It was a collision of surprise and ferocity. The Confederate Army under Albert Sidney Johnston struck Grant's encampment at dawn. The Union troops, many unbloodied, were pushed back to the banks of the Tennessee River. The battle was a chaotic roar of musketry in the dense woods. The systems of command broke down into squad-level survival, but the Union logistical advantage, the river, saved them. Gunboats provided fire support, and reinforcements arrived by steamboat throughout the night. The next morning, The replenished Union machine counterattacked and drove the Confederates from the field. The casualty lists, over 23,000 combined, shocked the nation. The scale of death had exceeded the capacity of the medical corps to process it. In New Orleans, the Union Navy executed a daring run past the forts guarding the Mississippi. Admiral David Farragut, lashed to the rigging of his flagship, led the fleet through the fire. The fall of New Orleans was a decisive economic blow. The Confederacy lost its largest city, its banking center, and its primary port for the export of cotton. The King Cotton diplomacy, the hope that cotton starvation would force British intervention, was failing. The British had stockpiled cotton before the war and were finding new sources in Egypt and India. The summer of 1862 in Virginia saw the rise of Robert E. Lee. Taking command of the Confederate Army defending Richmond, Lee initiated the 7 Days Battles. It was a campaign of aggressive maneuver. Lee used his interior lines and the digging capacity of his soldiers to hold the Union Army in place while he struck at its flanks. McClellan, unnerved by the ferocity of the assaults and convinced of his imminent destruction, conducted a change of base, a euphemism for retreat. The massive Union Army, with its miles of supply wagons, withdrew to the safety of the gunboats on the James River. The siege of Richmond was lifted not by superior numbers, but by superior audacity. As the second summer of the war waned, the conflict began to target the social and economic foundations of the South. The Confiscation Acts passed by Congress authorized the seizure of Confederate property, including enslaved people. The Union Army camps became magnets for contrabands, thousands of enslaved men, women, and children fleeing the plantations. The labor of the South was walking off the fields and into the service of the North, digging ditches, driving wagons, and cooking for the troops. The system of slavery was eroding from the edges inward, dissolved by the friction of the war. The war had become a consuming fire, burning through the inventory of a generation, demanding ever more complex systems of supply, transport, and killing to sustain its momentum. The waiting was over. The grinding had begun. By the late summer of 1862, the war in Virginia had transitioned into a contest of velocity and supply management. The Union Army, heavy with artillery and an immense train of wagons, moved with the lethargy of a massive industrial operation. In contrast, the Confederate foot cavalry, under General Thomas "Stonewall" Jackson, operated on a stripped-down logistical model. These troops marched with minimal baggage, often subsisting on green corn gathered from the fields and sleeping without tents. This reduction in weight allowed for a distinct operational speed, enabling the Confederate force to flank the Union positions and strike at the sensitive nodes of their supply network. The destination of this rapid march was Manassas Junction, a sprawling depot where the Union Army had stockpiled thousands of tons of rations, clothing, and ammunition. The Confederate descent upon this inventory was a systematic looting followed by destruction. Famished soldiers gorged on delicacies, lobster, oysters, and potted meat that were intended for the officers of the Federal Army. What could not be eaten or carried was burned. The smoke from the burning warehouses served as a visual signal of the logistical disruption. The Battle of Second Manassas that followed was a collision determined by this maneuver. The Union commander, John Pope, confused by the speed of the enemy and the disruption of his communications, marched his columns into a trap. The result was a chaotic defeat, forcing the Federal Army to retreat once again into the fortifications of Washington. leaving the debris of their supply failure scattered across the Bull Run battlefield. Emboldened by this success, Robert E. Lee initiated a logistical offensive into Maryland. The invasion was driven by the necessity of the harvest. The fields of northern Virginia had been stripped bare by the contending armies. The herds were gone, and the barns were empty. To feed his army, Lee had to move it into the untouched agricultural zones of the North. The crossing of the Potomac was a foraging expedition as much as a military campaign. The soldiers, ragged and often shoeless, marched into Maryland singing, but their eyes were on the ripening corn and the heavy fruit trees. The campaign turned on a breakdown in the system of information security. A copy of Lee's Special Order 191, detailing the dispersion of his army, was lost by a courier. It was found wrapped around 3 cigars in a meadow near Frederick, Maryland, by 2 Union soldiers. This intelligence, the lost order, traveled up the chain of command to George McClellan. It provided the Union general with a complete blueprint of the enemy's dispositions, a rare instance where the fog of war was lifted by a clerical error. The resulting collision at Sharpsburg, along the banks of Antietam Creek, on September 17, 1862, was a statistical anomaly in the history of the continent. It was a day of mechanized slaughter where the output of the industrial weaponry exceeded the capacity of the tactical systems to manage it. The battle was fought in 3 distinct phases, moving from the cornfield to the sunken road to the stone bridge. In the cornfield, the volume of musketry was so intense that the crop was cut down as if by a scythe, not a single stalk left standing. The sunken road, a natural trench, became a trap where the Confederate defenders were piled in layers, their bodies forming a rampart for the attackers. The casualty lists from this single day, over 22,000 killed, wounded, or missing, represented a failure of the medical logistics of the era. The field hospitals were overwhelmed. Barns and churches for miles around were converted into surgical depots. Amputated limbs were piled outside the windows, a grim inventory of the cost of the engagement. The battle was a tactical draw. Lee's army held its ground but was too battered to continue the campaign and withdrew across the river the following night. The invasion of the North had been halted, not by a decisive stroke, but by the sheer weight of attrition. The strategic consequence of Antietam was administrative. Abraham Lincoln utilized the repulse of the Confederate Army to issue the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation. This was not a rhetorical speech but a legal decree, drafted with the precision of a property deed. It relied on the president's war powers to seize the property of the rebels. It stated that on January 1, 1863, all persons held as slaves within any state in rebellion shall be thenceforward and forever free. The document was a masterpiece of systemic reclassification. It did not free the enslaved people in the border states that had remained in the Union, nor in the areas already occupied by Union troops. It applied only to the areas where the government currently had no power to enforce it. However, it fundamentally altered the legal aim of the war. It transformed the Union Army into an army of liberation. Every mile the Federal troops advanced, the legal status of the inhabitants changed from chattel to free. It also acted as a diplomatic firewall. The British Empire, which had been flirting with recognition of the Confederacy, could not intervene on the side of a slave power against a force explicitly fighting for emancipation. The proclamation integrated the moral logic of abolition with the strategic logic of the state. As the autumn cooled into winter, the Union command shifted to Ambrose Burnside, who planned a direct drive on Richmond via Fredericksburg. The success of the plan hinged on a specific piece of engineering equipment, the pontoon bridge. The Rappahannock River was too deep to ford. The Army needed floating bridges to cross. The requisition for the pontoons was sent to the engineering department, but the bureaucratic friction of the War Department caused a critical delay. The bridges arrived weeks late. By the time the pontoons were delivered, the element of surprise was lost. The Confederate Army had entrenched itself on the heights overlooking the river. The Union Army crossed the bridges under fire, a dangerous engineering operation where sappers built the roadway while snipers targeted them from the cellars of the town. Once across, the assault on Mary's Heights on December 13 was a mathematical impossibility. The Confederate infantry was positioned behind a stone wall at the base of the hill, with artillery ranged on the slopes above. The Union attack consisted of a series of frontal assaults, wave after wave of blue uniforms marching across an open plain into a kill zone. It was a breakdown of tactical imagination. The soldiers followed orders, marching into the canister and rifle fire until the piles of dead blocked the path of the living. Over 12,000 Union soldiers fell. The Confederate loss was minimal. The battle proved that courage was no substitute for geometry. A fortified position, properly supplied with ammunition, could stop any number of men moving in the open. Following the disaster, the Union Army bogged down in the Mud March. An attempt to flank the Confederate position was defeated by the weather. Heavy rains turned the Virginia roads into a slurry of clay that swallowed wagons and cannon. The Army was immobilized by the viscosity of the soil. Mules died in the harness, sinking until only their ears were visible. The offensive was canceled, not by the enemy, but by the mud. While the Eastern armies entered winter quarters, the administration of the war underwent a silent revolution through the work of the United States Sanitary Commission. This civilian organization, led by reformers and doctors, sought to systematize the health and hygiene of the volunteer forces. They recognized that disease killed more soldiers than bullets. They inspected camps, demanding proper drainage and latrine placement. They organized the distribution of vegetables to prevent scurvy. They standardized the design of hospital pavilions to improve ventilation. The evacuation of the wounded was also professionalized. Dr. Jonathan Letterman, the medical director of the Army of the Potomac, instituted the Letterman system. Previously, the wounded were often removed by regimental musicians or whoever happened to be nearby, leading to chaos. Letterman created a dedicated ambulance corps, with trained drivers and stretcher bearers who operated under medical, not line, command. He established a tiered system of treatment: the field dressing station for immediate first aid, the division field hospital for surgery, and the general hospital for long-term recovery. This triage system became the standard model for military medicine, a logistical chain of survival that moved the patient away from the front in a regulated flow. In the Western Theater, the war focused on the hydrogeography of the Mississippi River. The Union objective was Vicksburg, the Gibraltar of the West. This city sat on high bluffs overlooking a hairpin turn in the river, its guns controlling all traffic. As long as Vicksburg held, the Confederacy remained connected to the supplies of Texas and Arkansas. Ulysses S. Grant, commanding the Union forces, spent the winter of 1862-1863 attempting to bypass the city through a series of engineering experiments. Grant's engineers attempted to dig a canal across the peninsula opposite the city, hoping to divert the river's current and leave Vicksburg high and dry. They dredged bayous to create a path for gunboats through the flooded forests. They blew levees to flood the countryside. These were massive construction projects conducted in the malaria-ridden swamps. They involved steam dredges, thousands of laborers, and immense quantities of black powder. Each experiment failed. The river refused to be redirected. The trees clogged the channels. The disease rates soared. The lesson was that the river system could not be easily re-engineered. Vicksburg would have to be taken by military maneuver, not hydraulic manipulation. The internal economy of the North was booming, driven by the insatiable demand of the War Department. The government issued greenbacks, paper currency not backed by gold, to pay its bills. This fiat money functioned because the government accepted it for taxes and because the economy had no other option. The National Banking Acts of 1863 and 1864 created a system of federally chartered banks that issued a uniform currency backed by the purchase of U.S. government bonds. This permanently centralized the financial system, replacing the chaotic web of state banknotes with a single national standard. The draft was introduced to solve the manpower crisis. The Enrollment Act of 1863 established a federal provost marshal bureau to register every male citizen between 20 and 45. The draft was a lottery system. Names were drawn from a wheel. However, the system contained a market-based escape clause. A drafted man could pay a commutation fee of $300 or hire a substitute to serve in his place. This commodification of duty created deep resentment among the working class, leading to the charge that it was a rich man's war and a poor man's fight. In the South, the systems of supply were breaking down under the pressure of the blockade and the internal dislocation. The tax in kind required farmers to give 10% of their produce to the government, a levy that stripped the hinterland of food. The inflation of the Confederate dollar was catastrophic. Prices rose daily. Bread riots broke out in Richmond and other cities, where women armed with knives and hatchets broke into government warehouses and shops, demanding food. These were not political protests, but subsistence crises, the collapse of the distribution system in the face of hunger. As the spring of 1863 arrived, the war moved toward a dual climax. In the East, the Army of the Potomac, now under Joseph Hooker, prepared for yet another march on Richmond. Hooker reorganized the army, introducing the Corps badge system, distinctive cloth patches sewn onto the caps of the soldiers, a red circle, a white star, a blue cross. This was a system of visual identification that built unit pride and allowed commanders to identify troops in the confusion of battle. In the West, Grant made a decision to abandon his supply lines. He marched his army down the west bank of the Mississippi, ran his gunboats past the batteries of Vicksburg at night, and ferried his troops across the river south of the city. He then moved inland, feeding his army off the rich farmland of Mississippi. This was a logistical gamble of the highest order, detaching a modern army from its base and turning it into a raiding force. The trajectory of the war was now defined by the grinding capability of the northern industrial machine against the dwindling resources of the southern agrarian state. The telegraph lines hummed with the codes of the War Department, directing the flow of trains, ships, and regiments. The map was being redrawn not just by battles, but by the relentless extension of the Union logistical grid into the heart of the rebellion. In the spring of 1863, the Army of the Potomac, now under the command of Joseph Hooker, initiated a campaign designed to utilize the sheer weight of its logistical advantage to crush the Confederate Army of Northern Virginia. Hooker's plan was a masterpiece of staff work. He detached his cavalry to sever the Confederate supply lines and moved the bulk of his infantry upstream to cross the Rappahannock and Rapidan rivers, intending to envelop the Confederate left flank. This maneuver was executed with precision. The Union Army moved out of its winter camps, crossed the pontoon bridges, and entered the area known as the Wilderness, a 70-square-mile tangle of second-growth scrub oak and pine. The Wilderness acted as a natural dampener on the Union military machine. The thick underbrush neutralized the superior Federal artillery, which required open fields of fire to be effective. It broke the cohesion of the large infantry formations, reducing regiments to isolated squads struggling through the briars. Robert E. Lee, identifying this topographical equalizer, made a calculated violation of military doctrine. Facing a force nearly twice his size, he divided his army. He left a small holding force to watch the Union front and sent Thomas "Stonewall" Jackson with 30,000 men on a long, covert march around the Union right flank. Jackson's flank march on May 2 was a feat of endurance and concealment. The column moved rapidly along narrow wood roads, screened from view by the dense foliage and the cavalry screen. In the late afternoon, they deployed in a line of battle stretching for miles through the woods, perpendicular to the unsuspecting Union flank. The attack was a kinetic wave that rolled up the Union 11th Corps while they were cooking supper. The surprise was total. The Union defensive system collapsed not from lack of courage, but from a failure of orientation. However, the victory came at a catastrophic administrative cost. In the confusion of the twilight, as Jackson rode forward to scout the ground for a night attack, he was fired upon by his own pickets, soldiers of a North Carolina regiment who mistook his party for Union cavalry. Jackson was struck by 3 bullets. His removal from the field was a traumatic medical evacuation. He was carried on a stretcher through the woods under artillery fire, dropped once, and eventually transported to a field hospital where his left arm was amputated. He died days later from pneumonia. The loss of Jackson was the deletion of the Army's primary offensive asset, a breakdown in the command structure that would haunt the Confederacy. While the armies in the East bled in the Virginia woods, the campaign in the West settled into the static geometry of a siege. Ulysses S. Grant had successfully trapped the Confederate army of John C. Pemberton within the defenses of Vicksburg. The city was invested. The Union Army constructed a line of circumvallation, a continuous ring of trenches and batteries stretching from the river above the city to the river below. The siege of Vicksburg was an engineering project. Sapping parties dug zigzag trenches toward the Confederate lines, rolling sap rollers, large woven baskets filled with cotton or earth, ahead of them for protection. The objective was to bring the Union muskets within point-blank range of the Confederate parapets. To supplement the surface works, miners dug tunnels under the Confederate forts, packing them with thousands of pounds of black powder. The explosion of these mines created craters that served as focal points for infantry assaults, though these were often bloody failures. Inside the city, the systems of civilian life disintegrated. The bombardment from the Union gunboats and siege batteries was constant. Residents dug caves into the clay hillsides to escape the shelling, living underground in a subterranean society. The food supply was exhausted. The garrison and the civilians ate mule meat and pea bread made from ground peas and corn. The rats were hunted for food. The city was starving by the ounce. On July 4, 1863, Pemberton surrendered. The river was opened. The Father of Waters flowed unvexed to the sea, and the Confederacy was severed in two. Simultaneously in the east, Lee launched his second invasion of the North. The motivation was largely logistical. The Virginia countryside was stripped bare, and the army needed the shoes, cattle, and grain of Pennsylvania. The movement was a massive transfer of military inventory north of the Potomac. The Army of Northern Virginia moved through the Shenandoah Valley, using the Blue Ridge Mountains as a screen. The Union Army, now commanded by George Meade, moved on a parallel track to the east, keeping itself between Lee and Washington. The collision at Gettysburg on July 1 occurred not by strategic design, but because the road network of the region converged on the town like the spokes of a wheel. A Confederate division, seeking a supply of shoes reported to be in the town, encountered Union cavalry. The engagement escalated as both sides fed units into the fight along the Chambersburg Pike. The Union forces were driven back through the streets of the town, rallying on the high ground to the south, Cemetery Hill and Culp's Hill. By the second day, the Union defensive line had solidified into the shape of a fishhook. This geometry provided a decisive advantage. Interior lines. Meade could move troops from one flank to the other quickly across the Court of the Arc, while Lee had to move his troops the long way around the perimeter. The battle on July 2 was a series of attacks on the Union flanks. The defense of Little Round Top, a rocky hill anchoring the Union left, was a study in small unit logistics. The 20th Maine Regiment, out of ammunition after holding off repeated assaults, executed a bayonet charge that swept the attacking Alabamians from the slope. The line held. On July 3, Lee ordered a central assault against the Union center on Cemetery Ridge. This was Pickett's charge. It was a gamble on the morale of the infantry against the physics of artillery. A massive bombardment by 150 Confederate guns failed to suppress the Union batteries or break the infantry line. When the 12,500 Confederate soldiers stepped out of the woods and began the mile-long march across the open fields, they walked into a converging fire. The Union artillery on the flanks raked the lines. The infantry in the center waited behind stone walls. The charge was a massacre. A few hundred Confederates breached the wall at the angle, only to be overwhelmed. The survivors retreated, leaving a carpet of bodies on the field. It was the high-water mark of the Confederate military system, the moment when the offensive capacity of Lee's army was permanently broken. The retreat from Gettysburg was a logistical nightmare. A wagon train of wounded men, 17 miles long, moved through the rain and mud back to the Potomac. The wagons had no springs. The agony of the men inside was a continuous scream that echoed through the night. The river was swollen by the rains, delaying the crossing, but Meade's army was too exhausted to deliver a finishing blow. Lee escaped back into Virginia. While the armies fought, the social fabric of the North tore under the strain of the draft. In mid-July, the enforcement of the Enrollment Act in New York City triggered the deadliest civil insurrection in American history. The draft riots were a class-based rejection of the war system. The mob, composed largely of Irish laborers who feared job competition from emancipated slaves, and resented the $300 commutation that allowed the rich to buy their way out, targeted the symbols of federal authority and the African American community. The violence was systematic and brutal. The draft office was burned. The colored orphan asylum was sacked and set on fire. African American men were hunted through the streets and lynched from lampposts. The police were overwhelmed. The riot was only suppressed when Federal regiments, fresh from the slaughter at Gettysburg, were rushed to the city. The soldiers fired volleys into the mob, restoring order through martial law. The draft resumed, but the illusion of a unified home front was shattered. In the autumn, the focus shifted to the dedicated processing of the dead. At Gettysburg, a national cemetery was established to inter the thousands of Union soldiers buried in shallow, temporary graves. The reburial was a grim task of identification and transfer. On November 19, at the dedication ceremony, Abraham Lincoln delivered a short address. In 272 words, he reframed the purpose of the war. He moved the definition of the nation from a constitutional union of states to a single people dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. He transformed the carnage into a holy sacrifice for a new birth of freedom. The Gettysburg Address was a software update for the American Republic, overwriting the original compromises with a new, absolute moral imperative. In the West, the war of maneuver continued. The Union Army, pushing into Georgia, was defeated at Chickamauga in September, a confused battle in the dense woods where a gap in the Union line allowed a Confederate breakthrough. The Union Army retreated into Chattanooga, where it was besieged. The Confederates held the high ground of Lookout Mountain and Missionary Ridge, cutting off the supply lines. The Union troops began to starve. The relief of Chattanooga was a demonstration of the Union's logistical dominance. 2 corps were detached from the Army of the Potomac in Virginia, loaded onto trains, and transported 1,200 miles to Tennessee in 11 days. This was the largest movement of troops by rail in the 19th century. With these reinforcements and the opening of a Cracker Line supply route, Grant broke the siege. In November, the Union troops stormed Missionary Ridge, charging up the steep slopes without orders in an unstoppable surge. The Confederate Army was routed, retreating into Georgia. The gateway to the Deep South was open. As 1863 ended, the nature of the war had fundamentally changed. It was no longer a contest of armies seeking a decisive battle, but a war of exhaustion. The Union had seized the Mississippi, the railroad hubs of Tennessee, and the political initiative. The Confederate territory was shrinking. Its economy was wrecked by inflation. Its manpower was depleted. The Union appointed Ulysses S. Grant as General-in-Chief of all armies. He brought with him a new strategic system, coordination. All the Union armies would move at once, applying simultaneous pressure to prevent the Confederates from shifting troops on their interior lines. The war was about to become a single, grinding machine. In the spring of 1864, the strategic management of the war underwent a fundamental consolidation. Ulysses S. Grant, commissioned as Lieutenant General, a rank last held by George Washington, established his headquarters not in the War Department offices in Washington, but in the field, traveling with the Army of the Potomac. From this mobile command post, he activated a unified operational plan designed to apply simultaneous pressure across the entire continental theater. The logic was simple. The Union possessed a demographic and industrial advantage that could only be neutralized if the Confederate armies were allowed to rest and shift resources between fronts. Grant's order was for all armies to move on a specific date, turning the war into a single, synchronized machine of attrition. On May 4, the Army of the Potomac crossed the Rapidan River, entering the wilderness for the second time in a year. This movement was a massive projection of force, 118,000 men, and a supply train of 4,000 wagons that, if deployed in a single line, would have stretched from the Rapidan to Richmond. The objective was not a piece of terrain, but the destruction of Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia. The collision in the wilderness was a battle fought blind. The dense second-growth forest reduced the range of engagement to a few yards. Officers navigated by compass. The lines of battle disintegrated into isolated firefights. The dry underbrush caught fire from the muzzle flashes, creating a horrific environmental hazard where wounded men were trapped in the flames. The smoke was so thick it obscured the sun. Unlike previous Union commanders who would retreat to refit after such a mauling, Grant ordered the army to move south, around the Confederate flank. When the soldiers realized they were marching toward Richmond rather than retreating to the river, a cheer went up along the columns. The psychological system of the army had shifted from preservation to persistence. The race led to Spotsylvania Courthouse, a rural crossroads that became the site of the most intense hand-to-hand combat of the war. The Confederate Army arrived first and constructed a complex system of earthworks reinforced with logs and abatis. The shape of the line bulged outward in a mule shoe salient. On May 12, the Union Army launched a massive assault against this position. The fighting at the Bloody Angle lasted for 20 hours without interruption. It was a dense, crushing struggle in the rain and mud. Soldiers fired their muskets until the barrels fouled, then used them as clubs. They stood on top of the dead to fire at the living. The volume of fire was so concentrated that an oak tree, 22 inches in diameter, was severed solely by rifle bullets, toppling onto the troops below. It was an industrial application of lead, a grinding down of the opposing force through sheer expenditure of ammunition. Following Spotsylvania, the campaign settled into a grim rhythm. The Union Army would slide south, Lee would parallel the movement and entrench, and the armies would clash again. The North Anna, the Totopotomoy, these were the waypoints of a continuous engagement. The soldiers learned to dig instantly. Whenever the column halted, the men used bayonets, tin cups, and plates to throw up earthworks. The nature of the war had changed from open maneuver to trench warfare. At Cold Harbor, a few miles from Richmond, the systems of defense finally overcame the systems of assault. On June 3, Grant ordered a general attack against the entrenched Confederate lines. The Union soldiers, recognizing the futility of the order, were observed pinning slips of paper with their names and addresses to the backs of their coats, a bureaucratic preparation for their own death and identification. The assault lasted less than an hour and resulted in 7,000 Union casualties. It was a suicidal frontal impact against a fortified position, a cold mathematical error that Grant would later admit was his greatest regret. Stymied north of Richmond, Grant executed a massive logistical feint. He disengaged his army, marched it across the James River on a pontoon bridge 2,100 feet long, a marvel of engineering anchored in deep water against a tidal current, and struck at Petersburg. Petersburg was the rail hub that supplied Richmond. If it fell, the capital would starve. The initial assaults failed due to command hesitation, and the armies settled into a siege. The Siege of Petersburg was the prototype of modern static warfare. Two great lines of trenches stretched for 30 miles around the city. Behind the Union lines, the logistical city of City Point emerged at the confluence of the James and Appomattox rivers. It became, for a time, one of the busiest ports in the world. Wharves were built to handle the hundreds of ships arriving daily with bread, beef, and gunpowder. A military railroad was constructed to carry supplies directly from the docks to the trenches. A massive bakery produced over 100,000 loaves of bread a day. It was a triumph of supply chain management, ensuring that the Union soldier in the muddy ditch was better fed and equipped than the civilian population of the South. To break the stalemate, a regiment of Pennsylvania coal miners proposed a subterranean solution. They dug a mine shaft 511 feet long under the Confederate works, terminating in a T-shaped gallery packed with 4 tons of black powder. The ventilation of the tunnel was achieved through a wooden duct and a fire-generated draft, a technique borrowed from the anthracite mines. On July 30, the mine was detonated. The explosion created a crater 170 feet long and 30 feet deep, instantly obliterating a Confederate battery and regiment. The subsequent infantry assault, however, was a tactical disaster. Instead of moving around the crater, the Union troops charged into it, becoming trapped in the pit. The Confederates rallied, firing down into the mass of confused men. What began as an engineering masterstroke ended as a turkey shoot. The failure of the crater confirmed that the siege would not be ended by a single stroke, but by the slow strangulation of the Confederate rail network. In the Western Theater, William Tecumseh Sherman initiated the Atlanta campaign. His adversary was Joseph E. Johnston, a master of defensive strategy. The campaign was a chess match of maneuver along the Western and Atlantic Railroad. Sherman would advance. Johnston would entrench in a strong position. Sherman would flank him. Johnston would retreat to the next ridge. The battles, Resaca, New Hope Church, Kennesaw Mountain, were violent but indecisive. The true objective was the railroad itself. Sherman's army was tethered to this single track. A dedicated construction corps followed the army, rebuilding bridges and relaying rails almost as fast as the Confederates destroyed them. When the Confederates blew up the tunnel at Tunnel Hill, the Union engineers cleared it. The whistle of the supply train was the soundtrack of the advance. By July, Sherman was at the gates of Atlanta. The Confederate government, frustrated by Johnston's constant retreating, replaced him with John Bell Hood, a commander known for aggression. Hood immediately launched a series of attacks at Peachtree Creek at Decatur and at Ezra Church. These sorties were repulsed with heavy losses. Hood shattered his army against the Union breastworks, accelerating the attrition that Johnston had tried to avoid. The capture of Atlanta was finally achieved by cutting its lifelines. Sherman moved his army around the city to sever the Macon and Western Railroad, the last supply route. Hood, facing entrapment, evacuated the city on the night of September 1. He burned the ammunition trains he could not move. The resulting explosions shook the ground for miles. The next day, the mayor of Atlanta surrendered the city. Sherman telegraphed Washington, "Atlanta is ours and fairly won." This victory arrived at the critical moment of the political calendar. The year 1864 was an election year, a test of whether a democracy could conduct a national plebiscite in the midst of a civil war. The political friction was intense. The Copperheads, peace Democrats, agitated for an immediate armistice. The Democratic Party nominated George B. McClellan. The General Lincoln had fired on a platform declaring the war a failure. Lincoln himself was despondent. In August, observing the high casualty lists and the stalemate at Petersburg, he wrote a memorandum pledging to cooperate with the president-elect to save the Union between the election and the inauguration, as he believed he would likely lose. He had the members of his cabinet sign the back of the sealed envelope, witnessing their commitment to a transition of power they expected to be inevitable. The fall of Atlanta changed the political calculus. It was the proof that the war was being won. The re-election of Abraham Lincoln in November was a landslide in the Electoral College, though the popular vote was closer. Crucially, the soldier vote, collected in the field or by furlough, went overwhelmingly for Lincoln. The men doing the fighting voted to finish the job. The election was a validation of the emancipation policy and the strategy of unconditional surrender. With the election secure, Sherman proposed a radical shift in strategy. He requested permission to cut his supply line, abandon Atlanta, and march to the sea. He would live off the land. His objective was not a Confederate army, but the Confederate psyche. He intended to demonstrate that the Confederate government was powerless to protect its interior. "I can make the march and make Georgia howl," he wrote. On November 15, the burning of Atlanta began. The depot, the roundhouse, and the machine shops were destroyed. The fire spread to the business district, leaving the industrial heart of the city a ruin of brick chimneys and twisted iron. Sherman's army of 62,000 men marched out the next morning. They moved in 4 parallel columns, cutting a swath of destruction 60 miles wide. The march to the sea was a logistical inversion. Instead of protecting a supply line, the army consumed the territory it passed through. Foraging parties known as bummers fanned out each day to seize food. They took cattle, hogs, chickens, and sweet potatoes. They destroyed the infrastructure of the state. The railroads were a primary target. The soldiers tore up the tracks, heated the rails over bonfires of ties, and twisted them around trees, Sherman's neckties. This rendered the iron useless, and the repair of the line impossible without new mills. The march was a war against property. Gins, mills, and barns were burned. The army moved virtually unopposed. The only Confederate forces available were scattered militia and cavalry, who could do little more than observe the destruction. The enslaved population of Georgia viewed the army as a moving zone of liberation. Thousands followed the columns, a refugee train seeking freedom in the wake of the blue soldiers. Sherman reached the coast in December. He stormed Fort McAllister, opened communications with the Union fleet, and occupied the city of Savannah. The Confederate garrison fled. On December 22, Sherman sent a telegram to Lincoln. "I beg to present you as a Christmas gift the city of Savannah, with 150 heavy guns and plenty of ammunition, also about 25,000 bales of cotton." In the Shenandoah Valley, a similar campaign of economic denial was conducted by Philip Sheridan. Ordered by Grant to turn the valley, the breadbasket of the Confederacy, into a barren waste so that a crow flying over it would have to carry his own provender, Sheridan burned the barns and the mills. The smoke filled the valley for days. This was total war, a system of destruction that targeted the agricultural base of the enemy society. As the winter of 1864 set in, the Confederacy was a hollow shell. Its armies were shrinking from desertion and disease. Its territory was bisected and burned. Its currency was worthless. A pair of boots cost several hundred Confederate dollars. The blockade was watertight. The port of Wilmington, North Carolina, the last open door to the world, was under threat. The Union systems of war, industrial, political, and logistical, were operating at peak efficiency, grinding the rebellion into dust. The waiting was over. The end was a matter of time and physics. In Richmond, the mood was one of fatalistic grimness. The government debated the unthinkable, the arming of slaves to fight for the Confederacy. It was the ultimate contradiction, a desperate acknowledgement that the white manpower of the South was exhausted. The proposal was debated in the Confederate Congress, a measure of the desperation that pervaded the Capitol as the sound of the Union guns at Petersburg grew louder with each passing month. The year 1865 opened with the Union military machine focusing its kinetic energy on the final artery of Confederate supply, the port of Wilmington, North Carolina. While the other major ports had been sealed or captured, Wilmington remained open, protected by the massive earthworks of Fort Fisher. This fortification, situated at the tip of a peninsula separating the Cape Fear River from the Atlantic Ocean, was the strongest defensive position in the Confederacy. Its sand parapets, 30 feet high and absorbing the shock of heavy naval gunfire, guarded the inlet through which the blockade runners, fast, shallow-draft steamers painted gray to blend with the sea mist, carried the rifles and shoes that kept the Army of Northern Virginia in the field. The reduction of Fort Fisher was a joint operation of unprecedented scale. A fleet of 58 warships, commanded by Admiral David Dixon Porter, formed a crescent off the coast. The bombardment that commenced in mid-January was an industrial application of ballistics. For 2 days, the fleet poured over 20,000 shells into the fort, a continuous roar of iron that silenced the Confederate guns and churned the sand into a cratered wasteland. The subsequent amphibious assault by Union infantry was a chaotic storming of the traverse walls. The hand-to-hand combat inside the fort was brutal, fought from bomb-proof to bomb-proof. When the fort fell on January 15, the last door to the global market was slammed shut. The price of flour in Richmond effectively doubled overnight, not due to currency fluctuation, but to the absolute cessation of import. In Washington, the political calendar demanded a constitutional synchronization with the military reality. Abraham Lincoln, having secured re-election, utilized his political capital to push the 13th Amendment through the House of Representatives. This was not a war measure like the Emancipation Proclamation, which relied on executive authority and military necessity. This was a permanent alteration of the organic law of the nation. It was the king's cure for the systemic evil of slavery. The legislative process involved intense lobbying. The administration utilized patronage, the promise of government jobs, to sway the votes of lame duck Democrats. On January 31, the House gallery was packed. When the final vote was tallied, 119 to 56, barely clearing the two-thirds threshold, the chamber erupted in a breach of decorum. The amendment was sent to the states for ratification, initiating the legal liquidation of the institution of chattel slavery. Diplomacy flickered briefly and then died at the Hampton Roads Conference in February. Lincoln and Secretary of State Seward met with Confederate commissioners aboard the steamer River Queen. The Confederates sought an armistice. Lincoln demanded unconditional surrender and the acceptance of emancipation. The gap between the two systems, one fighting for independence, the other for union, was unbridgeable by words. The war returned to the trenches. In the mud of Petersburg, the stalemate broke under the pressure of extension. Ulysses S. Grant continued to stretch his lines to the west, forcing Robert E. Lee to thin his defense to the breaking point. The decisive snap occurred at Five Forks on April 1. General Philip Sheridan, commanding the Union cavalry and infantry, assaulted the extreme Confederate right. It was a tactical envelopment. The Confederate line collapsed, exposing the Southside Railroad, the last supply line into Petersburg. The following morning, Grant ordered a general assault along the entire line. The Union 6th Corps surged over the earthworks that had held them for 9 months. The breakthrough was decisive. Lee sent a telegram to Richmond, advising the Confederate government that the capital must be evacuated by nightfall. The evacuation of Richmond on April 2, 1865, was a scene of systemic dissolution. The Confederate government burned its archives, the smoke of the diplomatic correspondence drifting over the city. The retreating army set fire to the tobacco warehouses and the military stores. The fire, fanned by the wind, escaped containment, consuming the business district. The citizens were left in a burning city, caught between the departing rear guard and the arriving conquerors. When the Union troops entered the next morning, their first task was not occupation but firefighting. They formed bucket brigades to save the capital of the rebellion from total incineration. Abraham Lincoln, visiting the front, entered Richmond on April 4. He arrived not in a chariot of victory, but in a small boat with a minimal escort. He walked up the streets of the shattered city, surrounded by crowds of emancipated slaves who reached out to touch him. It was a moment of profound social inversion. The great emancipator walking freely in the capital of the slave power, while the Confederate president was a fugitive on the run. The pursuit of Lee's army was a race of exhaustion. The Confederate army, cut off from its supplies, moved west, seeking to turn south to join forces with Joseph Johnston's army in North Carolina. But the Union Army moved faster, marching on parallel roads to block the escape. The Union cavalry harried the Confederate column, burning wagons and capturing stragglers. The Confederate soldiers were starving, marching on handfuls of parched corn. At Appomattox Courthouse on April 9, the trap closed. Lee attempted to break out to the west, but found not just cavalry but the solid blue lines of Union infantry blocking the road. He realized the logistical impossibility of further resistance. "There is nothing left for me to do but to go and see General Grant," he remarked, "and I would rather die 1,000 deaths." The surrender meeting took place in the parlor of Wilmer McLean's house. The contrast between the two commanders was visual and symbolic. Lee wore a pristine dress uniform and a sword. Grant wore a mud-spattered private's coat with the shoulder straps of a general sewn on. The conversation was awkward, touching on their old army service in Mexico before settling on the terms. Grant wrote the terms himself in a manifold order book. They were generous. The officers and men were to be paroled and disqualified from taking up arms until properly exchanged. All arms and material were to be surrendered, except for the officers' sidearms and private horses. When Lee mentioned that his men were starving, Grant immediately ordered 25,000 rations to be sent across the lines. The surrender was not a humiliation but a decommissioning. The formal surrender ceremony 3 days later involved the stacking of muskets and the furling of flags. General Joshua Chamberlain, presiding for the Union, ordered his men to carry arms, a marching salute of respect, as the Confederates passed. The Confederate General John B. Gordon returned the salute. It was the beginning of the psychological reintegration of the combatants. The euphoria of the victory in the North was shattered 5 days later. On the night of April 14, Abraham Lincoln attended a performance of Our American Cousin at Ford's Theater. The assassin, John Wilkes Booth, was an actor who knew the geography of the theater intimately. He entered the presidential box and fired a single shot from a Derringer pistol into the back of Lincoln's head. This was not the act of a lone madman, but part of a coordinated conspiracy to decapitate the federal government. Simultaneous attacks were planned against Vice President Andrew Johnson and Secretary of State Seward. Seward was savagely attacked in his bed by a knife-wielding accomplice but survived. The attacker assigned to Johnson lost his nerve. Lincoln was carried across the street to the Peterson house, where he died the next morning. The news traveled by telegraph, plunging the nation into a state of shock. The transition from celebration to mourning was instantaneous. The public buildings were draped in black crepe. The manhunt for Booth was a massive military and police operation. Cavalry patrols combed the countryside of Maryland and Virginia. Booth was eventually cornered in a tobacco barn in Virginia and killed. The death of Lincoln removed the primary architect of the Union's political strategy at the moment of its greatest complexity. Andrew Johnson, a Tennessee Democrat and a man of rigid, combative temperament, assumed the presidency. The unified government that had won the war began to fracture almost immediately over the question of Reconstruction. In the South, the collapse continued. Joseph Johnston surrendered the last major Confederate army to Sherman at Bennett Place in North Carolina on April 26. Jefferson Davis was captured in Georgia on May 10, attempting to flee to the Trans-Mississippi. The Confederate government ceased to exist as a legal or physical entity. Its currency was waste paper. Its bonds were void. Its archives were in the hands of the War Department in Washington. The disbanding of the Union armies was marked by the Grand Review of the Armies in Washington in May 1865. For 2 days, the victorious troops marched down Pennsylvania Avenue. The Army of the Potomac, famous for its drill, marched with precise alignment and polished brass. The Army of the Tennessee Georgia, Sherman's bummers, marched with a loose, loping stride, followed by their harvest of the South, mules, goats, and freed slaves. It was a visual catalog of the military power that the Republic had generated. But the purpose of the review was not to maintain this power, but to dissolve it. In the weeks that followed, the regiments were mustered out. The soldiers turned in their rifles, received their final pay, and took the trains home. The massive military machine was dismantled with the same speed it had been assembled. However, the legal status of the millions of formerly enslaved people remained the central question of the new era. The 13th Amendment was still in the process of ratification. In the interim, the Army operated the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands, the Freedmen's Bureau. This agency was a social welfare system born of military necessity. It distributed rations to prevent mass starvation among both blacks and whites in the devastated South. It established schools, adjudicated labor disputes, and attempted to reunite families separated by the slave trade. On June 19, 1865, Juneteenth, General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, and issued General Order No. 3, proclaiming that, in accordance with a proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This marked the enforcement of emancipation in the most remote corner of the Confederacy. The news, delayed by geography and the friction of war, finally completed the circuit of liberation. By December 1865, the requisite number of states had ratified the 13th Amendment. On December 18, Secretary of State Seward certified its adoption. The Constitution now contained a prohibition, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States. The institution that had shaped the economy, the politics, and the geography of the nation for 2.5 centuries was legally expunged. The year ended with a paradox. The Union was preserved, the slaves were free, and the armies were gone. But the landscape of the South was a ruin of chimney stacks and twisted rails. The political system was uncharted. There was no precedent for the readmission of rebellious states. The economy of the South, stripped of its capital slaves and its currency, was dead. The United States had survived its suicide attempt, but it was a different nation than the one that had entered the war. a nation forged in fire, centralized by necessity, and facing the immense, grim task of building a peace among the ruins. The years immediately following the Civil War were defined by a constitutional struggle between the executive and legislative branches over the architecture of the reunited nation. President Andrew Johnson, operating on a theory of rapid restoration, issued thousands of pardons to former Confederates and authorized the formation of new state governments in the South. These governments, dominated by the old planter elite, enacted black codes, a system of statutes designed to replicate the economic control of slavery without the legal title. These codes required freedmen to sign annual labor contracts, prohibited them from serving on juries, and authorized the arrest of the unemployed for vagrancy. It was an attempt to reassemble the labor system of the plantation through the machinery of the criminal code. The Congress, dominated by radical Republicans, viewed this as a nullification of the victory won on the battlefield. In 1866, they engaged in a systematic overriding of the executive will. They passed the Civil Rights Act of 1866 over Johnson's veto, the first time in American history that a major piece of legislation became law despite the president's rejection. To permanently secure these rights against future legislative repeal, they drafted the 14th Amendment. This amendment was a fundamental rewriting of the constitutional operating system. It established the principle of birthright citizenship, declaring that all persons born or naturalized in the United States were citizens. It nationalized the protection of civil rights, prohibiting states from depriving any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. When the Southern states refused to ratify this amendment, Congress escalated to the Reconstruction Acts of 1867. These statutes dissolved the existing state governments in the South and placed the region under martial law. The territory of the former Confederacy was divided into 5 military districts, each commanded by a Union general. The military commanders were granted the authority to remove civil officials, register voters, and oversee elections. The Army returned to the South not as a combat force, but as an administrative agency charged with the creation of a new electorate. Under the bayonets of the federal troops, over 700,000 African American men were registered to vote. This demographic shift resulted in the election of constitutional conventions that included black delegates for the first time. The friction between the president and Congress reached its apex in 1868. Congress, seeking to protect the Secretary of War Edwin Stanton from removal by Johnson, passed the Tenure of Office Act. This law forbade the president from removing certain office holders without the advice and consent of the Senate. Johnson, viewing the act as an unconstitutional infringement on his executive authority, fired Stanton anyway. This triggered the impeachment mechanism. The trial of Andrew Johnson in the Senate was a procedural spectacle. The House managers presented articles of impeachment, arguing that the president had violated the law. The defense argued that the law itself was unconstitutional. The Senate sat as a court of judgment. The vote, taken in May, resulted in 35 votes for conviction, 1 vote short of the 2/3 majority required for removal. The presidency was preserved as an institution, but Johnson was rendered politically impotent for the remainder of his term. While the government fought over the legal definition of the Union, the physical integration of the continent was nearing completion. The construction of the Transcontinental Railroad was a logistical campaign of 2 corporations, the Union Pacific Building west from Omaha and the Central Pacific Building east from Sacramento, subsidized by federal land grants and loans. The Union Pacific relied on a workforce of Irish immigrants and Civil War veterans, moving across the Great Plains like a mobile army. They laid track at a pace of miles per day, supported by hell-on-wheels towns, temporary settlements of canvas tents, gambling halls, and saloons that dismantled and moved west with the railhead. The Central Pacific faced the engineering barrier of the Sierra Nevada. Their labor force consisted largely of Chinese immigrants, recruited from Kwangtung Province. These workers operated under a strict discipline, organized into gangs with their own cooks and headmen. They carved the roadbed out of granite cliffs using hand drills and black powder. In the winter, they worked in tunnels buried under 40 feet of snow, breathing through air shafts. They utilized nitroglycerin, a volatile new explosive mixed on-site, to blast through the summit. It was a war against geology, fought with the muscle of thousands of men who were legally barred from becoming citizens of the nation they were connecting. On May 10, 1869, the two lines met at Promontory Summit in the Utah Territory. The final joining was a ritual of metallurgy and telegraphy. A golden spike was driven into a polished laurel tie. The hammer was wired to the telegraph line so that the blow sent a signal, done, instantly to both coasts. The completion of the railroad collapsed the travel time across the continent from months to days. It created a national market where the cattle of Texas, the wheat of Kansas, and the gold of California could move freely. It also severed the buffalo herds, dividing the northern herd from the southern, accelerating the destruction of the indigenous commissary. In the South, the resistance to Reconstruction coalesced into an insurgent system known as the Ku Klux Klan. This was not a political party, but a paramilitary organization operating at night. Their tactics were those of psychological terror and physical violence, targeting the infrastructure of the Republican Party, black voters, white teachers in freedmen's schools, and local officials. They sought to restore the racial hierarchy through extralegal enforcement. The federal response was the creation of the Department of Justice in 1870 and the passage of the Enforcement Acts. President Ulysses S. Grant, elected in 1868, authorized the suspension of habeas corpus in counties dominated by the Klan. Federal marshals and troops arrested thousands of suspected members. The trials were federal proceedings, bypassing the compromised local courts. While the Klan as a formal organization was broken, the violence simply decentralized, morphing into rifle clubs and red shirts that operated more openly to suppress the black vote. The economic system of the South transitioned from slavery to sharecropping. This was a compromise born of necessity. Landowners had land but no money for wages. Freedmen had labor but no land. The solution was a contract where the laborer worked a plot of land in exchange for a share of the crop, usually half. However, the system was rigged by the credit mechanism. The sharecropper had to buy seed, tools, and food on credit from the planter's store at inflated prices. The debts were recorded in a ledger kept by the planter. At the end of the harvest, the settlement often revealed that the sharecropper owed more than his share of the crop was worth. This created a cycle of debt peonage, tying the worker to the land through financial obligation rather than chains. In 1873, the post-war economic boom collapsed. The trigger was the bankruptcy of J. Cook and Company, a major banking house heavily invested in the Northern Pacific Railroad. The Panic of 1873 was a contagion of insolvency. Banks closed, railroads defaulted on their bonds, the the stock market shut down for 10 days. The resulting depression lasted for years, creating a vast army of tramps, unemployed men wandering the country on the rail lines. The economic distress weakened the Northern commitment to Reconstruction. The focus of the voter shifted from the rights of the freedmen to the stability of the currency and the protection of jobs. The Grant administration, though personally honest, was corroded by the ethos of the Gilded Age. The Credit Mobilier scandal revealed that the directors of the Union Pacific had formed a dummy construction company to build the railroad at inflated rates, effectively stealing government subsidies. They bribed congressmen with shares of stock to prevent investigation. This was a systemic corruption, where the boundary between public service and private profit was erased by the flow of railroad money. By 1876, the nation celebrated its centennial with a massive exposition in Philadelphia. The central exhibit was the Corliss steam engine, a 40-foot-tall behemoth that powered all the other machines in the hall. It was a symbol of American industrial might. Visitors marveled at the new invention of Alexander Graham Bell, the telephone, which transmitted the human voice over a wire. The fair presented a vision of a unified, technological future, ignoring the unfinished business of the social contract in the South. The election of 1876 brought the Reconstruction era to a bureaucratic termination. The contest between the Republican Rutherford B. Hayes and the Democrat Samuel J. Tilden ended in a statistical deadlock. Tilden won the popular vote, but the returns from 3 southern states, Florida, Louisiana, and South Carolina, were disputed. Both parties claimed victory in these states, sending rival sets of electoral votes to Washington. The Constitution provided no mechanism for resolving such a dispute. Congress created an improvised solution, an electoral commission composed of 5 senators, 5 representatives, and 5 Supreme Court justices. The commission voted strictly along party lines, 8-7, to award all the disputed votes to Hayes. The Democrats threatened to filibuster the count, creating a potential constitutional crisis. The resolution was achieved through a backroom negotiation known as the Compromise of 1877. The Democrats agreed to accept Hayes as president. In return, the Republicans agreed to withdraw the remaining federal troops from the state houses of the South, effectively abandoning the Republican state governments to their fate. They also promised federal subsidies for a southern transcontinental railroad. In April 1877, the order was given. The blue-coated soldiers marched out of the capitals of Columbia and New Orleans. The Redeemers, conservative white Democrats, seized control of the state governments. The era of federal enforcement of civil rights in the South ended. The systems of the plantation, the segregation statute, and the voting restriction began to construct the Jim Crow regime that would govern the region for the next century. The United States that emerged from this period was a solidified industrial power, linked by iron rails and telegraph wires, governed by a centralized state that promoted commerce and managed the currency. But the promise of the 14th and 15th Amendments, the promise of a multiracial democracy, was deferred, locked away in the statute books, waiting for a future generation to activate the system of enforcement that the generation of 1877 had chosen to shut down. The grid was complete, but the current did not flow to all its nodes. By the late 1870s, the operational focus of the United States shifted decisively to the final enclosure of the Great Plains. The Indian question was no longer treated as a diplomatic matter involving sovereign nations, but as an administrative problem of containment and assimilation. The U.S. Army, reduced in size after the Civil War but professionalized in its logistics, applied the lessons of total war to the indigenous populations of the West. The strategy was not to seek decisive battles, which the mobile mounted warriors could usually avoid, but to target the commissary of the tribes, the American bison. The destruction of the buffalo herds was an industrial process sanctioned by the state. The railroads facilitated this slaughter by providing easy access to the hunting grounds and a transport mechanism for the hides. Commercial hunters operated in teams, a marksman with a high-powered Sharps rifle, and skinners who followed behind. The killing was systematic. A single hunter could kill 100 animals in a day from a stationary position. The hides were stripped, salted, and stacked in vast piles at the railheads, Dodge City, Wrath City, and Miles City, waiting for shipment to the tanneries of the East to be turned into industrial belting. The carcasses were left to rot on the prairie, a biological waste that signaled the end of the indigenous economy. In the years that followed, bone pickers would sweep the plains, gathering the bleached skeletons to be ground into fertilizer or refined into bone china, the final extraction of value from the ecosystem. The resistance of the Lakota and Cheyenne, led by figures such as Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse, was the last major friction against this expansion. The Great Sioux War of 1876 was provoked by the discovery of gold in the Black Hills and the subsequent refusal of the government to enforce treaty boundaries against miners. The Army initiated a three-pronged convergence strategy, attempting to trap the indigenous bands. The defeat at the Little Bighorn in June was a systemic anomaly, a failure of reconnaissance and coordination by George Armstrong Custer, who attacked a concentration of warriors far larger than his intelligence indicated. The response of the United States was a relentless winter campaign. General Nelson Miles and General George Crook kept their troops in the field through the sub-zero temperatures, utilizing grain-fed horses and heavy supply trains to hunt down the indigenous bands. Unable to graze their ponies or hunt the disappearing buffalo, the tribes were forced to surrender not by defeat in open battle, but by starvation and cold. They were processed onto reservations, defined geographical containers where their movement was restricted, and their subsistence became dependent on the distribution of government rations, beef, and flour, issued by an agent on a specific day of the week. To dismantle the tribal structure itself, the federal government implemented a policy of bureaucratic individualism. The Dawes Severalty Act of 1887 was a land reform measure designed to break the communal ownership of the reservation. Surveyors divided the tribal lands into 160-acre allotments assigned to individual heads of households. The surplus land remaining after allotment was open to white settlement. This legal mechanism transferred millions of acres from indigenous control to the public domain. The Indian was to be transformed into a farmer, his identity recorded on the tribal rolls, his land held in trust by the federal government until he was deemed competent to manage it. Education was the second arm of this assimilation system. The Carlisle Indian Industrial School, founded by Richard Henry Pratt in 1879, operated on the military model. Children were removed from their families and transported by train to Pennsylvania. Their hair was cut. Their traditional clothing was replaced with uniforms. Their names were changed to English equivalents. They marched to class and to the dining hall. The curriculum focused on vocational training, carpentry, blacksmithing, and domestic service, preparing them for the lowest rungs of the industrial economy. It was a systematic attempt to erase a culture through the regimentation of the youth. While the West was being enclosed, the corporate structure of the East was undergoing a legal revolution. The sheer scale of the new industries, steel, oil, and rail, exceeded the capacity of the partnership model. The corporation, a legal entity with the rights of a person but limited liability for its shareholders, became the dominant form of organization. John D. Rockefeller, observing the chaotic competition of the oil industry, introduced the trust. The Standard Oil Trust was a mechanism of consolidation. Shareholders in disparate refining companies surrendered their stock to a board of 9 trustees in exchange for trust certificates. This allowed the trustees to manage the entire industry as a single, integrated system. They controlled the wells, the pipelines, the refineries, and the tank cars. They negotiated secret rebates with the railroads, lowering their transport costs below what competitors could survive. By 1880, Standard Oil controlled 90% of the oil refining capacity in the United States. It was a masterpiece of efficiency and control, a vertical integration that eliminated the friction of the market. The railroads, the spine of this new economy, imposed their own order upon the geography of time. Until 1883, every town in America kept its own local time based on the position of the sun. Noon in Boston was minutes different from noon in New York. For a railroad network operating thousands of trains, this chronometric chaos was a safety hazard and a scheduling nightmare. On November 18, 1883, the day of 2 noons, the railroads unilaterally implemented a system of 4 standard time zones: Eastern, Central, Mountain, and Pacific. At noon, clocks across the continent were reset to align with the railroad standard. The natural flow of the sun was superseded by the administrative necessity of the schedule. The friction between the labor force and the corporate system erupted in the great upheaval of the late 19th century. The Pullman strike of 1894 demonstrated the integration of the corporate and state apparatus. George Pullman had built a model company town south of Chicago to house the workers who built his sleeping cars. It was a total environment where the company owned the houses, the shops, the church, and the library. When the company cut wages but refused to lower rents, the workers struck. The American Railway Union, led by Eugene V. Debs, launched a boycott, refusing to handle any train carrying a Pullman car. The strike paralyzed the national rail network. The federal government intervened not to mediate but to break the blockade. The Attorney General, Richard Alney, a former railroad lawyer, obtained a federal injunction against the strikers on the grounds that they were interfering with the delivery of the U.S. mail. President Grover Cleveland deployed federal troops to Chicago. The presence of the Army, backed by the legal weight of the injunction, crushed the strike. Debs was imprisoned. The lesson was clear. The flow of commerce was a matter of national security, and the state would use its full power to ensure the system remained operational. In the rapidly expanding cities, the political machine evolved to manage the influx of millions of immigrants. Tammany Hall in New York City was the archetype. It was a social service agency fueled by corruption. The precinct captain met the immigrant at the dock, found him a job, provided coal in the winter, and helped him with the naturalization papers. In return, the immigrant provided his vote. It was a transactional system of democracy. The boss, William Tweed and later Richard Croker, controlled the municipal infrastructure, the paving contracts, the streetcar franchises, the police appointments. Honest graft, profiting from inside knowledge of where the city would build a road or a park, was the standard operating procedure. The federal bureaucracy itself began to professionalize. The assassination of President James Garfield in 1881 by a disappointed office seeker triggered the passage of the Pendleton Civil Service Reform Act. This legislation began the dismantling of the spoils system established by Jackson. It created a civil service commission to administer competitive examinations for government jobs. The federal workforce slowly transitioned from a collection of political appointees to a corps of professional clerks and administrators, protected from removal by the shifting political winds. In 1890, the superintendent of the census issued a bulletin that contained a profound geographic observation. After analyzing the settlement data, he declared that there was no longer a discernible frontier line in the West. The isolated pockets of settlement had merged. The continent was effectively occupied. This bureaucratic statement marked the psychological closing of the American expansionist era. The free land that had served as the safety valve for American society was gone. The grid of the township surveys now covered the map from the Atlantic to the Pacific. The final spasm of the indigenous resistance occurred that same winter. The Ghost Dance, a messianic movement promising the return of the buffalo and the disappearance of the white man, spread across the reservations. The government viewed the dancing as a precursor to uprising. The army was deployed to the Pine Ridge Reservation. On December 29, 1890, at Wounded Knee Creek, the attempt to disarm a band of Lakota led by Big Foot spiraled into a massacre. The Hotchkiss guns, rapid-fire breech-loading mountain cannons, fired exploding shells into the camp, killing hundreds of men, women, and children. The bodies were left to freeze in a blizzard, frozen into twisted shapes until they could be buried in a mass grave. It was the brutal, final punctuation mark to the military conquest of the continent. With the internal frontier closed, the systems of the United States began to project outward. The theory of sea power, articulated by Captain Alfred Thayer Mahan at the Naval War College, argued that national greatness depended on a powerful navy and overseas coaling stations. This intellectual framework guided the construction of the new Navy, steel-hulled battleships powered by steam and armed with rifled guns. The USS Maine, Oregon, and Olympia were the technological expressions of this new global ambition. The Spanish-American War of 1898 was the debut of the United States as a global administrator. The conflict was triggered by the explosion of the USS Maine in Havana Harbor, an event that the Yellow Press, utilizing the new technologies of mass circulation and sensational illustration, framed as an act of war. The conflict itself was a splendid little war, brief and decisive. The U.S. Navy, operating on a global scale, destroyed the Spanish fleets in Manila Bay and Santiago de Cuba with methodical gunnery. The logistical mobilization for the land war, however, revealed the lingering inefficiencies of the War Department. Soldiers were issued heavy wool uniforms for a tropical campaign. The beef was embalmed in preservatives. The transport from Tampa was chaotic. Yet, the sheer weight of American resources overwhelmed the decaying Spanish infrastructure. The Treaty of Paris ending the war transferred the Philippines, Puerto Rico, and Guam to the United States. The Republic had become an empire. This required a new legal system. The Supreme Court in the insular cases ruled that the Constitution did not automatically follow the flag. The inhabitants of the new territories were subjects, not citizens, governed by the discretion of Congress. The United States established a colonial bureaucracy to administer these distant possessions, building roads, schools, and sanitation systems in the tropics, replicating the assimilationist policies of the American West. By the turn of the 20th century, the United States was a fully integrated system of systems. The electrical grid was lighting the cities, powered by dynamos utilizing the alternating current developed by Tesla and Westinghouse. The telephone network connected the offices of Wall Street to the factories of the Midwest. The railroad network, now consolidated into a few massive systems, moved the grain, coal, and steel that made the U.S. the world's leading industrial power. The government in Washington had grown from a handful of clerks in a swamp to a complex bureaucracy housed in granite monuments. The State, War, and Navy Building, a massive French Second Empire structure next to the White House, hummed with the work of thousands of typewriters, a new machine that standardized the production of official documents. The Library of Congress had moved into its own Italian Renaissance palace, a temple to the accumulation of knowledge. The chaotic, decentralized collection of colonies had been forged through 2 centuries of relentless surveying, recording, warring, and building into a singular, rigid entity. The wilderness had been measured, the rivers dammed, the mountains tunneled, and the people counted. The silence of the pre-colonial forest was replaced by the constant, rhythmic mechanical noise of a continent-spanning machine. The formation was complete. The system was now the reality.